what can you do? Snow, clean conversion of the first, needs a multi here. He is on his own, and he still stands his ground for another, finally brought down. Oh, not ready for the forward position.
Smoked off.
Hang on. Just hold it in front of him. Faces! It's a ninja on the stage! It's just Jimmy and Torji, and their weapons taken away from them piece by piece. It's BTarena's turn. Farms up 4. BTarena's kicks up a bit of a fuss. Oh. Okay, BTarena's goes huge with 3. BTarena's perfect, leading from the front of the pack. Oh no! MOUZ stealing away around with just Tech 9. Pain. Quarterfinals is all they can muster. It's MOUZ to send them packing. 2-0. MOUZ securing the semifinals, the first team to do so.
No coverage. Easy pickup.
Oh, what a shot.
Snap to go with it. Pops up perfectly. Jabby's next. And that MP9 does more damage. He's already here. We've got a critical clutch between him and Device. From backdoor, he comes at him, and he's got him locked on bench. Frag Grenade's gonna find him. Device challenged by the utility. Oh, just barely. That bullet around. Good engagement from Stair into the pit. It does open a door for Mzinho. Drops in. Surprise, surprise. Just can't turn it back in time. It's the numbers to make the difference.
Oh, he found it.
Astralis, a chance in overtime. 1, all they need on this T-half. Techno, desperate. And the MongolZ down to just 2 as the onslaught of Astralis continues. It is an Astralis who have seized the day. An uptick in performance and a playoff match win not seen since August of 2023.
Retake, not comfortable unless Nico can remove Zentares. Oh, instant deletion. Gets one and down.
Oh, there he is.
Zentares again. Here they come. Perfect setup. Falcons can just smash them. Spray, and it's absolutely beautiful. Okay, great awareness from the AWPer. Zentares can't clutch up, but Dexter, he is doing everything in his power to save Falcons. Zentares.
Oh,
what's that?
Mouse
Scroll wheel.
Andy?
Yeah, it's actually perfect. It's Tessus. Oh, it's all Tessus. Swinging through. Madge needs help, and oh, a headshots are found. A flurry of frags. Does he get greedy? Is he punished? Yes, he is. Oh, he's gonna block short as well. He set himself up for success. Never mind that, he isolates the Jewel. It's up to Magisk in a clutch. Time sensitive for Magisk. He doesn't have the kit. A 10-second defuse on Wicardia. He's playing it to perfection. Magisk goes down. Wicardia delivers. Jota's got P250 and a dream. Oh, the damage. Wildcard an opportunity, but that sound cue gives him away.
He's about to get blindsided by Tessa's 3 round.
Oh dear. Nico breaks the glass, and they mask it with nades. Quarterfinals is where the story ends for Eternal Fire. Falcons, their first victory in the head-to-head. A full 3-map affair, Falcons in the semi-finals.
Carrying off to the races with a 5-7. Muteris out from middle, climbs up. Kerrigan's in the middle.
Oh, he's going crazy.
This guy's got 3 kills already. 4th one queued up. More util over the top, but Agile is on this. It's going to have to be coupled with spam. He gets off. And now that's the time gone. So from the other side of that curtain of smoke, FaZe Clan gentlemanly in that they plant the bomb with no frags.
That is a wild strat.
And then they just play with their food. Frozen's gonna cross up in front of the Opera. Story looking to alleviate the pressure in ramp, but Brokey still finds that kill. This is a possibility on B with Tech 9s.
Oh.
That classic FaZe shenanigan. Just give a Liege a little zap. Tilt a Liege, go ahead. Yes. Come on. Do it.
Come on.
Do it.
Oh, you got him!
Saw looking at their deathbed here in Cluj, but they're not ready to be tucked in. Rain continues to tap players out of this server. They will stop them, and this is what the crowd wanted. FaZe Clan stepping forward.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to the PGL Tour for 2025, where, as you can see, we're in one of Europe's most beautiful cities, Romania's Cluj-Napoca. I'm going to be your host, Richard Lewis. Yeah, absolutely. We've got an amazing crowd in here today, by the way, guys. Thank you so much for coming out. I'm going to be your host, Richard Lewis, always proud and happy to be here. And joining me on the desk today, we have Pimp and Dus Murray. So they're going to be helping break this one down. You may applaud for the analysts.
That's nice, huh?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you love that. So look, guys, we had a great day of action yesterday. We had a great crowd, despite the fact it started at, Friday at like 9 a.m. or something. We went right the way through the day. And it was a day filled with upsets and, most importantly, fantastic Counter-Strike.
Yeah, a good day of Counter-Strike, no doubt about it. We had some quality matches being played out. We had some teams who were able to pull off a couple of surprises, as you can see, according to the bracket. Now, MOUZ beating Pain, not too big of a surprise, but the first big one came in when Astralis took down the MongolZ 2-0.
Yeah, that is, they would probably have preferred it be 2-1. At least it would have had a little bit of something to show for it. But yeah, that's a tough one for MongolZ. And I think the scary thing about this one, Jacob, when you look at it long term, is they're about to get the same label that MOUZ Sports got last year, which is what happens when you get in the big arena, what happens when you get on the big stage. Why can't you get past that hump? Now, we know some teams eventually do. Sometimes they have to make a change to get there. But hopefully MongolZ will figure it out, because I do think they are a good team. But yes, they are gone now.
I think the kind of theme of this tournament has been one of redemption, actually, because we've seen teams that have been maligned in the past coming here, and people were saying, Falcons, it's Falcons, lol, they're not going to win games. Astralis, it's Astralis with 2 S's. They're doing all of this online, and yet these are the teams that have really risen to the challenge of being here and taking advantage of some of the names that decided to stay away, and they found themselves in the semi-final.
It does feel like people sometimes, especially especially at home, forget the grasp that the entire competitive Counter-Strike scene right now is so incredibly close. I know that you can, point to critique towards Astralis. You can argue that Falcons haven't really gotten off to a good start, but even though they've been losing a lot of series, both of those lineups, they've been very competitive in those. So it just takes a couple of extra percent, a couple of days of practice, maybe a little more confidence, a couple of win games where you then start to believe in yourself, you build a bit of confidence, and all of a sudden that whole narrative about you being ass, or not living up to your expectations if you're Falcons, that kind of goes away. So we are living in a hyper-competitive era of Counter-Strike, and I think we saw that yesterday.
Yeah, at least with the European teams. Unfortunately, the North American teams, we still haven't quite hit that. I wouldn't know anything about that right now, But yes, I think you're right. I mean, look, you look at a team like MOUZ that we were concerned about because of the IGL shift. I think long-term we still are concerned about that. But I think they've shown improvement each game that they've played here, and they remain in the semifinals against another team, Astralis, who certainly had their struggles last year and continue to have some struggles to kick off this year, but now they're getting better as well. And we've really kind of seen that the full spectrum. Falcons, as you've mentioned, also finally starting to tap into the core that was oh so powerful last year and starting to look more themselves. And so, yeah, this has been a tournament, as you noted, of redemption, of growth, of evolution, I think is really the way to put it.
Well, let's start. We can talk about Astralis. We're going to talk about them a lot more later, obviously, but let's just talk about the Astralis MongolZ game. I loved it. I loved the way PGL set that up. I loved the way that we crafted that story. Maybe Cadian didn't like it so much, but I've never seen such a visceral reaction. That's what I mean about the crowd understanding the assignment. Astralis have become kind of villains a little bit. I'll explain why. Lots of money spent on a team that hasn't done very well. On top of that, all kinds of backdoor shenanigans with Heroic and all their rivals. They've got themselves a reputation as being a big meanie poo in the scene, like they're just not very nice. And so obviously when they come out here and the team has to perform, they're under so much pressure, they got boos. I wasn't expecting that. I thought silence, boos is crazy. I loved it. And Cadian was on stage, and at first I was like, is this getting in his head? But of course it isn't. It's Cadian. He knows what it is to be under that kind of pressure and have that kind of scrutiny. And a switch went off, and he just galvanized his team, and that's the best I've probably seen that lineup play.
I'm not going to lie, I wasn't that surprised considering that Astralis have been doing all these shenanigans for quite some time, so it was only a question before that goodwill that they built up the past 5 or 6 years would kind of go away, especially when you consider that it brought the core of Heroic. And let's not forget that Heroic were not a team that was liked out there either. When we were in Brazil, they were being booed. In other arenas, they were being booed. We were even in Royal Arena in Denmark when they were facing Astralis, and they were getting booed by their own countrymen. So I wasn't necessarily that surprised in that regard. However, I do think that we did a good job at helping Astralis win that game yesterday.
Yeah,
so
I'll accept my check, actually. I hope it's in the mail.
No, but listen, if there's one guy who thrives when everyone is against him, whether that's us on the desk, the crowd, everyone at home, it is Cadian. He fuels by that. Stown is used to it, Yabi is used to it. Device, I kind of think he likes to be a little bit more anonymous in his lineup as well, where he doesn't have to go out there and be a big personality, because Cadian is taking all the attention. So if anything, I think all that hate and all that resistance almost, that kind of helped Cadian yesterday to fuel the team and power up a little bit.
He is the lightning rod of the team. He absorbs all of the polarizing views that people have about this squad. He personifies. Yeah, I just learned that actually in the green room today after 5 minutes trying to figure it out. But anyway, we won't get into that. But what we'll get into is the fact that, yes, I think Cadian does a very good job of being the captain in the sense of taking on that villain, arc, so to speak, and just really trying to represent, the team. And look, we know that Astralis has had their struggles. I mean, they had like one good result to their name with this team. That was the Blast World Final last year where they took a top 4. They beat some great teams to do it, but it has been a downfall since then. Obviously, the whole situation with Bro having to come in for the major, with Device being ill. Then, they get the full 5 back together this year, and what happened? Not a whole lot. They weren't even able to qualify for Blast Bounty. Katowice, they go out in 9th, 12th place, and you're starting to really wonder, is this team ever going to kick it into gear? Well, they have here in Cluj-Napoca. They look like a much sharper team. Their players are in better form. They're playing explosive and entertaining Counter-Strike, and it's working.
Yeah, and look, another org that knows about being hated, obviously Falcons, spent a lot of money, broke up a lot of teams. They've caused chaos ever since.
They've done a good job of that,
Yeah, absolutely. They've caused chaos ever since they opened the checkbook. They brought in Nico. They got one of the big stars that they wanted. They didn't get the other 2 that they were linked with. Went and got a Heroic core that might have already been coming apart at the seams anyway, if rumors are to be believed. And they've ended up putting together this mishmash team.
Yeah.
And people weren't impressed at first. The general consensus in the community was, this is a bit underwhelming. Well, they're starting to find their feet, and they're proving the doubters and the haters wrong. And I also have to say, a lot of love for Nico in this stadium. He got such a big pop from the crowd. They were really behind him. And I think, you know, you could see how much that meant to him, because there's been a lot of criticism thrown his way lately. So Falcons looking really, really good here.
I think it's only fair that we contextualize it a little bit and we put perspective to it, because I think there's very few characters in the Counter-Strike scene that when you purchase them, when you get them inside your team, you know it's going to work out one way or another. I think Nico is one of those players that I would classify as probably the biggest voice in Counter-Strike in terms of the impact he can have, both as a player, obviously as a rifler, but also as the voice within the team. His calling, his understanding, the way he animates his teammates around him. I'd argue Blade as a coach from Navi is the same. If you get Blade to lead your team, it almost doesn't matter what the players around him is going to look like. That team will function. I think when you buy Nico, when you acquire his skill set, you will find success one way or another. Now, it's going to take time for Falcons to get out there where they can win trophies, for sure. Maybe this is a great shot at it. But overall, I'm not surprised that they're going to find their footing, because when you have Nico on your lineup, you're prone to have success one way or another.
Yeah, I thought Falcons' success was inevitable in one of two ways. Either one, because they have shitloads of money and they will eventually just buy their way into success. But the other way that they could go is the way that I thought that Heroic was just going to continue on from last year. Look, this core that Falcons has on, from Heroic, Kixen, Tessus, Dexter, that squad was on a roll to finish last year. They had that top 4 finish at Rio. They had that miracle run at the Major where they knocked out the tournament favorites Navi before they even hit the playoffs. Then they went into the playoffs and actually made a really good showing of themselves, and it looked like they would be a definite top 8 team going into this year, and perhaps the aspirations to go even further. And so when they decided ultimately to go to Falcons, and we have Nico coming in, we obviously have MAUZ filling in, I thought that those were upgrades. Those were great moves to replace those that they had lost in Nurch and Shush. And I think really what it's boiled down to is it's just going to take some time to manage the voices on the team. Nico is a big voice, as Bent noted. It's going to take a little bit of time to figure out how to filter in, his influence without necessarily knocking everything off course.
And you said it, Richard. Everyone inside this crowd loved Nico, and there's a good reason for that. He is arguably the best rifler the game has ever seen. How can you not love the most aesthetically pleasing guy that's been around in Counter-Strike for the past 8 years?
Well, if you go on Reddit, you might be surprised.
Well,
I think you know a thing or two about
that. To be completely honest,
Reddit.
Oh, it's spicy. I agree. Look, I think it's just welcoming when you have been criticized so much online. When you come to a place and you get so much love, it's actually a good feeling, and I think that's going to help. I mean, for Falcons, you could see they had a big smile on their face. Even Zonic was smiling. He's been put on fraud watch. People are already starting to change that opinion just with a few good results. So absolutely loving it. Let's take a look at the schedule. These are the games we've got today. Obviously, it's semi-finals, so we can bring that graphic up, and this is what we've got coming at you. Obviously, the first one, we're going to start talking about that shortly. MOUZ versus Astralis, lots to break down there. And then FaZe, tournament favorites, but suddenly going up against Falcons might not be as easy as you think, guys. So looking forward to both those games.
That should be a good game, the FaZe versus Falcons, especially considering that Falcons are coming in with nothing to lose. I think at this point, getting into the semifinal with the whole community narrative, with the whole narrative of them being a failed project already, knowing you're facing FaZe as well, I feel like you can walk into that game. Obviously, internally, you have the aspirations to win the game, but from a community perspective, are we really going to act surprised if they're not? I think that's when they're the most dangerous. That's when Dexter is the most dangerous. That's when Nico is ready to strike. When all these expectations are not necessarily on their shoulders, but they can go in and play freed up Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think we got a banger semifinals ahead of us. We have 4 top 10 teams in the world clashing for what is oh so important, that prize money, those VRS points, the title of champion, something that some of these teams haven't really been able to find in a long time. Falcons have never found it, let's be honest with you, as an organization. FaZe, it's you got to go all the way back to like Chengdu at IEM way early last year before they had a title. MOUZ Sports, they won a couple of smaller titles last year, but never really won the big one, right? And then you're kind of looking at Astralis, who again haven't really been able to hoist a trophy in such a long time, let alone even play in an arena. I think Scrawny mentioned this yesterday. The last time they were in this arena playoffs was back in 2023. I mean, that's a long-ass time. So I think that this tournament presents an opportunity for all of these teams to finally take that big step forward to being a true international contender.
Someone's got to win.
Yeah, well, that is generally how it works.
That is factual.
So we can start talking about the first game. I want to talk about MOUZ. Obviously, we've talked a lot about this. The big talking point with MOUZ is they have a new IGL, and it's an IGL who historically hasn't been an IGL. And credit to the MOUZ organization. They're really trying to sell this idea that Brolin's going to be a good IGL. I'm seeing interviews left and right. I've seen Jimmy. He's talking about how, oh, actually, Shuhei, that great IGL that we all loved, we didn't really like his calling style. Brolan is saying, I always wanted to be an IGL the whole time. So what have you made of it so far?
I'll tell you what, you look at the lineup right now and you look at the rating below them for this tournament, every single player within the MOUZ camp right now is helping out Brolan to get eased into this role. Whether or not he's going to be a great in-game leader or not, I think we have to wait a little bit. We have to see him develop. We have to give him a fair chance. I see certain signs that it could work out. I see certain signs that it could be strugglesome. However, when you have 4 players around him that is all posing a 1.10 plus rating, where every one of them have had a good game, where they took over the server, where they did a good job, at that point, you know, it's bound to work out. The reason why the crowd, by the way, is going crazy is that we have a cool guy in the building as well. I believe Emma and Jaxi are in the building later on as well. But anyway, I feel like the way the MOUZ players have sort of like gathered up and helped out Brolan to elevate them right now is kind of masking the fact that there could be some internal issues with the core.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, when we get to this matchup, 8 of the top 15 players in this tournament are on the server right now. 4 for each team, and MOUZ has 3 of them within the top 10. That's Xerxen, Torji, and Jimmy. You're getting good individual form out of all the players, and again, that alludes to what you were speaking of giving Brolan some support, giving him something to work with. And what I've really seen MOUZ sports do over the course of this tournament, in broad strokes, is, yeah, they've had some tricky moments where sometimes in the mid-round they're a little bit fuzzy because they're still trying to iron out the protocols of Brolan being able to call in those really intense situations. But what they have shown is the ability to do some really well-coordinated, aggressive set pieces to try to simplify the game a little bit and get them away from having to do the critical decision-making. And you're just seeing everyone really pop off and make plays. And even someone like Jimmy's becoming more active. Like, there's a lot of cool things that's happening for MOUZ sports, and we've even seen them get better as this tournament has gone on. Then I think that's really a good sign.
And the guy to watch for me actually has been, you know, Exertion. I think he's been crazy. He's really grown over the course of the tournament, but really illuminative interview that he did where he said, I'm actually having more communication now. I'm kind of putting my stamp on the team and helping Brolan, and the players trust me, go and make those plays. And so he's out there, and I mean, he is fragging out, and he is getting the kind of frags that are the hard frags to get. He is the opener. He can be the closer, but he just goes onto a map, and he's playing aggressive, looking to make picks, and more often than not, at this tournament at least, it's been working.
He's a space creator, no way around it. He's fantastic when it works for him, and we have had this conversation with Exertion for a long, long time. And in general, people at home need to understand that being an entry fragger, being a hardcore entry, as we see from Exertion, especially in this B role coming in right now, it's very tough to replicate that consistently game after game after game after game, especially in an arena environment where the sound is a little bit different, the pressure is a little bit different. However, so far, we saw it yesterday, we see it right now in front of your eyes. He had a fantastic showing against Pain Gaming. Maybe not the hardest opponent to do it against, and you'd argue Astralis would be the same. So I think, you know, in terms of who can be the decisive difference maker today, you are looking towards Exertion. Today is not going to help us understand whether or not he's over his demons of not performing against the best teams in the world in terms of the entry fracking. We've seen he can do it against some of the sub-tier opposition.
Yeah, I think, you know, we're talking about Banana here. At a point last year when Shuhei was still the leader of this team, they had made the decision to move Xerxen away from playing middle into playing Banana to try to be a better team on Inferno. And the reason why I bring this up is because I think Inferno is very likely to come up in this game, and so I think it's very relevant. And Xerxen has proven that this team is now more dangerous because he plays that position. It allows them to have a lot more access to having control of that side of the map as an option for the mid to late round executes. And look, Xerxen just map pool wide has been putting up a really good entry performance at this tournament. He's taking over 40% of the team's opening attempts on the T side. That is extreme. Hardly any entry fragger is ever called upon to do that much work, but that becomes the burden. Are you able to do that now with the stakes on the line of a semifinal? This is something that Xerxen has struggled with in the past, you know, and this is something that they're going to have to keep an eye on going into this series.
It's going to eat him alive.
Oh, well, listen, the good news is they're going up against Astralis, and you can see, look, this is kind of the interesting aspect that we have right now. As Astralis have kind of gone through this tournament, they're climbing up the VRS rankings. You would be fooled into thinking these two teams are really, really close together if you look at that graphic. That is not the case. But what is crazy to think about is how close it would be if Astralis were able to get to the final, if Astralis were able to get that extra prize money. Remember how important prize money is into the VRS rankings right now, the way it is algorithmed.
$187,000 guaranteed in the bank and a chance of winning the grand final tomorrow. You're spot on, Richard, when you're saying that. As we described it yesterday as well for Astralis, let's not forget they moved from 14th position into 10th by taking down the MongolZ 2-0. So if they could do it against MOUZ today, they would almost guarantee themselves a spot at the upcoming major. The cutoff is not that far away, so that's also with these teams.
And remember, you know, they've been away for 4 of them, and it's like you can see how much it's been eating up the Astralis org. Let's talk about Astralis. I'll start with you this time, Dust. Obviously, they're the underdogs in this one, but they look energized. They look like they've rallied here in Cluj.
They really have. I mean, we go through the match that they've played so far. They've won Ancient both times they've played it. They're 4-1 on Inferno. They're 2-1 on Mirage. Like, they have really been putting some results together. Yeah, they had a bit of a slower start in the group stages, but the fact that they were able to run through, made Brazil big, and then beat MongolZ too, that's a legit win, man. I mean, MongolZ is certainly not a top 5 team. I think their Valve rating may have been a little bit inflated in that regard, but I do think they were certainly at least a top 8 team, and certainly probably near the top end of that. So the fact that they were able to go over there and beat them on maps MongolZ are good on. Mirage and Inferno, it's not that they caught them on like some type of curveball map that MongolZ don't know how to play. No, they beat them on home soil on both of those maps, and again, they're getting great performances out of their entire lineup. I mean, 4 of the 5 players, the 4 people you would regard as the guys who should be fragging, they all are. They're all performing very well within their roles, and Cadian's doing his job leading the team very effectively. So, as you know, he said earlier, they look the best they've ever looked in such a long time.
Yeah.
Plus, they look pretty poor for quite some time as well, so it's kind of easy to raise that bar.
That's the thing. It's like we don't really know how consistent this is going to be moving forward.
No.
But one person who's turned the corner is Yabi. Yabi has been one of those big money signings that it hasn't worked out so far. He's playing the best he's played in an Astralis jersey here.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, you got to give credit to Yabi for having stepped it up as well. Stown had a horrible start to the tournament as well. He stepped it up as well. We had the conversation yesterday as well, and for people at home who missed that maybe, Cadian was brought in obviously for his in-game leading skills, but he was also brought in to protect the investment that were Yabi and Stown. He needs them to perform for his team in order for them to win matches, and so far, Yabi has done that. Now, another thing I like about Astralis' run here at this tournament is the fact that Device haven't really been turned on 100%. We've seen him be the best player for Astralis throughout the year so far, especially in some of these online qualifiers. It's almost always Device stepping it up, you know, dragging it over the finish line. So far this tournament, he's had a decent showing, but he hasn't had a Device tournament. So I'm standing here with a feeling just like you. It's very inconsistent. You never know what you get, but I think the potential is way higher than what we already seen, which is something MOUZ should be fearful of.
Yeah, definitely be fearful. And also be fearful of Stair. This guy is one of the best entry fraggers at the tournament so far. He's winning well over half the amount of attempts he takes on the T side, getting entries. And really what that's allowed the whole team to do is flourish, because he's creating the openings, which takes a little bit of pressure off of guys like Stown and Yabi, who are usually like extremity playmakers, to not have to go in first and create the space. They're letting Stair do it for them, then they get to tuck into those trading positions, and that's where this engine really can get, you know, turning to a whole new level, is when you have that, you know, kind of compatibility amongst the roles on the team. And so that's what we've really seen against MongolZ in their other games thus far. If they can keep that up, they're going to be dangerous in this game.
I mean, that's always been the question, right? Like, when you pay $2 million for 2 players, and, you know, yes, we all know about the asshole tax, as it was called, but when you pay that kind of money for someone, it's like you expect them to be there on day one, and they haven't. And I know Stown's gone through a lot, and I know he's really struggled with the pressure and everything else, but if those 2 players play like they did in Heroic, Astralis are going to be competitive again. They are going to be good value to be in and around that top 10 conversation. That won't be an inflated ranking. It's just how long can they sustain, and how long can Cadian keep his job so he can keep them doing it?
It's all about consistency, right? Because we did see, as you said earlier as well, at the Blast World Finals in Singapore, I believe that was, they had a good showing. It was the first time we saw this iteration of Astralis play well. Then obviously Device didn't show up for the major, and it's just been a very inconsistent period in that regard. We saw it at the Shanghai World Finals right here, where they took down MOUZ in a very convincing fashion, and that was the best Astralis, I guess the best game they've ever played. They was looking very assertive, very good. MOUZ at the time was a good team, a team that we expected to go far in the tournament as well. So they have shown us that the ceiling is very, very high. You're spot on what you're saying. For Cadian, it's about surviving long enough, and that's the one weak point so far for Astralis. Cadian individually has nowhere to be found on the server now. He's helped Yabi play well, he's helped Stown play well, and I think he does some good calling as well. Saw it yesterday with all the gamble stacks on Inferno, really read the game well. But at the end of the day, Counter-Strike is a game of firepower, and when you know you're facing MOUZ, who just added a massive upgrade in firepower by bringing in Spinks instead of Shuhei, you cannot afford to have a tournament like Cadian is having right now. So he needs to step it up just a little bit in terms of the productivity and what he delivers on the server.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to whether or not he can have impact with the secondary op. I mean, we know that he has picked it up on multiple maps. Yeah, exactly. That's the biggest thing. It's a big investment. You'll see him pick it up sometimes on Ancient, sometimes on Dust 2. Even I saw a couple times on Dust 2 pick it up second op on the T side. So I think when he decides to make those decisions and how much impact he has with it, those are going to be the critical moments. And then, look, I think the other thing is this. It's just, you know, do well enough. Just don't be a bird. Like, I'm not expecting this guy to just tee off and pop off and drop a 20 bomb or be a star player, but you do have to at least not be a bird, especially whenever he is anchoring some of these bomb sites like A on Ancient or, you know, B on Mirage, where you're going to be called upon to at least get yours, you know, to at least get one guy down and give your team a chance to defend. And so that will be very critical in this matchup, of course.
All right then, guys, we're going to introduce these teams. It's over to James Banks on the stage.
Hello, BTarena. How we doing? Well, this is some nice energy, and I'm going to need you to keep that all day long. We got 2 great games coming your way, but I need to hear a lot more from you if you want to bring these teams on the stage. Let me hear you! That's more like it. Now our first team taking to the stage. They were able to handle the first game without really any pain being dealt to them. They come in with a new IGL and a new player and already have a chance of making it through to the grand final. They're giving it their all and they're trying to make the most of it despite the circumstances and the learning they need to go through. So make some noise for MOUZ! And their opponent, well, you guys booed them like crazy yesterday, but they used that to fuel themselves and power up in order to take down the Mongols. Now they want to go far with this lineup, gain some more points, and achieve something that seems like it's been so long for this full Danish side. Give it up for Astralis! Well, our teams are on the stage, and you still didn't give them a warm welcome. Yabi, come on down over here with me. Torzi. For you, Torzi, right now, we've got a new in-game leader, you've got a new player with Spinks coming into it, and you're still looking very good. Is it almost better than what you guys expected?
I mean, we are just testing the waters right now, so we want to see where are we at the moment, you know, and I think it's also a good opportunity at the moment to play on the stages now, playing like good teams. So, yeah, I mean, we expected a good result, but we are looking forward for the games, you know.
And we've been looking forward to seeing what this lineup can do. How much are you seeing you guys have to change small things, adapt things, game by game, considering the changes you've been through?
I wouldn't say changing too much, but more like improving, you know, and sharpening the things we have, because obviously there are always mistakes and we need to fix those. So yeah, we are trying to learn game by game and always look at our games back and just learn from that.
Learning from the games you've had, seeing where you're at right now, you feel like it's good enough to take down Astralis here and make it to the grand final?
More than enough.
More than enough. Ooh. Yabi, for you, it's been a while since you've been able to fight and have a chance of getting towards a trophy. Yesterday you were booed, you guys came in fueled up, you played insanely well yourself. Are you ready to prove the crowd wrong once again?
Yeah, I mean, it's just another day and another game, so yeah, we're just ready for another matchup.
And in terms of being ready for MOUZ, this is a team that's obviously made a lot of changes. We saw yesterday how well prepared you were for the Mongols. Do you have a good read on what you expect from this MOUZ?
Yeah, I mean, we are prepared. We're ready for the game. I think we know what we want to do and what they want to do, so yeah, it's going to be a good game.
Do you want to try and get this crowd on your side? Anything you want to say to them?
I mean, if they're not on our side, we can just prove them wrong.
I like that. I like it a lot. Guys, fist bump. Take your seats. Now, Cluj, I want you guys to listen to me a little bit here, and we're going to have some fun. This side of the arena, make noise! You guys in front of me! Over here! Everyone, let's go!
And James Banks, incredible stuff. The crowd is so into this. You heard again, guys, more boos for Astralis. It's only getting worse the further they go to the tournament.
I mean, I kind of felt they changed the narrative a little bit yesterday. People were, they were respecting the performance, and I think Yabi's spot on when he's saying that if you can get him on the highest side, you just got to prove him wrong, And for him to say it's just another day, it's a good mindset to have as a player coming into a game. You don't want to build.
He doesn't have it in him to do trash talks.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
He doesn't have it in him. You can see he was like, well, if you don't want to like me, then okay.
Then maybe. But
that's fine.
That's a good thing, I think Astralis is exactly where they want to be mentally coming into this game.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be an interesting one as we get into the pick ban, because these teams share a map pool. Neither team wants to play Anubis or Train. Both teams like playing Inferno.
I have 3 maps that I think it's going to be, and I'm curious to hear if we agree, so take it away, Dust.
I think we're going to see Inferno, maybe Ancient and Nuke.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad shout at all.
I love the floating of Train here from Astralis.
Both of them don't play Anubis, right? So MOUZ have to remove it. Inferno coming in as a pick for Astralis, that makes an awful lot of sense. Now, if you're MOUZ, you could go Nuke. You could also go Dust 2. They go with the Nuke route, which I think is a little bit spicy. Astralis have been very shaky on the map. MOUZ as well. They can play the map to a high level, but is it the perma pick? Is it the best map in the pool right now? Not really, so they're trying to pick in a bit of a defensive right here. And then Ancient as the 3rd deciding map. Now, if you're Astralis and you're looking at this map pool, you should be pretty satisfied.
Yeah, I think the thing is both teams are satisfied. Again, both these teams share strengths on Inferno and Ancient throughout the course of this tournament, and just generally kind of thinking about the core, of Astralis, they've always been able to play some good Ancient, and yeah, I think both teams are going to be satisfied with what they got out of this.
I mean, look, I think Inferno's key. It's great. It's the first map. It's the tone setter, right? Both of these teams love to play this map. We've seen them have some great performances on it, and obviously when we were doing that exertion highlights package, Cadian riling up the crowd, of course. As we looked at that exertion highlights package, it was pretty much all Inferno entries, right? So he's got a big responsibility today. But, this one's a coin toss, I think, right now.
Yeah, I would agree with you, especially considering what we saw yesterday. You said entries, and you have to pay close attention to what you see on your screen right now. MOUZ are the 2nd best team at the tournament so far at converting their 5v4s, which means when Exertion is getting the entry, it's looking very good for them. But you see on the right side of that, they're only the 11th best team at the tournament to convert with their down a man, which means that essentially heading into this game, heading into Inferno, as a viewer at home, look out for who's winning the most entry duels. Because MOUZ is playing 4v5 for the vast majority of this game. We have seen them struggle throughout the tournament. However, if Exertion is finding impact as an entry fragger, if they're playing the 5v4s, they've been the 2nd best, only behind FaZe, who obviously is a little level above right now. So I think that's a very interesting to look out for. Who's going to win out the entry duels? Is it going to be Star? Is it going to be Exertion? That could very well be a deciding factor in the game.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the big factors I'm looking at when I look at MOUZ Sports is Exertion, the man you already called. Again, they made a decision last year to move him to the banana side on T side, and that really opened up their entire Inferno game on being able to dictate the base on both sides of the map. Now they've also brought Spinks into the team, team who is now having to play a new role in this squad. He used to be an apartments player, very passive position. Now he's having to be more active, playing mid, playing boiler, having to try to help them attack brackets and give them that option so you can have that split pressure and leave your options open to the mid to late round. And where MOUZ Sports have been most successful, in my opinion, is whenever they've been able to do just the quicker hits and just be able to kind of ball up together. Speaking of balling up together, that is where Astralis shine. They just love to mob together with 3 or 4 players and just attack, just send it. They are a very explosive team. They're not going to linger in the mid-round too long. They're going to just go for it. And I think the big player that you have to keep an eye on is Stair. Stair has been so effective in entering, in creating space to allow them to either split B, allow them to do their A executes. He is the front runner of this team, and he needs to keep it up.
One thing Astralis was struggling with on Inferno against the Mongols yesterday was Kaden having a game off over towards the small bomb side. I think they're going to try to accommodate for that because he's going to face exertion, which means MOUZ have an opportunity in the beginning of the game to apply an awful lot of pressure towards the A bomb side, where Stair is going to be all by himself, maybe with one mate. So I expect that whole mental game, you know, of the banana fight. If I'm Astralis, I'm going to stay as much away from it as I can. No one can match exertion, but you can eliminate him or not give him free entries or not give him the impact he's desired by simply using an awful lot of utility by having 3 men towards that position from the get-go. So that's what I expect to see from Astralis.
All right then, guys, it's ready for the action. Astralis' motto is to the stars. I'm now going to throw you over to 2 bright shining stars. It is Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, gentlemen on the desk. Thank you, Cluj, because it's about damn time y'all came back well-rested. Awesome 4 quarters yesterday. But I present to you the very first round of the first map, your inaugural semi-final, MOUZ and Astralis.
Back here after 10 years, man. You guys have been great sports. And now we'll see who will continue this journey. It's an unlikely rival to MOUZ to see Astralis in this semifinal. But they have certainly earned their place. They played their best CS of the event yesterday on stage.
Finally being able to do a playoff win, Astralis, a match on a stage that's a victory. So elusive. And yet that's the question now. Can they do it in back-to-back days? Well, they'll take their time here in the pistol. Starting Inferno on the T side, obviously, sat back behind the half wall. And Xerxia, this is going to be the talking point. I think Dust bringing up his statistics is so key. He was statistically the biggest fall off from group stage to playoffs throughout 2024. It's a big day for him to prove that they can do this without Shuhei.
Interesting moment, actually, because no sound made all of a sudden after they swing the half wall, and the nades come through. Astralis nades.
Never has a chance to fire back. Brolin will. He's hanging on for a bit, but Cadian goes deep. Too deep. Spinks ready to hold back on Coffin. This compromises a site, so they need to try to fight him. Great trade out of Jabby. Highest performing player for Astralis at the event.
Wait a second, they can leave. Out. They can get out of here. There's still a smoke in CT spawn. The CTs will have to respect the fact that there could be a T waiting around, and they will not have audio to give them the lead off. Now what can happen is what we're seeing right here. Device expanding to Arch. The bomb knows that it can get planted on the site in the moment, and Torzy has to understand that the threat could be looming.
So he's going to be cautious himself. Device doesn't take a forward angle, so he doesn't actually have vision as to where or if this CT is actually out. What he will eventually hear is this sprinting player behind him.
This is such a good spot to play.
It still leaves Torzy an unknown entity to the post plant, but look what it could net him. Jimpat's gonna get tapped out. That is beautiful patience from Device.
Gotta be the best spot you could play in that situation. Torzy now 1-on-2.
He's gonna use this as his chance to come back. The one downside is that Torzy has this ability to run into the site, but where the hell's the second? Astralis rocked that boat back from a B site into A, and they never showed anybody in the 2v2 where they were standing. Sure, you get tapped out as you run for it, but this is Astralis with a pistol round win.
If you watched every game before yesterday, you might not have high expectations for Astralis, but when they beat the Mongols, you could say that Mongols didn't show up and play as well as they should have, but Astralis, they went above and beyond. And when we talk about stage players, the interesting thing is the Mongols have had some moments where they aren't at full strength on the stage. The same can be said for MOUZ last year. That was the thing keeping out of them out of a lot of trophies. They have great players, but they're young. Astralis, however, they've got actually more trophies between a lot of them, especially Device by himself has more trophies than everyone on the server. And now in front of the crowd, I think he showed what that means. It's a different game up here in front of an audience this big.
Double Faunus comes out for MOUZ. Force Buy featuring those rifles, you know, it's definitely, I'd say, more eggs in those two baskets than spreading it across. Sometimes you'll see buys with way more nades or MP9s, but this is really, I think, fixating in on Spinks and Torzi to do something special in the second round. Now, you've got Jimmy 5-7 up on Balk. You've got Torzi peeling away from short side first, and they're wasting no time here. Astralis have already surpassed the bomb plant, and Torzi, well, he's not able to bring anybody down. That is a Jabby Mac-10 in with a double entry, and you've effectively cut off enough of this pack so that MOUZ have to go ahead and save again.
I think Dust mentioned that we see Stair, who will be opening up the B site. Well, he said entries in general, but usually it's towards B, where I think Stair shines on the T side. Over on the A site, it's Yabby a lot, because he ends up being a lurker who the pack will meet up with, and he's the one who's usually in front. His aim has been fabulous. When he finished out the Mongols, I think it was on Mirage, 2K, 2K, 3K, 3K to close the game. One of his best maps so far, for sure.
Yeah, 4 multi-kills in the last 5 rounds of that. He really was kind of the last nail in the coffin. And I think there's a cool contrast to draw between him and his entry fragging and what we're going to expect with Xerxin. You know, two guys at the tip of the spear, opposite teams, and a big responsibility to kind of exceed expectations. Coming forward with a new roster, will Xerxin's ability fall off? These were questions we were asking ourselves a week ago. And now suddenly, with Spinks in this jersey and him by his side, all seems good.
A game like this will never be able to be enough in just one best of 3 to prove something like consistency for a team like Astralis, but it can prove peak. And right now we've got the more consistent team on the other side of the board, but they're the team with the brand new IGL, still figuring it out as they go. They've got higher player quality on average, and they have a system that worked extremely well for the last year. But again, watching Astralis play versus the Mongols has you thinking. If not for that game, I'd say no chance.
It's a critical game with a lot on the line in terms of this event and beyond. And Astralis should be proud that they were able to take that one. Now, we saw the grenades just blow Xerxin out of the pistol round, so he really hasn't had a chance to get the game going. He chucks out this nade that drops Katie into half, so we'll keep a close eye on the nade fight as time goes on.
Well, it's such a great pistol. I mean, showing themselves to Xerxin, having him fall back, then reading his fallback position, but without alarming anybody too much, you know, not getting people to leave to go look for smokes, just cutting noise completely and setting up for the triple nades like it was 2018. Beautiful move out of Astralis.
We get this 1 versus 1 duel going down on Banana, a little utility each way, both players kind of creating a ruse. Ooh, what? USP, okay. No second from the USP, but a perfect tethering from Spinks. And if this is going to make Astralis think that he's the last guy, oh god, they're wrong. There are more layers to this defense, and Astralis are running into this. Now, a molly on Torzi, he fights within this. Brolin's out with the pistol, he's been spotted, but it won't stop him. It's a double kill from default. Bomb down, Device. Oh, just with the 6 bullets left in that magazine, it's enough to get the kill and to go for this plant. Now, there's only 5 in that AK.
And Device not seeing anybody pushing as the smoke comes up means that he's nervous about the right thing.
Can't afford to miss. 5 bullets, I'll repeat it.
Whoa!
All he needs. All he needs to hold back MOUZ, who, it has to be said, positioned near perfectly.
Spending that money like ammo. Absolutely beautiful budgeting of that all-important resource by Device. Brolin can't believe his eyes.
USP set this up. It's that double 5-7 from Brolin. Playing off the tall box. First one's a blindside. Third guy in had grenades in hand, so that's an easy cleanup on Stown. Look at that. 1 bullet to spare on the FAMAS. 0 bullets left in the AK. Here we go, Torzi. Ooh, never mind. We're not going all in, but this is, of course, the MOUZ first gun round.
It's a big clutch from a big game player, Device.
Good for MOUZ's sake that they keep that round costly. It'll keep them low if Astralis aren't able to win this, but Stair comes out, instant entry. Opera can't clip the player falling. He does get support from Spinks, and Torzi, beautiful, just draws them in. Right, doesn't rush it, takes his time, and he snaps onto the second. Taboo, down you go off, Van, and it's a total stoppage out of MOUZ's first gun round.
Wow, they crushed it. It's a bit of a mistake for sure from Astralis not going around the big pit. That really sort of nulls Torzi's position within the site. Would have been a very hard shot for him. Obviously, hitting the instant headshot also makes up for it. But the fact that he can stay alive and himself not panic and try to do something a little too crazy gives his team time to get to him. Man, after getting the first kill from Astralis, should have been round done, especially in the fashion they did versus Big Pit. That was the player made to counter a Halls pop.
Ouch.
Wow.
Now that's a nice bank. Off the door frame and onto Stound's head.
You get to carry the bomb now. G2 aren't here, guys.
When did Jimmy become the most popular guy in the room? Quiet approach. No challenge has been offered up by MOUZ, barring that one frag grenade, and that was early days, so 45 seconds. Ooh. Oh, little headbutt from Brolin. That's
that
gonna
works.
Yeah, give him a little room to work around this. Check it out. He's gonna come challenging around the side.
No
He can't
way.
just stare, but that's the thing. It draws him into the action. Device ends up getting the double kill. So great recovery
Whoa.
from Device. Near lineup out of Spinks.
The lurk here from Yabby.
It's him versus Torzi, still both over on A.
Torzi knows that he's around here, but Yabby looks like he's outsmarted him a little bit, and there's time pressure.
Yep.
Torzi has to join the fight.
Let's see if Jabby's able to blindside him or whether the CTs get the retake going first. Jabby taking his sweet
They
time.
missed a molly.
No way.
That's round done, unless...
He's turned. You've now at least got Jabby occupied. Jimmy's going to go down to the sight hole. Down goes the flank as well. And you know where Spinks was this whole time.
The best part about this lurk is
They actually
now,
let their guard off. And so he's going to keep the pressure up. There's no time to defuse this. Everybody settle down. But it's still cost effective, and excellence out of this flank from Jabby, surviving even on 4 health.
Wow, close call. Nicely done from Jabby. Looked a little scary when he got spotted, but the best part about that is that if he stays alive long enough, even if he doesn't get the kill right away, there's no way to exit. You know, you are there to fight. So this is like what Heroic did so well when they were in their prime, was with their double layered lurks between Stound, Jabby, they were able to always punish when they won rounds, making sure you could never save guns. So this is a brutal round to lose. But because Torzi handled things on the A site in round 5, they still have enough money to put something together. It's not a lot, and they might even consider just half investing. But immediately we see an Exertion get all his nades, and they go in for full guns.
Shout out Device one time for being able to bring that back. It was effectively 3 versus 5. That smoke grenade that gets head bumped by Brolin, you think, is this the chance to shut down the attack? In reality, he kind of gets stuck within the edge of that smoke spam. Check it out, right? Limitations both sides. So this game is definitely teetering on a narrow margin. This round comes with an edge in the next for either.
Yeah, it's a half-defining moment for MOUZ to get back on track, or it's just going to have to be one hell of a comeback if their money gets crushed. Astralis recognize the opportunity. They come in slow. The calls have been solid. Good spacing. One small moment where there's not enough conviction on the swing towards the A site. It's actually Pimp who highlighted their lane takes being the weaker ones.
See if that comes back to be true yet again here in the 6th, but we do have a bit of a challenge queued up.
They're in the front door right now, but they don't have the bomb. And we've seen Astralis forget the bomb, actually, so it's not a small thing. What a view he's got here.
Yeah, just peeping over from the neighbor's place. Waiting for somebody to walk it up, and sure enough, it almost catches him fully. Nice!
No!
Spinks swings
That's
in,
insane.
double kill. What a reaction to just snap over to Stare.
Yeah.
Now the bomb is still incoming, but what they don't know is Torzi's crossed over into the cubby. But he's on 2 HP, so you wouldn't blame him if he doesn't peek. He will. Still, loses the duel. Missed shot, critically missed shot. Because that could have been Brolin dead, and instead it's going to send down for the save.
There is a world where he runs to the other side, it's totally open, but like, yeah, the time is now completely gone. So Stair will, Sound, excuse me, will at least save the op in this spot. It's a good round for MOUZ, but mostly because of Spinks, right? It's a moment where Astralis have actually a really prime location. They've taken over bracket control. It's MOUZ who make a mistake in peeking from Arch, but Cadian doesn't get the kill. Then Spinks gets 2, and that's the individual skill shining through on MOUZ. And also, Spinks looking out for his team right there.
If there's one statistical anomaly between these two teams coming into this matchup, the beauty of it is that so many of the players are almost tit for tat right now, right? Evened out. You've got Torzi and Zershin at the top for MOUZ. You've got Device and Jabby at the top for Astralis. But as you go down that board and everybody kind of cross paths, the gap is Cadian underperforming in contrast to Brolin. Now, Brolin, compared to recent events, this is slower, but obviously he is the IGL now. Spinks has replicated what Brolin did.
Oh,
Device straight up gonna find an opening kill through the smoke he pushes. Massive risk to run when you are playing the solo op. And the beauty of Astralis, well, you've got a second guy who can op.
Yeah, and you brought up Cadian just now. He's got more HP. Bogdan is smiling somewhere.
Thing is, we've missed Cadian hitting shots a little bit throughout this event. Obviously, it makes sense to put it in his hands, to give that M4 as well, the rifle they just earned into Stounds. Perfect.
Man, CT is playing pretty far back in a spot where they're 5v4. Yes, it's still just an anti-force buy, but the sheer numbers can be a problem. I mean, Stair right now, he's just trying to be a thorn in their side, give them audio cues.
Yeah, that'll keep Torzi busy.
And yeah, he is close enough now to make some noise.
All good. Torzi's going to hold this back.
Oh, he got by.
Kind of frazzles Torzi a little bit because you know that Tech9's gunning for you, but it can also allow the MOUZ players. They should be able to just focus on Banana, but here we go. It's a fast run in. And all of a sudden, this site's completely cleared, just like that.
Yeah, and there's no way to rotate. There's no way to rotate. There's no round here for Jimfat. He's 1v4. Astralis crushed this one. That's the economy gone for MOUZ.
Oh, what a great round, dude. You could feel them just slowly creeping ever closer, and then that pounce.
It's down save in the op last round. That allowed them to get this in the first place. Brought that back for Device to make his brave pick through the smoke on Banana. And I think that MOUZ actually, that's a mid-round where they needed to do more. You can be 5v4 is a massive advantage, you know, almost no matter how many guns are on the board. It's situational, but at the same time, when you see Inferno can end up being a 5v2 on one site with the next rotation being 6, 7, 8 seconds away, and then your lurker on A also gets a kill, of course it's a wrap.
I really like the way that Stair wasted no time getting up onto Arch and kind of did it loudly so they knew he was coming, but then quietly approached into Arch, and the moment he had to sprint over and switch sides, does it. Frazzles Torzi. Tech9 comes running at him, guns him down, and the B players barely have time to react or adjust to CT because Jabby's already on top of them. Brings one with him, then that M4 earned by the early Device peak also has a chance to impact the round. That is a massive swing moment for Astralis in round 7. That is one that could unravel the chances of MOUZ's defense here on Inferno.
Hate him or love him, these are LAN players, folks. It's a newer story for the Heroic Core, but even they have picked up their chips.
I do think that the Astralis love grew from yesterday to today, though.
Yeah, you know, the respect will be earned. You gotta give your fans moments. And right now, Astralis haven't won a playoff game since when?
Speaking of fans, Jimmy, a lot in the room. Here's the moment he offers you.
Well, I still recommend being his fan after that.
Try again next time. Flashbang over to the small pit. That's going to interrupt Astralis. It's got to be said, it's a death at least, right? Maybe not from Jimmy, but it is still Stound down.
That was a high-value target, but the gun can obviously go right into Brolin's hands. But again, it's a still map here from the CT side. They don't move.
Beautiful play from Jabby.
I mean, you know, moving on a rifle round is something you want. Oh, Jabby just misses a small timing.
If he dies here, there's a chance Torzi cuts off mid. Cadian's walking up. It's just the 5-7, so it's all good. And Cadian seeing that could lead him to believe the rotation's already happening. Guess what? Wouldn't be wrong. You've got Xerxion's rifle here in sight, and it's an uncomfortable amount of time to go back.
They have to go
Xerxion's
A.
going to lock this in. And as long as he draws attention, we still haven't talked about Spinks. Oh, but they clear out both. And that is what they had to do in that moment with the little bit of extra time they had. You could see the nightmare coming.
Yeah, and the T-side attacks, like the way that they try to scale, and it's not an easy thing to figure out. Most good teams still go B most of the time. They are kind of struggling to have that chemistry when it comes to joining up on lane, peeking from halls, figuring out that timing. I think Astralis' best A attacks are their arch splits. Those were the ones that, even versus the Mongols, one late flash in a moment where they were down on time, they still made it look like everything was on purpose. So another clean round here for Astralis in the end. I don't know. Getting boosted up on quad, it's, I mean, even Astralis will try to do that. But I just don't think it's as good as it looks as an off angle. It really feels like even as you swing, it's not that difficult to clear. It's kind of an awkward shot sometimes. What's that? They're the same picture. Well, this will be mission impossible for Astralis, though. Winning this after beating the Mongols.
Say impossible, but it's looking good so far. 6-2 T-side. Finally a chance for MOUZ to all have rifles across the board with grenades. Nice frag down mid. Down goes Device, dropped by 50 HP. Cadian's looking to pounce. Mac-10's got the opening.
Great
It's
flash.
a man advantage for Astralis at 1:35.
Every tactic is working.
There's no denying that they've had that. Tactics and strategies for Astralis so far in this half.
Yes. I think Dust also brought up, or Pimp brought up opening duels, just how key that is because of 4v5 percentages. Well, Astralis have been coming up in spades.
Utility over the top. Torzy trying to set up Jimmy, who's next to him. Both players on short side. Smoke won't mean much. Stare doesn't let his guard down.
Oh, Jimmy took a little too much time to peek, and it's not as skinny as he thinks.
Now, who threw that? You know, I want to talk about the analysts and what they brought up. Dustin highlighting that Stare's entry fragging has been superb. Well, there's a great example of it, getting past that two-man risk on a single side of A site. 7-2, near confirmed. And Jabby, easy. Jabby dead, but the trades come out. Brolin's all good to try to go ahead and save. Astralis can definitely go for the hunt. They've got a bit of extra cash. What MOUZ now need is some sort of a CT side.
Crowd's gooning for Jimmy. Look at me, Jimmy!
Brolin afforded a save. All right. 5 rounds, best case for MOUZ. Stare deserves a smirk because that double kill just got that A site unraveled. Oh my God, dude.
Hey, he's been growing it out for 30 years.
Ooh, and the Ema signature. Can we get a cheer for Ema, who is in the house?
Shout out to Ema for coming, man. He didn't play because he didn't want the easiest win of the year.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Would have just crushed it. It would have been spoilers.
Gotta let somebody else have a turn. And right now it looks like the Danes. Here's that double kill. Yeah, doesn't let his guard down for a second. Spins around just in case there's a third. Never easy coming up through brackets when all those corners can be occupied by pesky CTs hiding. This is one of those rounds where it's not just the one rifle saved by Brolin, but some trinkets added. MP9, pistol here. A couple smoke grenades to try to slow it down. But it's Astralis playing with the pace. Nades have been nice, right? We've seen Astralis wounded on their approach. This one, not as bad as it's been, but still for something that's down has to handle. But again, it is, I think, in a moment where we've seen MOUZ at times keep pressure up, Mohan, CT side not looking too interruptive. It's not really making Astralis have to panic or change ideas. It's just Astralis doing as they please, and MOUZ trying to react well enough.
And CT side, you know, it should be easier to comp, but that doesn't mean you can just sit in place. Ideas are going to win this map, but you can see especially Astralis playing this well. Another careful approach out of Yabby, and he's been solid when it comes to his lurks, picking his timings. The only reason Astralis are taking time right now is because MOUZ are supposed to be making moves, but they're not.
So Astralis can just wait it out that extra second, make sure nothing's coming at them, and then do as they're about to. Step forward with a huge advantage into Spinks. Now he has 4 multi-kills so far this half. Not going to be one of them this time in round 10. More multi-kills than his entire team put together. Makes sense when you see him sitting at 12 and 8. It's the highest performing player.
Yeah, you don't want to see a vanilla setup. I mean, they're playing inside of halls, which is good. But on low buy rounds, the thing is that it's applying to almost every situation at the moment. I think MOUZ started off this game on the right foot, but are slowly communicating less. I mean, we should have had a Cyclone timeout for sure, I think, just to get the team talking. Even though we can't see how much they're saying, the way they move speaks for itself.
Right, yeah, it's kind of stale, a little stagnant. Cadian, a free one to collect. Desertion is going to get dropped off on T-Ramp. And Astralis are content to just keep giving a little time at the start of the rounds to see that MOUZ aren't making moves.
Oh yeah, the finisher of the Romanian community.
Two rounds left in regulation. Astralis breezing through this and doing
it is. This is like when MongolZ for a while, they weren't doing anything. Then they threw their bottom mid smoke late into the half.
Okay.
When it was time to make something happen.
Difference being MOUZ don't actually make a move behind it.
Not making a move behind it is still a move because you block vision. Now you can see that even when Jabby's approaching, he has to come and clear out mid. But you're right, they can do more with it. They don't do any deep nades. There's no push here. There's no lurk lead off. Instead, they don't even have top banana control. Astralis taking everything again.
Yeah. It's like you throw that smoke, but at a mini 20, it's already kind of moot. You've already got Jabby who's cleared out the whole thing. This is the same amount of time that MOUZ have played with doing absolutely nothing. Yeah. Just this time they threw a smoke and then did absolutely nothing.
All due respect, any team can set up like this. 2-3 to the sights on Inferno.
And that's the worry.
And right now with Astralis, it's not as if they're picking a site and then running into it. They're gathering information, they're using lurks. And you can only bet on the other team being bad for a setup like this to work. So Torzi, it puts him in a hard position. He's got to get an op kill, but now he doesn't have that many fallback spots. One flash and he's out of the round. He'll be in a retake spot.
He's got Zershin with him, who has an incendiary in hand, ready to drop that. And he, well, throws out the smoke first. So with the smoke grenade down at 35 seconds.
I mean, they have top bracket control at the same time. Astralis know they have him on the ropes.
They put that frag grenade, try to give him vision. You're going to tiptoe your way in towards he takes it.
They have options.
Jabby's able to at least wrap over into arch side, so now suddenly we're going to get this 2 versus 3 inside A site. You've got that pit player waiting for the Jabby contact.
Time is a problem.
Utility thrown out. That's going to tell him where he's at. You've got a player still hiding sight. Critical pickup here from Spinks. Clock is going to be important. 7 seconds.
Oh, he can't find him.
Spams off.
No,
no bomb plant. So you've cleared it. Woo. In the final few bullets of that spray, MOUZ find a lifeline.
Wow. All right. Torji hits his op shot. They go to A with not enough time left over and make it hard for themselves. Yeah, there could have been the kill inside of Library. It's nice, though, from Spinks. Again, mechanically, individually, he's had a good half. I think that's his 13th. Very solid stuff. But I think this is one of those situations where you don't want to be outcome-oriented. I think if you're MOUZ, you're given a gift on this round. You threw your bottom mid-smoke, but you didn't fight for any information. Team takes bracket and top B every round versus you, and they're a good roster and you give them respect, they are going to win. They're going to win more often than not. Map control has been a severe issue right now for MOUZ. And if you think, if there's a lurker inside of brackets by himself, and he's getting so comfortable that he doesn't have support ever, that's a problem that you need to get rid of, right? That's the termite in your floorboard.
And so here we are at the end of the half, questioning MOUZ's structural integrity. A gift given over sprinkles a third. You'd say it's not nearly enough, and you'd think if it's just Jabby kind of every once in a while going for this arch play, shouldn't be too hard.
Go find him.
Right, shouldn't be too hard to stop him. But again, it's MOUZ looking like a shell of themselves.
Just
Jimmy's
double
2
push.
and 9.
Even if you double push and lose one player in the process, guaranteed a 1-for-1 trade, you get full info and brackets back. You can make an informed decision.
And it's got to be said as well, in stark contrast to what Xertion was able to do versus MongolZ, this is unfortunately the playoff Xertion that 2024 featured all too often. Cadian able to get up through brackets with a well-timed flash. That took Torji off his angle, led Spinks to be just feasted on. And a challenge around towards Arch in a moment. It's going to be pressure on Jimmy. He's got a teammate to work with. Xertion looks to come out through smoke. He kills Cadian at least, and Torji's able to hold. Good flash, Stout's blind. And Xertion with this defense takes man advantage. Doesn't mean the round comes with it. They're gonna smoke off the support.
ISO Torzi.
Quarter health on an Opper back sight. Both players missed their first shot.
Oh,
he
no.
nades himself.
Oh.
And Jabby's able to just jump down on top of him. Xertion's already got 2 kills in this round.
Wait a
and
second.
he gives himself a good smoke to try to work in. 3rd kill. And as he hunts that back sight, it's just Jabby left.
Oh.
That's the Xertion we need.
All right, you called on him, and they needed him. The 1v2 clutch on the A site. Could have been pressed out to stop that bomb plan in the first place. Very well done here from Xertion. Just that pressure through the smoke pushed Jabby into an awkward opportunity. 4 rounds on the CT side is actually a good recovery, considering Astralis still set up and staged all of these last couple of rounds with the right amount of map control, put themselves in positions to win. One flash from Brolin, I think, makes the difference when we have the arch push come out from Xertion in the first place. He even gets spotted looking the wrong way. Cadian's here to win some fans back. And this crowd is good sports. No grudges held here.
Yeah, it took us a while, but I'm glad we came back. Been fantastic, Cluj. Here's that Xertion 4K. Coming around that smoke, I mean, this is a moment Xertion creates for himself. 56 health as he goes into that last duel. Doesn't even take a lick of damage after. So nice to see he can try to get those spirits up, because it was a struggling start to this half. But we are now looking at a MOUZ who's recovered some. So we switch over. That's where the half ends. Oh, right to it.
There's a push down. Oh.
Stair and Stound, both of them up inside of balcony.
Whoa! I mean, okay, Allen Iverson, what is that fade away? He can barely see a thing.
Just bends the bullet around the edge, and it's a 5 versus 3 looking comfortable for Astralis. Stair looks to disengage.
Getting out of there is a good plan.
Yeah, Torji on the chase, bomb carrier behind him. Third and last other player for MOUZ is gonna have his hands full, if that's even when the corner player peaks, but not needed. Jabby. It has been nothing but clean USP executions, and that doesn't look like it's going to stop.
Wow.
Rock solid defense from the Danes in the pistol.
And we're seeing quality ideas on each pistol. It was the nades to kill Xertion over on B. On the T side, here's another perfect play versus the alt push. 2 players eating a flash, full blind the entire time. Now he's getting called out. I would go out on a limb and say they haven't won a single round that was, you know, strategically amazing. They've really only won rounds off the back of a couple of good moves from Spinks. A clutch out of Xertion.
A couple of good moves from Spinks, a clutch out of Xertion, and one time Astralis ran out of time.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that's just the majority of what we've gotten out of MOUZ on Inferno. So this is just simply a different level from Astralis. And already 2 rounds in, we're seeing more aggression than what MOUZ threw out the entire CT side. 2 rounds of it. Makes total sense versus just these measly Glocks. But it's something that I think you're going to get more of from Astralis. And that's when I think of the Cadian interview that came out not long ago, where he said, we've got great players, but they're still trying to play that textbook perfection CSGO type beat.
Yeah.
What we need are, you know, harder swings and tapping into what makes CS2 CS2.
And also it's buying into what Cadian offers. Because if you don't like the system, then it's not going to work with him as the IGL. If you buy in, we've seen the potential from it.
Can't only have one foot in the cult.
And the weird thing is, like for Astralis, it feels like they just couldn't shoot for a while. But the comfort has suddenly changed.
And I wonder if that ability to shoot a little straighter comes from, again, just getting more aggressive, because it is in your face CS so far.
Yeah. Yeah, again, the Dallas qualifier game versus Heroic, that was the biggest problem. Running out of time, just looking like there was no IGL on the server. That hasn't been the story for the last 3 maps for Astralis here in playoffs. 10 rounds.
'25 was starting to look very bleak for Astralis up until that win over MongolZ. Suddenly, it secures them a good chunk of the season. And now it's all about confirming them in grand finals. It's a tempo and a type of action that's looking good enough for it.
Again, this is that good pressure. Like, this is the modern way, and I mean ultra modern. This is a really recent thing everyone's doing. But these nades, they're coming in from mid through the smoke with the help of it. It's MongolZ who used it the most. But don't tell Astralis there are new HEs that you can use. And so look at the bit of map control right now. MOUZ are going to try to disrespect this quickly. Looks like a great idea.
Javi gets chipped away at, but he's certainly not the only player tagged up in this round. 35 health for Xertion, and Brolin's not going to make their approach any easier.
This is a win for MOUZ. They get, you know, well, the thing is, there's still only one over on the B site.
Easy cleanup for Katie, and he's just confident enough to peek off of that stare flash. And unfortunately, Spinks was just a bit ahead of this pack. Device also gets a chance to come in assisted along the front walls, Katie. And that MP9's looking good in his hands tonight. Jimmy, 2 kills to his name, 15 rounds into regulation. That is not the Jimmy you know and love. Struggling here on the stage in Cluj. And just looking to walk away, but already surrounded. Astralis will take 11 with a statement.
I was thinking that was a small win for MOUZ because of the map control, but if you look at it actually, they had Yabby staying on B, everybody else went over to the A site. So even though they feigned aggression over there, which is what you're supposed to do for MOUZ, Astralis simply don't fall for it. They have the better read, the better setup, and they went in to take over bracket control because they know that Yabby can't make that move on the other side of the map. Yabby's probably saying, I don't have vision right now. You guys need to figure something out or rotate back to help me. And they go with the former option. Works out beautifully. Astralis hit 11, quick. And the Galeals are coming out for MOUZ. I think some timeouts could have come out a little bit earlier for MOUZ. And even after them, not really seeing the ideas get executed.
It's 10 opening deaths across the board for MOUZ. 5 of those 10, all Jimmy. Really just hasn't been a mainstay of these moments. That's not going to give him a chance to catch up on the scoreboard. At this point now, Acadian's just starting to have a little fun. And Acadian who's having fun, that's a dangerous business. Device, why would you be nervous?
Oh, Yabby gets one.
Oh, Acadian even!
Oh, this one's for 12.
It's just an off-peaking down mid.
I mean, it's a mid-control that's paying off.
Dude, this
Why didn't
round,
MOUZ do that?
With all of that challenge, nets them 3 kills, just catching them at the top of ramp. 1 round ago, it's all the frag grenades. You had 2 players at less than 50 health, also, same position.
Are they running down mid? No, they're peeking from safe positions. They're just using the beginning of the round more effectively here.
Well, that's the minute 30 save.
Yeah, seriously, because if they don't, what are they going to do next round? Jimmy's going to be rubbing his 2 flashes together for the next minute. This is brutal. And it's actually refreshing to see for Astralis, man.
Yes.
This game totally came down to Astralis for me. I think it vindicates that MongolZ a little bit to see the fact that Astralis can do it again, you know, tomorrow.
And I think the most impressive part of it all is this huge uptick from Cadian as well. Because even versus MongolZ, he was calling, but he wasn't farming. Not like this. 14 frags, right up there with Device at the moment.
Wait, if they're not going to save at 15 seconds, at
All
least
right.
the site is open, but they're coming in with no flashes?
Easy trade frag, and that's going to take
10 seconds left.
all the steam out of it. He doesn't even have the bomb yet.
He can
Spinks has
still
got to
leave.
walk out for it. He could have, but now you can't. You're done. You're toast. Lucky not to die after time. I mean, that. Tell me MOUZ haven't fizzled out.
Felt like that for the last 10 rounds. Look, everyone loves Astralis now. What happened?
Are we sure? Does everybody here love Astralis? There's like one guy over here that's got the biggest boo. Other than that, I mean, the tide's turned because I think at the end of the day, you just got to respect the Counter-Strike, and Astralis are finally playing a Counter-Strike that we can respect.
The last time that we were in Cluj was also probably the last time Astralis were good, so.
Well, it's a sight for sore eyes, I'll tell you that. It's a final attempt, perhaps, to get into this B site. Astralis came in with this Inferno pick, and we can see why. Frag grenade primes the peak. Jabby, it's a singular kill and an instant fallback from the two other B site defenders. And if they really want to get wild, they could keep that pressure up. I mean, there's an off chance that MOUZ disengage and start to head a different direction. The problem is Brolin actually stuck around, and he's so little health. That's a great headshot, and on top of it, an extra bit of damage. And the CT doesn't know if it's just this one player left.
Yeah.
This is rocking the boat to B, and it's opening a door for MOUZ over on A to get this T side back online.
I mean, yeah, Stair's already in the back of the site waiting. I mean, yes, at this moment, MOUZ are taking their time to gear up for this A attack, but Astralis don't look like they have any plans to leave. And if they want to take all the time to push the top of Banana, then things get a little weird for MOUZ, but they're moving with time.
Yeah.
Stair, surely he just gets one and dies.
Somebody's going to trade, and that's if it's even needed, but it's just going to be Spinks on high alert as everybody started to clear out pit. That's a good job by Brolin to not be afraid when sitting on 30 health, to at least take some kind of a look at the B site and peel a player off. Even better. Definitely opened up the possibility of MOUZ to have any kind of T-half on this first map.
Give it up for MOUZ. They're back in the game.
Pendulum swings ever so slightly.
It's like, at least put on a show. Show yourself that you have a chance in the next maps, because right now I don't think they're really believing.
There's plenty of in-game leaders
and again,
on.
with the quality of players and the system that was functioning a month ago, you know what I mean? There's still so much of this team left. It's the only thing they changed was Spinks, who is the firepower upgrade that they were looking for.
Yes, sure.
So there's really no excuse to have at least a baseline level performance here.
But what it always boiled down to was MOUZ playing great in group stage, getting to a playoff stage like this, and then individually, statistically, falling off and disappearing. And a question will still remain as we watch this, and that question is that Shuhei's fault?
No. I mean, I don't even think there's an argument for that.
Any kind of a roster change that would have happened with MOUZ was meant to take them to grand finals and win.
The reason we talk about IME today is because Shuhei brought Gamer Legion to the grand finals of Paris. Brought the best out of him in the early part of his career. And then what did MOUZ do? They got him back.
So here we are in an all too common looking MOUZ situation, but at least Spinks is currently being that guy. 16 frags to his name, and an early man disadvantage for Astralis to have to handle. Sounds easy. Convert the 5v4. Cadian leans out, grabs that AWP, won't find anything on brackets, but there's also the question as to whether Astralis will just start to shell up. If they keep some kind of pressure up, that's how they're gonna clip somebody outside of this A-bomb site. And we'll keep a close eye on MOUZ as they start to make moves again. We've seen Brolin left here on Banana. Looks like it's going to be Xertion's role this time. And it looks like that presence in Banana is enough to keep Astralis with majority on the wrong side of the map.
I think the molly behind the smoke right there for Astralis really shows how scared they are of the B site. Kidding, seeing the R-trap smokes, wants to get in the middle of this. Oh, misses.
Shot. Won't be able to miss twice, so he'll stop Brolin in his tracks.
Oh, wait a second.
But
this
all the
is a
while, everybody
crazy
runs
move.
up short side, and
okay.
Cadian tries to chase them. not going to bode well for him, and they've effectively, yet again here in round 18, just out-rotated a man-disadvantaged defense.
And this is where MOUZ have to say, it's never too late. Like, it's never too late to play well. We're talking about MR12 now. This is effectively another 6 rounds that they've got to win to tie up. Every team at this level have seen themselves win 6 rounds in a row versus hard competition on stage. That's not a question. It's really just a matter of knowing that you don't have any leeway. Every mistake is just that much more stressful. MOUZ could absolutely get over that. We've already seen them play better than this, and that's the only thing that we're talking about now. We've seen fantastic comebacks here at Cluj. In fact, actually, it was Astralis yesterday who made 2.
Step by step will be this MOUZ journey. Scary thought to think they'll have to do this without Jimmy online. He is still 3 kills into the game. We've at least had Zershin, the other player struggling for MOUZ, have that clutch. You know, he can tap into his recent memory for a moment that proves he can improve within this first map of a semifinals. Jimmy yet to have that moment.
Yeah, didn't see him getting involved as much here during this timeout. We've got Rugga. MOUZ deliberating a little bit. They might already have the plan of action. So 2 good rounds here for MOUZ.
Smoke in the middle, frag on top of him. Stuns him for a second as they try to approach Banana. Jabby's gonna have a moment through the fire. Brolin,
That's another entry.
just sprinting through the frag and the flames.
Somehow pulled that off, even on his HP.
Wow.
And again, it's the quick adjustments. And in the past couple of rounds, been an overcorrection to try to get over B. But because MOUZ take a top banana control, it's been too hard for Astralis to get that piece of map control back. But again, when they've been at their best, when they reclaim mid in that situation.
How many of these B lanes have, though, create a pattern that Astralis are going to tap into?
I think now MOUZ have Astralis a little confused. Last 2 rounds, they ended up going late back to the A site. 1 person there. Now, there isn't the over-rotation to B. MOUZ looks like they've conditioned them a little bit. Brolin setting up with these entries.
Grenades come down from Cadian.
No
Frag
tag on the
grenade now,
molly.
all that he's got left. Would have loved for that to have really connected, but it's just a bit of chip damage on the 2.
And
rotations coming over. Astralis going to try to stack this before the full-blown execute comes out. And honestly, the timing here looks like it could still come up Astralis. You've got Device in the front, Brolin dead. And already that bomb starts to run away at 30 seconds. So now the question will remain, can Astralis rock back a second time?
Yeah, this is a good move.
Inside of this A site, we do have Stair just locked into his corner.
Jimmy's the key. He's only got 3 kills.
And right now, Jimmy over on Arch side, he's waiting for some kind of a rotate. Oh, big pickup from Spanx, and then out from the corner, but the bomb goes flying. That bomb went soaring into the middle of the site. It gets picked up just in time. Cadian 1v2 queued up. Smoke's gonna cover Jimmy on the follow-up, and then that frag forces him back. Cadian catching his breath for a second.
Oh, if he thinks it's Pit, I mean, how are you going to get back into this? Going for the long round here. This is crazy.
Smoke grenade that was on Moto has now faded out. Oh, Cadian, do you think you can get this? Because he's going to have to somehow scoop up a kit while he does it. Bombs past the halfway point.
Oh.
No chance. Whew. There's Jimmy's 4th frag of the map.
Oh,
and it's a big entry moment from Spanx as he clips the wings of the guy over in Library.
Yeah, killing the site player on 20 HP. It could have been 2 and just 1 extra bullet to end the round and end the map right there, but they narrowly escaped. But this is still a great call from MOUZ. It's great use of the map here. It's great use of the entries out of Brolin. He's been a stud when it comes to opening up the B site on these rifle rounds. And even though there's tons of time pressure, they keep their cool.
And these gun rounds just keep coming from Astralis. No one said this comeback was going to be easy, but 5 rounds the difference, 12-7. And now we've got Device, the front runner of Banana. Tries to get a snapshot in, doesn't connect. Xertion continues to test these Banana corners. And all these rotations towards B, whether it's the right site or the right time, has been coming down to MOUZ more often than not, getting this early Banana control.
Device has such a clean scoreline this map, and I think prerogative number one here for MOUZ is just avoid him.
Well, maybe it's a good thing he did rattle off one bullet.
This is an interesting way to balance the map, though, because they keep the op on the B side. Now they don't need 3 riflers. Problem is MP9, at least it's in a good spot. But Astralis, I mean, this is the map that Astralis were creating versus MOUZ. Astralis have let off the gas pedal when it comes to aggressive map control. They're losing Banana, and this kill now, Jimmy's 5th.
That's what he needs. Takes over Apartment's control. Stair not going to be able to have that as an anchor. We've got separated 2v2s. Cadian, everybody dies inside this A site with nothing to show for it. You have given MOUZ enough runway for them to have upticks in performance. Even Jimmy getting online. But it has to be noted, Spinks towering at the top of that scoreboard for the MOUZ side, and Brolin's able to slip up to just try to keep all this money low, because the money's been flowing still for Astralis. But if Device can't hang on to this AWP, then we are looking at a MOUZ 4 rounds from overtime, and an Astralis that economically is wobbly.
Again, echoing the desk, talking about the opening kills.
He's done.
It's basically been all about the T side. Op goes down, 4-round game here for MOUZ. They're starting to wake up. So it was opening kills for Astralis on T side, now it's opening kills for MOUZ on their T side.
This is 4 consecutive round wins off of the pistol for the defense.
Now we're at the point in the match, even if Astralis win, at least MOUZ have earned some dignity here. They showed that they can play well and keep up.
And a well-earned reward, we've got USPs. No longer are Astralis going to be able to keep pressure on middle. This time it is just that deep smoke and nothing really behind it. I say that though, obviously they've just got so little that a little USP flood could damn well catch someone off guard. Spinks cheats his way ahead of that smoke, so he could be the prime victim for this 5-player bracket setup.
Yeah, but if no one smokes Banana at all.
Well-placed nade, that'll help. Soften up the numbers, that's going to serve as the activation, and it's a good chance that Spinks is about to farm. USP is going to end him, Jimmy's here to help out, and between him and Brolin, all is good. Off grabbed, it's 2 deaths versus USPs. It's not a horrible place, but we are getting deep into this regulation, and so a couple kills matter not. 3 rounds from overtime for MOUZ.
Rounds like this are just a formality for MOUZ. They just have to get them done. Doesn't matter how they win them. They just have to chew through the rifle rounds. Astralis will take their 3rd and final timeout. Probably comes at a good time here. This will be their healthiest buy. I think the key for Astralis is actually in halls, because if they have, right now they're having trouble losing Banana control, and if they can win Banana control because MOUZ will probably be aggressive. But if they have halls, they have a late round option to punish the rotation back to mid. They have a way to safely stay in boiler and listen for a lot of stuff and fight bracket. And just that alone will help the rotations on the rest of the map. Right now, if they want to keep fighting Banana early and losing, I think that's going to be the biggest issue. That's what MOUZ should probably keep going back to, because they seem to have all the answers over here. But Astralis are a lot more timid in these last few rounds.
Trying to get their grenades down Banana again, but not quite on the mark. Xertion trying to get his impact in this map. It's a late start to the game like everybody else, but quick cross over to the sandbags. Jabby has taken a ton of damage to get this position. He is supported, of course, by another 2. It's down with the bank nade. It's chipping away at Xertion to try to even out this gunfight, but he actually peels off away from it.
It's the first time they've actually won it, and they keep eyes with Device. Xertion takes some utility damage as he falls back. Device up to the plate.
He's going to let the first 2 cross over towards Arch. This rotation's going to be on high alert. We've got both Oppers holding this angle. Cadian turns.
Oh, he runs through the molly.
Gets him. Then Stair doubles back. Can't hit the shot. MOUZ have control. MOUZ have this site under wraps.
Uh-oh.
Just as Device has to turn to deal with a completely vacant arch, that's when Torji walks up middle and wins the op duel.
I think he also ran through, he has taken no damage, but there was a piece of utility that came down a bracket. I thought it was a molly. Maybe he was just in front of it. But that's the play that needed to be made. That was the best start to the round for Astralis so far. They got banana control, they got utility damage, but no kills.
What a nice fast move though from MOUZ. Yes, okay, Astralis got banana. It's why we see MOUZ rock back, but they didn't waste a moment. And they found a gap on that A site in arch side, right? If there's anybody in library a little earlier to even spam through a smoke, then suddenly Device doesn't have to worry about Moto. But it's his caution to Moto that literally gets him killed as his counterpart tiptoes up mid.
I think there were two ways to interfere with this, and that was Device going wider earlier on after the push on banana was won to make sure he's in position first to peek into middle. Then Torzi has to either fight him or they have to go through brackets utility just to win the space back. And the other option, again, I'm going to say it, is Halls. It's a little bit underserved right now. Jimmy has got one kill there. And since then, they really haven't tried to fight back against that. That's a spot where it could have been effective to fight versus Boiler again. If they had Hall's control, Device wouldn't have been worried about an op sitting in that position. And they had peaked it early, but that's all they did.
Impressive nonetheless of how this ends. 6 rounds straight for MOUZ to get to 10. And they've got first blood, but it comes at a cost. Stown and Cadian joining forces to keep the pressure on Banana. It is a sea of smoke grenades. They can't see Jack, and yet they're still able to claw player off. 1 round from a win. Yes, you have allowed for 6 rounds to slip by, but 1 is all they need.
All right, now they're moving forward with these top banana protocols, and they're going to go for the fast clear. Obviously see nothing in this spot, but now it's a race to A.
And that race looks like it's going to get won by MOUZ. Device can drop his utility. He's going to try to reposition here right ahead of a hit. Got to be cautious about the apartments. That's where Jimmy's at. Jimmy gets tagged and taken down. Device concerned in all directions.
Used a lot of ammo.
We gave him praise for the big stage experience, but surely he can't hold this site alone. And that's why it's going to take Cadian to step up and hold off on Arch. And that could damn well be enough. But Device doesn't see it coming. Spinks has been shining alongside Torji. And that is both players inside A with a bomb plant. But unbeknownst to them is where Cadian's gotten off to. And so as he waits for Stown to come and join them, this is a 2v2 queued up. Now man advantage Astralis. It's got to be the clutch from Torji. And I love that he plays up inside that smoke. They're going to approach, not knowing where he's at. He peels back, gives them space, but that gives him a little time and an element of surprise. They line up. He gets out. He peels off the first. Down to 16 health. He draws the second player at him. It's a tap on top of the bomb, but Cadian's got to get the kill, and he will not. Torji drops the Hungarian Warhammer. Sits them down in round 23, and this regulation goes the distance.
Oh my God. Was that a moment where there was no kit to pick up even in this spot? Backside plant. Torzi peels all the way back. Total read from him to assume that this tap won't come in. Dangerous position to play everything on the line, but it's the right move to make. Cadian can't believe it.
Forces Cadian's hands. And Astralis have allowed this to go 24. Banana control, such a key component of this MOUZ T-side comeback. And they will start with it again. Why not? Brolin boiling over with confidence as him and his team have so effectively taken this portion of the map. And it's a little bit of a change-up. If Astralis want to try and take it, like we saw 1 round ago with Stown and Cadian pressuring Smoke, well, they will be stepping forward into a stacked position. And that bomb is so ready to go, but the smoke will make them wait.
I kind of love the idea from MOUZ, and as we can see, with Astralis are leaving at the moment, this would be one of their rarer options, just a straight B after their B control, not messing with the rest of the map for once. The conditioning on this comeback has been fantastic from MOUZ. A far cry from what we saw over on their CT side. But now the info goes back the other direction. No one spotted.
But I mean, it's
in halls, and so Astralis actually have to still tie up resources.
Pieces moving on both sides. Yes, we see a little peek down mid in a moment, but it's just Javi to throw a flash for Katie, and that is the core of this B-site defense. A flash thrown that he can't even capitalize on because he is blind and smoked off. And so MOUZ have earned a position inside this bomb site. And the retake utility, well, I'll say it looks still good enough. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 retake for overtime. That is what MOUZ fight for. 7 rounds straight and an 8th needed. All they have is that flash, so you know it's going to be guns in the hands of MOUZ. And here it comes, grenades first. Xertion leaning back on Nubox. He's weakened down to half health. Jimmy's got a double. It has been so quiet from him. Cadian, the only player to get anything going. MOUZ fight valiantly.
1 foot.
8 rounds of a comeback.
1 foot in front of the other, and MOUZ have made it all the way to overtime on the stage versus Astralis. And you can see the stress in Javi's eyes. So close, so many times in those 7 rounds. But just like MOUZ were asleep at the wheel in the first half, Astralis let off the gas. They stopped making their info plays that even netted them some of the early CT rounds.
What a phenomenal instance of staying composed for this now led by Brolin MOUZ.
I'll give it up. That was a great call over on B.
Fast one. No time to stop tempo. Straight to Banana. Into the gunfight. Cadian's first. Brolin's going to chase it down. And he's got them right there on the edge. Now, he was just an inch away from a second, but the third player steps forth. And that will cost him a double casualty at the expense of Astralis. Brolin wants more. And as he smokes off that CT cross, he has them playing a guessing game. And guess who's not missing?
Okay.
Torzi just empties out this bomb site. Stair's not going to get contact as he opens up smoke. Would have loved to catch them off guard. It's a full-blown hit with a full-blown MOUZ. And I can't believe it, but this is MOUZ to take a lead.
Wow, this is the biggest chance for Astralis. I bet they could see grand finals coming up when they hit match point in the fashion that they did. And even allowing MOUZ to make some kind of comeback in the first place was already a mistake. Astralis missed some opportunities by 25 damage, 1 or 2 seconds, over and over again. But MOUZ minimized mistakes. They didn't worry about the fact that it all rested on 1 or 2 bad deaths. They gave time to Jimmy to wake up. He's on 10 kills now. And Astralis, with all the money in the world, try to get in the face of the banana control again, but they can't stop Brolin. He's been fantastic, especially as the entry here on the offense.
Banana has just been the key to this comeback. Astralis have tried different looks, they've tried different tempos, they've tried to pressure it with utility. But you're not keeping MOUZ out of this position.
Yeah, Astralis are not participating in their full range of options. They still are focusing on what MOUZ want to focus on in the beginning of the round. They want to win aggressively with utility, with their peaks on Banana, but they aren't beating Brolin out, and they refuse to. Again, there's a vacuum of space. If you've got T's pushing Banana with supporting utility window flashes and 2 players behind, there are other parts of the map that are weak, but Astralis are really not exploring them at the moment.
Double op setup here for Astralis in the second round of overtime. Didn't see this back in regulation.
That takes the edge off, I think. Always the biggest benefit of a double op setup if the other team doesn't see it coming. You know, if it's like the MongolZ, you know, they might just start it off in the beginning of a CT half. Most teams aren't doing it in MR12 because it's just too expensive. But if you are in a team that does it very often and you've got a hybrid op like Cadian, especially having the game he's having, one op shot can grant you another op shot on the other side of the map because the other team's going to let their guard down. In overtime where you just need the 1 round, it's a great time to do it.
Nice one from Cadian to start it. Xertion could have had vision, but we've got Javi to press out. Oh, fight on the smokes. Both players coming through smoke at the same near time. Frag? No.
Goes too far.
Off the mark. They're going to go for a boost instead. You've got all of MOUZ knocking on this B site. Not even a chance for Cadian to reposition without getting blind. That's a big pickup. Collateral. And as Cadian tries to go back, Spinks is bested. Down. He's going to lock this in. Astralis using Cadian and Stown from backside. I'll say caught by the timing of the execution, and still they're able to succeed.
MOUZ threw their full range of utility up there at the top of Banana, but the only difference is it wasn't a rifle versus Brolin. Brolin has consistently outdone every single player that has come to try to fight him here. And Cadian's been having a great map. The collat and this spray from Stown's actually great as well. Sometimes mechanically he has bad moments, but here it is. Astralis finally get their rounds after 8 in a row from MOUZ.
Oh, there it is. Utility to a T.
It's another situation where winning saves everything. You know, even if you let the comeback take place, you won't be bitter if you closed. They've looked death in the eyes here, Astralis, in this game. And you can see it on Jabby's face. Now they know they have to do it the hard way. But if they do, they'll at least win some confidence back.
Sitting here with 8 volt.
Oh, all right.
That internal timing to a T.
You see what one kill does as a difference? Jabby's sitting out here at a minute. When's the last time they did that on B?
Device would have just seen a shadow, so they're going to be careful about a bracket's presence, but that's fine. He's supported. Balcony's being held. In fact, they're dropping utility now, Astralis. At the 50-second mark in a 5 versus 3, you have no excuse to lose this. And you'd think Device hits this shot every day of the week. They're going to come at him. He can see that util coming out from over top.
Perfect
He
dodge.
will bring one down, right? That's really all he has to do. You've got an additional defense layered up. A little awkward. Stair falls. Cadian slides out with the second dot, 5-7 in hand. Torzy's going to try to get him and will. This is a 1 versus 3 with a single kill found. Stown could try to keep the pressure up. He's going to come through that smoke. And now Torzy knows it. A second. No way he's able to get a second clutch.
That's a massive risk from Stown.
Smoke back over to the Moto side. Doesn't know which end. Which end of this bomb site does the retake come in? He's ready. He's ready. He's ready. And as he holds the timing, when's it going to come? Jabby's out there taking his sweet time. And now he's making sound.
No!
And Torzy drops the ball.
After all that time, he seems so confident right there. It was lane, but Jabby somehow found a way to be patient in a moment where there was nothing left to look at. Just in case Torzy came back to clear him. And he still had the advantage in the 1v1 in the end. He's already got a massive clutch this map, but he couldn't pull off the 1v3, maybe even bigger. Stown nearly sells this round by trying to push through the smoke before Jabby's in a position to trade or get involved at all. He's still very far away. Oh. Yeah, that's frustrating, but the game still continues. Still only a 1-round lead here for Astralis.
They swap over. 16 for the win. Sertian first blood. Oh, that's so smooth.
Woo, what is that move?
Talk about slick. Well, the fallback not so clean.
Job's done. Okay,
Right?
2 players left.
Is it though? Is it? Device and Stare could get this man advantage attack into the B site.
They do just want to go through this.
Right?
I think they have a feeling there's only one person here for now.
Thing is, Torzy gets in position fast enough, doesn't actually open the smoke up. Flashbang should fly them on the approach. Brolin's been found out. They're going to try to close that distance. Brolin's trying to serve up a distraction while this boost comes forward. Stare's going to kill the player backside, and then he gets into cover. Now he knows there's got to be 2 more on this cross. He's got so much time. But that flank up from Banana, he reads it, and he's not able to get the spray down.
Right.
It's a MOUZ that swarms and ties the game at 14-all.
Man, who's better in the chaos than Xertian in moments like that? That car fight was extraordinary. Perfect moves around those barrels. Tie game, this one's wide open. Good to see them going back and forth as well, finally, instead of both teams just streaking rounds.
Brolin with the flashbangs, has to be said. And Jimmy slides up, surviving on 14 health. Anybody's map. Now it's smoke popped open bottom banana. Device is going to capitalize on that one. Can they even escape? Device trying to keep the pressure up. Frags come back at him. Oh! Spinks is here!
Well handled.
This is an aggressive stance from MOUZ, and you know what? That is what we didn't get in regulation at all. We switched sides, Astralis to the defense, and we saw what it should look like. You can't tell me that MOUZ haven't been inspired by that when they finally get back to the defensive half of overtime.
No, absolutely.
They have signed up for these fights, but just because you sign up doesn't mean you win. Bomb dropped. Jimpact gets that bomb dropped short. Two critical kills that, yes, could have opened up that rotation. Bomb gets stuck in a little bit too far forward. Both of them, same line. Jabby, this would have to be a miracle. This would have to be so sharp, but it's just too much of an ask. And now Jimpact has almost recovered his score. Do you remember when he was like 2-12?
Yes.
14-18 as MOUZ secure a lead and a second overtime at least.
You characterized it perfectly. Like, look how deep MOUZ are on banana. No more vanilla play out of them. They're taking matters in their own hands. Both teams turning up now on their CT sides. Gabby almost brings this one back if Stair's aware that they could actually make this a B play, but instead, the Hall's Peak comes out, drops the bomb. And Astralis will have to do this.
Cadian's going through. Dangerous game, but not bet by Resistance. Torji happy to lean this back. Oh, sitting duck.
He wanted that fight too.
Torji gonna have Cadian calling from the sideline in the final round of overtime.
The full commit does not pay off, but they do have the ability to upgrade.
Yeah, Device leans forward, extends those arms, grabs that rifle. Still enough utility to try to blanket this bomb site, but who's gonna be standing here? It's Zershin. And it's Torji in the back of that bomb site, the most clutch player for MOUZ throughout this series so far. These are the two highest rated players for MOUZ coming into this semifinals.
Zershin has to reload.
And so he's gonna need Torji to step it up first, and he'll do exactly that. Fresh magazine off of the coffin, and the Astralis camp down to just two players. A full house for the defense. Astralis hate watchers feast. 8 rounds of a regulation comeback and an overtime win for MOUZ. This is a MOUZ who may have lost the head of their camp, but a recovery, resilience, and a win in the first map of this series on stage.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
They're gonna try to open it up to Swarm, but Jabby, triple kill.
The Danes of Astralis are constantly battling demons, but with more games together and a better understanding of how they want to play, they make another playoff run.
Not their strongest map and being punished for it one by one. They fall and it looks like a team nade. JDC's fate for this final round. It's not feeling good for Big Clan. A 2-0 Astralis in their campaign for playoffs completed.
It'll take a bigger team performance for them to reach the expectations.
Device from behind, and there we have it.
Oh, okay. I like it.
Now is their chance to do it.
Well, what a start to the semi-finals today in Cluj-Napoca. A crazy comeback from the mentality monsters of MOUZ. A sentence I never thought I would say in an arena, but here we all are. Guys, let's start breaking it down on the desk. I mean, are you not entertained?
Man, that was a wild one, dude. I mean, that was looking like a good old-fashioned ass whooping is what we call it in the southern United States, okay? I mean, they look like roadkill on the side, man. MOUZ Sports looking so timid, getting nothing. Jimmy, their trusty anchor, separated from the ship, looked like he was rusting on the ocean floor, man. Like, they were just getting nothing done in this first half. Astralis, meanwhile, everything they could have possibly won out of the half was going their way. Stare, beautiful entries, great aggressive up-tempo play style, constantly finding rounds on the board. But then, Richard, it happened. The international sign of choking. The rounds were slipping. And they forgot there's EMS personnel available in this stadium right now that could have helped them.
Yeah.
Me, actually.
Yeah, it turns out you're all right with the Heimlich maneuver.
Yeah, you know, whatever needs to be done. But anyway, Pimp, like, what happened there?
I mean,
I could be really mean because I was going to say appropriately because your career's been on life support. But, ayo, we move over to Pimp now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a game of T-sides, to be completely honest. You know, a fantastic comeback, obviously, coming in from MOUZ. A fantastic T-side from Astralis as well. Let's not forget the fact that they were really dominating in that first half. I know it was 8-4, thanks to Exertion, who on the screen right now pulled off a nice little clutch. But overall, it was Astralis dictating the game in the first, dare I say, 16 rounds. And then from that point onwards, it was MOUZ taking over with a very cool T-side. I like the change of pace. I like the, I guess, confidence going into that T-side despite being down 12-6, and you could just see how that built round after round after round. And one of the most impressive things in this comeback from MOUZ was that a lot of these rounds weren't even close. You could argue that had it come down to a 1v1, a couple of 2v2s after planned scenarios, it would have been, you know, one of those games where Astralis, they felt like we should have closed it, we could have closed it, but a lot of these rounds were MOUZ dominating pretty much from the get-go.
Yeah, you could see them warming up, in particular Torji, the Lanimal, the guy that always does it in the stadiums. Okay. Yeah, I'm taking that one away from Woxit and giving it a Torji now, because when it gets to the big stage games, he always seems to pop off and just win them the hard rounds. But look, there are these teams that say, oh, when we're losing, you know, in these 12-4 situations, we just play one round at a time and we see what happens. But they don't really believe they're going to come back. You saw there, MOUZ actually played like they were going to win this game. And I told you at 12-4, I said, watch this go to overtime.
You did.
And lo and behold, it came to pass.
With Astralis. I do want to tip my hat to Brolan as well. You know, just keep that same energy when you, I guess, allocate him, when you look at him. When the T-side didn't work against FaZe in the group stage, everyone was after him. You know, that's because of Brolan. He's a bad in-game leader. Why would they ever think that could work out? Now, Brolan on a big stage, down 12-4, I've just called MOUZ back into a game with a fantastic T-side. So whenever you want to do that, you know, one game here, one game there, just keep that same energy, because what Brolan did in this isolated attempt was calling at a high level.
No, not even just calling at a high level, fragging at a high level. In critical rounds in overtime, Brolan found entries on that banana area that made wonders happen for MOUZ. And also, I got to give props to my main guy, Xertion, yet again, showing you why this positional change to banana has been so instrumental in MOUZ's success in Inferno lately. He is so natural as a T-sided player on banana, knowing how to dodge and get through utility, how to find gaps between the fire and the nades and find ways to have impact. And he had so many critical kills to help bring it forward. And then Spinks, I mean, look at the consistency he had there in that second half to kind of help them push this into overtime.
And that's the thing, because you see the highlight package here from the first half. A lot of these kills are in rounds they're not going to win. A lot of these kills are in rounds where he's obviously trying to help them out, but most of them are not not really that impactful. You looked at the scoreboard in the first half, MOUZ is down. It's, I believe, 8-3 for Astralis, and he has 12 or 13 kills. And you think to yourself, that's nice, but a lot of the kills that Spinks was setting up in that first half didn't result in him winning the rounds. However, in the second half, the entering, the impact, that's when he came alive, and that's the Spinks they bought into. That's the Spinks they signed in terms of the raw upgrade of firepower.
But that's not the Spinks that we saw in Vitality. Spinks was a timid apartments player on this map for Vitality. He was called upon to play a new role when he joined this team, and it's a tough one. That's a big transition, to be more of an actor, to be more of a guy taking openings, but he delivered, man. Beautiful entry work at times on those lane wraps, on those mid pops, and you have to give him a lot of credit for showing some versatility in this series.
Yeah, let's look at some of these rounds that were put together when we were on the comeback trail. So I believe we've got round 12 first, right, Jake?
Round 12 would be the first one, because that gave, I guess, MOUZ a chance and a little bit of life. Again, first half, MOUZ is being dominated, yet they still get away with 4 rounds, which essentially is not that bad. Comes down to Exertion, obviously having a fantastic round. He gets a quad kill in this one. Astralis, again, doing a good job with the spacing, making it very tough for them, and gets into a scenario where they can allow themselves to plant the bomb and find the kill on towards Torsi, who for some reason decided to nade himself and make it very tough for him. He has to jump up here, he has to die, and leaves Exertion in a 1v2, and retaking this bomb side 1v2 with the bomb down and a smoke like this, that's tough. However, aggressive in towards the smoke, proactive, and then he's aware that the last player is on the bomb side and he's winning the duel. Now, this gave MOUZ a little bit of leeway, I guess. It gave them a chance of making that comeback into the second half, and I think that's where we jump into the next round, round 29, if I'm not mistaken, when we get all the way into overtime. That's where we see MOUZ dominate the game. They dictate the game. They're the one being one step ahead, especially this banana duel. Look at all the aggression, look at all the nading, look at everything that is transpiring right here, and look at Roland, the guy you called out for finding impact. He was everywhere on that T side and CT side for that matter as well.
Yeah, he lived up to the second half of his name. Broland this time, big time. And look, it was, again, from a calling perspective, again, think about the weight that is on Broland's shoulders. Fresh IGL, first Tier 1 tournament with this full lineup. You're down 12-4 in the semifinals against an Astralis team that has often struggled, let's be honest. This is a MOUZ Sports team who has the pedigree of being a top 5 contender for such a long time, and now all the pressure is on you to make up for the fact that Shue is gone. You're the one calling the shots now. And the fact that he orchestrated this beautiful comeback, not only with his calling, but also his fragging and his tenacity. That is some guts being shown by Broland right there.
Let me just quickly summarize it for you, Richard. You're Astralis, you win both pistol rounds, you convert both pistol rounds. You're Astralis, you're leading 12-5 on your own map pick, and you still find a way to lose. If that's not a car crash in plain sight right there, I don't know what is. That's going to hurt them so much. This was their chance into the series. This was their map pick. You had everything going for you. Everything you could ask for, winning pistols, converting, getting into a big lead, playing well on the T side, and you still find a way to lose.
Let Astralis, of all people, to find a way to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
I mean, it's crazy because it is the quintessential losable map for Astralis. Like, I've seen this happen so many times with this iteration. You know, we talked at the top of the show about how they're energized, rejuvenated, they're feeding on the heat. All you got to do is win one round. And for an experience like IGL, this is when you have a wild card play up your sleeve. Surely you have something so unexpected. It's a bit cheesy. You just get it over the line. You get it done. The great IGLs all have that in their locker, by the way. And instead, we watched the same thing happen again. They ran into the brick wall of MOUZ. And here we are.
I will say it was the CT side that let down Astralis, and there's only so much impact you can have as an in-game leader on that side compared to the T side. I'll also say the man on the screen right here, I was just looking into the stats. He was the only player going positive for Astralis on the CT side. His CT side rating in this game was 160. The next on the scoreboard was 0.90 in device, I believe. So no one else showed up on that CT side. I do agree with you. It's a massive fluke right here for Astralis, but it kind of reiterates what we talked about coming into the matchup. It's inconsistency. We don't know where we have Astralis, and they even showed it in one map for us right here. You know, one moment they play beautiful Counter-Strike, they play Counter-Strike that is a grand final worthy. The next moment they lose, and here we are talking about it once more.
Well, let's talk about Nuke now. I'll start with you, Dust. Obviously, you had some trepidation about this map when you saw it come out. You're pretty confident this is going 2-0. Tell me why.
Yeah, I mean, just Astralis has never really been known to be a Nuke team, in my opinion. They had one bright spot on Nuke, and that was at that Blast World final we were talking about at the beginning, where they did come top 4, and they actually beat MOUZ Sports and Na'Vi to get that top 4 finish, and Nuke was a part of both of those series, and that was the big shocker that kind of caught everyone off guard, that Astralis was able to win Nuke of all maps to be able to get that deep run, that last World Final. They're now going to have to call upon that again in this situation, but they're up against a MOUZ Sports team who have been comfortable on this map for such a long time. They have such a great track record. They've won the one game they've played at this tournament, but over the last 6 months, this core group is 14-6 on Nuke. They have always shown a lot of strength, and a lot of that comes down to, yet again, I'm going to talk about him. I know it's a broken record, but it's Xerxin. Such a beautiful yard player on both sides of the map, always has massive impact, great intuition, great entry power, great defensive power as well. He's going to be an absolute maniac, I think, on this one.
And you take that, you know, and you add a bit of Spinks. A player that always likes to play Nuke as well, that finds an awful lot of impact. I will say, Astralis' CT side, there's one big question mark, and that's the conversation we're always going to have with this iteration of this lineup. That is KDM playing the rifle and KDM being pushed into positions on the CT side. B side on Mirage, Ramp on Nuke, not necessarily positions KDM like to play. He's a caller that likes to feel out the game, feel out the rounds, and when you're playing Ramp, you are as static as you possibly can be. So you rely a lot on Stown, you rely a lot on Device. Those two guys are the ones involved on the CT side, and those two guys are the ones having to make the callings for the rotations, because KDM cannot possibly do it when he's playing Ramp. He doesn't have the information, he doesn't have the feel for the game, and that could be a hindrance for Astralis.
There's a name in there that I just want to talk about quickly before we get into it, and that was going to be Device. Obviously, I think we haven't seen vintage Device yet. We've seen very consistent Device. Obviously, historically, that's what he's been known for. That's his best attribute. But I think they really need a monster performance from him here.
I mean, he's been better online than he has on LAN so far, which is kind of crazy to say about Device, but that's been a fact of the matter.
Yeah, I mean, look, Device, when he was in his heyday, what made him so powerful, I thought, was that his CT opping was so dynamic. This guy was never in the same place more than once. You always had to play the guessing game on where Device was going to poke his head up at with the AWP, and the amount of impact he was able to have by just playing that mobile, you know, defensive style. The team could just kind of gel around him as he kind of created waves. And Nuke is certainly a map where he will have an opportunity to have impact in this first half on the defensive side with the AWP, whether he's taking picks outside yard, whether he decides to play up close on ramp, whether he decides to sneak through, you know, and try to play, you know, up close on red box, just whatever the case may be. We need to see him take, you know, and just take agency.
Device was best known for punishing other AWP players doing the same thing over and over again. If there's one thing we do know about Torshi when it comes to Nuke CT side AWPing, it's him being super aggressive on towards yard. He can play aggressive behind red box. He can play in towards warehouse. Right. He's always looking for a duel. If you're Device, I hope you've done your preparation, because there is ways of punishing that, and we've seen that over and over again. Device is a player that lives off reading his opponents. That's been the trademark of his career throughout the entirety of it. I hope we get to see that here in Nuke, because otherwise I think it's going to be game over for us.
Yeah, and I think the other factor we have to talk about is Stair. What this team is known for is being able to bunch up and hit really nice set pieces, but Stair is the tip of that spear. We saw some bright moments out of him on Inferno, but now he's going to be needed more than ever to save them from elimination.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Again, I think it comes down to Stown and Yabi and how they're going to control the rotations on the CT side. For me, that's the most vital position, especially when you consider that the in-game leader, Kadian, who is the biggest voice within the team, has been placed towards ramp. I know it's a little bit fluent on the CT side as well. We have these overviews with the maps, and that's their normal position. Sure. So we do see Kadian once in a while pick up an AWP. We do see Device go down towards ramp. That then frees up Kadian a little bit, and I hope that's going to be the case as well, because if you have your in-game leader and your biggest voice being stuck towards ramp 12 out of 12 rounds on the CT side, you're prone to give away that responsibility that is essentially yours.
All right then, guys, we're going to see if Astralis are able to power up their game on Nuke. Back over to Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, gentlemen. Nuke up next. A question mark for Astralis, not only when it comes to this CT side that bottomed out on map 1, but one, of course, that matters about the mental. Can they rebound from this? It is elimination on the line for Astralis. Haven't won a playoff game since Cologne of 2023 until yesterday. The thought of them being able to do that 2 days in a row now seems like it's slipping away from the realm of possibility.
Yeah, you don't want it to be the one a year. That's not a good stat line for sure. Astralis, especially the fashion in which they lose that first map after having MOUZ on the ropes, scared, showing such great CS. I'm sure they're feeling a little deflated now. We'll have to earn it back. And MOUZ, on the other hand, well, I don't really have a question about whether or not they can play this map. Astralis's sort of record is a series of Christmas lights right now. Win-loss, win-loss.
Sure.
Their nuke is just great or not, and their last loss was obviously really bad.
Xerxin trying to pounce first. Looking to get this going outside. He will be dropped by the Garage player. Stair. It's a clean triple kill. The fact he's able to get 3 kills on that entire front-running pack is one thing, but the bomb carrier gets kind of stalled out in garage. It's a good trade back, right? It's a weird one to get. You got Cadian stuck up here on the AC unit. You got Device right down. Are we going to be looking at all 10 kills coming down? Oh, right here, Outer. What a weird spot for everybody to end up falling. But now Brolin, I mean, have you ever seen somebody locked in this corner? And have you ever seen anybody fight their way out? Because catching Cadian up top is one thing, but you've got Device on the prowl, and we don't know where he's at. Look at that reposition.
Can't find him.
Huh? How sneaky that is. Well highlighted. Chev gets the man out and hiding behind the staircase. And that move from Device, right? That kind of instinct from Device is maybe what could take Astralis to another level.
Yeah, man. I mean, we just talked about the heyday of Astralis, and Astralis were the team that, you know, with new Nuke, they were the first and the best at it, and Device was the most important player on that map. He's the guy who controls Yard. Dust listed off all the different ways in which he plays it. And the reason he said heyday is because it's not Device's heyday right now. But it'll have to be if they win this map. And he can be inconsistent, but it's a game now where we've got 3 pistol rounds out for Astralis. And they've actually been very clean on the anti-ecos.
Yes, sir. They've converted both of them, right? That was the thing Pimp made sure to highlight. Like, if you look at the checklist of how to win a game of Counter-Strike, well, pistols, full conversions, comfortable 12-4 lead. It's the fall apart that happens after that that'll have to be studied as time goes on. Now suddenly MOUZ have shown us real promise. You know, one of the things Dustin was able to highlight on the desk too was talking about Xerxin and his success when it comes to entry fragging Outer, but we are talking about now a playoff game. And when we go back to the T side of Inferno, it was again a bit of an underperformance from him. Lowest rated player on that half, but you know what they did have going for them? Spinks. And if Spinks is going to be the guy that picks up any sort of slack that these at time nervous players offer MOUZ, then so be it. This time, nothing able to happen from that Outer fight. It is basically the same setup yet again from the Danes, and they make sure to keep everybody alive as they go up to the comfortable 2-0 start.
Yeah, Spinks was awesome. He looked like he opened up as well as a player and was in there. And even though his kills weren't resulting in the rounds won in the first half, he was kind of their only good player. Like they just did not frag enough behind him. It's not that he wasn't getting impactful kills. It's just that the conversions from his teammates weren't there. Jimmy had, you know, a kill for the majority of that half. So I feel like he was a two-way player that game, showed a lot. See the double nades coming out. I don't think Xerxin thinks anyone crossed red though, so yeah. It's good info gathered. Xerxin keeps coming forward.
These are just MP9s. At a bit of a further distance, you give the edge to Xerxin, but he does get softened up to 59 health on the crossover. All the while, of course, we are setting up what is a ramp hit.
Wait, there's no one here.
No, the ramp defense is looking a little thin.
Wait, it's a massive gap. That
By
smoke
thin,
is so
I mean
deep.
non-existent.
Yeah.
Device is downstairs, so I suppose he's in a place to make something happen. Cadian's even being able to get out from thence. Remember that early cross damage. This could end up cutting off one half of MOUZ's lower play.
I mean, this is great from Astralis.
They're
Every
gonna push.
rotation is in place.
They're going to try to jump at him.
Okay.
That's one way to get the job done. Famas in control gets spotted. That's not ideal. Device was just trying to lean into the corner, but it is an approach from MOUZ that remains on high alert.
Opening
it's a bomb
this door.
plant, uncontested.
Yeah, opening this door is really great. It's just so hard to get down here. As much as it looks like it's open for the CTs, it's also them who have to be worried about being held from every angle.
Single side opened up. That's Jabby to find an angle. He's trying to wallbang into the feet of Brolin.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's
that
not
ain't
a
pretty.
great spray.
Torji walks forward, offers up man advantage. Now we get that retake coming out from ramp in a second. It's Brolin versus the ramp player in a moment, but now this is a second time that T's are just dropping the ball. Not one kill in that post plant.
Yo.
And you know what? That's excellent upgrades. Astralis not only to the 3-0 start, but those MP9s replaced by AKs, and that's offering up a bomb plant, but coming in with a retake clean.
I think the important part about that is they were hitting shots. Every single position was accounted for MOUZ. They took all the duels in the ways they wanted to, but Astralis just out-dueled them. There were some bad sprays right there. Out of MOUZ, Astralis had full control, and you know how hard it is to win a retake on this map. Very solid stuff. Half buy-in, Spinks on a Galil, everyone else, Tech-9s or P250s.
Device on an early opening angle. This will certainly catch Xerxin off. He tries to give it a little wiggle, and down he goes. Cadian right there to support it, so nice ramp play. Now it's a position for Cadian that is a bit of a question mark still, having to go over, play ramp, and still keep a great eye for the rest of the game. Brolin just spinning his tires in the mud here as MOUZ are left with a very difficult task. How the hell are you going to get anything done with a couple flashes and a Galil versus the 5 players of Astralis?
Yeah, sometimes it's tempting to just wait the round out, walk out squeaky, but it's just too early to make a late decision like that. Down will not get caught off guard. There's a first. T's just looking for some duels.
Oh, it's a Tech 9 versus an M4, so I wouldn't bet Torji. Great start for all the players across Astralis. Everybody getting a piece of the action so far in the first 3. And Device waiting if you want to try to go for the cross. Main really their only option, and Tech 9 could have thrived here. Galil gets the trait frag, but it is a fast response, and Astralis are just ready to sign up for early fights.
Don't worry, they won't let you down again.
Don't get everybody's hopes up.
It's a good start, that's what it is.
You can't make that promise.
You're right, I'm projecting.
They can't make that promise.
I say that nervously as we see again, quality starts. So Astralis, I mean, you get a lead enough times, you win 2 pistols in a map enough times. They'll close eventually. MOUZ can't simply start slow every single half.
Although so far they have, and up a map. Jabby, I like this. Trying to join up with what we've already seen out of this same aggressive stance. Oh, Jimmy, nicely done. Snaps it for a third.
Oh, there he is.
Jimpat under pressure. Head on a swivel, swings. And he takes down a trio of Astralis players trying to take over that lobby control.
Guess it just took him half a map to warm up.
Man, we got to see that from his POV, but now only on 5 health. You'd think the other players from MOUZ are going to have to end this if they can. Device and Stown stepping forward. Torji ready for that one. And Stown so far removed from anything. He just looks for a fight outside, loses his head. Xerxin's getting online, and that's MOUZ's first round by way of Jimmy.
Yeah, there we go. Again, tough first half of the day. First half of the map for Jimmy, but second half was a big recovery. Now map 2, look at this play here. We didn't see anything like this on Inferno. Really nicely done. 3 different fights from 3 different positions.
Good on him, too, to not get fixated in on the second player he saw.
Oh, there he is. eBay. It's got to be a special moment for him, you know? Back to Cluj after 10 years. His career just took off last year.
You know what they say, if you can't play, cast. Yeah. Happy he gets a moment in the crowd. So quick timeout here, huh? I'm going to try to fix any early issues, but I like the aggression we're getting out of Astralis early. Pretty consecutive lobby crunches. And now Device putting that AWP in garage, because there has been this pretty present MOUZ approach. We're not going to get to see these Oppers duel, despite Device having started all these other rounds on that ramp room. You can see Torji maybe signing up to try to find him. He won't find anything, because again, this is a moment where Astralis play nothing inside of ramp.
Open fording ramp. I mean, this is a spot where you can't... Oh,
sorry, Device.
Man, that's too big of a gap, my friend. Nah, that's definitely very weird.
He was so confident that was clear. Has an entire team inside of the ramp room ready to go. I suppose at least it's Astralis downstairs.
He ran over to Molly.
Oh yeah, he was.
Wait, where's our ramp player, guys?
He had drank that Kool-Aid. Now we'll see if Cadian can secure a distraction for Jabby to try to make the most of this one.
Stown dies.
Utility in front of it. Oh, Jabby's got a chance, but it's a quick trade frag back, and on top of that, Cadian dead in the back of the bomb site.
I really want to
And we've got another freebie, so 2 free frags coming out from MOUZ, the first and the last, and a nice clean lower hit that goes well for a second terrorist round win to the MOUZ camp.
You know, if you condition your opponents, then you can kind of... Oh,
Hey.
it's not too bad. You know, if you condition your opponents, then you can kind of earn the ability to open fort the ramp or try to take some kind of lead. But with the amount of like guns and utility they had, it looked like they just made a mistake. Especially with how frantic that was from Device getting into Turnpike and realizing there was no teammates there. They make the early rotations downstairs, which is nice. But the reason that you need to hold on to ramp even though you can't plant is because it's an open route to get to hell as well. And then if you have that gap, then suddenly upstairs player can't focus on the floor. They've just got to focus on the ladder. It just gets really stressed. But for whatever reason, MOUZ found that easily.
Easy pickups. Stown won't be able to get the second, but it is immense damage for Spinks to have to deal with. Jabby just trying to keep his head down while Hut remains smoked. And we got Device in transition, but is this going to get caught out? Oh, the timing was nearly there.
Spinks is really worried about this.
He's able to climb up. Device seems to be aware of it.
Oh, he's going to miss the time, but he still has a problem here. Because if he can't get back up to heaven fast enough, then he has to respect that Spinks could have crossed already, and Spinks,
Nice recovery here from Torzi. I mean, we'll dissect it in a second. Right now, we've got main pressure, 45 seconds on this clock. Jabby playing behind Petrus. He gets cleared out. Instant headshot. Nothing from Stair. Jimmy just locks in.
Jimmy Neutron, man, how did he figure out that crossfire so perfectly? No one peeking from opposite vents. That is chef's kiss.
All right, so
Gym Pat.
let's unpack this one with Device having to come out to clear upper. You know the player's up there. You do a good job. You know you can catch him before he can get into heaven.
I like removing the problem that way.
But Device obviously just kind of lets his guard down and ends up getting clipped by Torji. That's what opens up that main hit.
Well, you got to take some risks. That's why I say that letting Spinks get up there was the problem in the first place. Obviously, he didn't know he was low, didn't want to take the shot too early, and barely had time to even put that together. But a lot of situations you could have got that kill and just ran back into hell. But you don't win. You don't win in CS by taking no risks at all.
And then we just get this really silent walkout from Jimmy, who goes up 6-4 off of that double kill.
That was nasty. I mean, it was a perfect read on both players in the site. I don't even know if sound was made.
Four-3 lead. MOUZ catching up early.
Yeah, T-side comeback. Impact from Gym Pat.
Economic problems here, Astralis. You're dealing with USPs. You've got a Zeus on the field. That's always fun. Crowd went wild when Elige got Zeused by Saw. I expect nothing less. Xertion's already crossed, though. He's been pretty quick with some of these outer timings. There's always a world where maybe Torji gets caught by something, but again, that one M4 is all they really have to work with, and it's currently in the middle of this outer pack. It's with Cadian, who just lost his head. Spinks off the top of main, cracks the whip, and that's going to be the best thing Astralis had to work with down, and at the moment, irretrievable. Spinks making sure he keeps eyes on the corpse.
Yeah, T's just getting to all the good positions. Not really response just yet. No massive rotation from the CT side. They are playing active spots at least, but still, not great guns.
Nice tethering coming out of MOUZ here, making sure nobody has to do too much on their own. Always a teammate close by. And every teammate at the moment finding frags.
Gotta love the way that MOUZ are working this comeback right now. Anti-ecos look safe, methodical, but moving with time. Found ramp open 2 rounds already of these 3. And now the last kill looks like it'll just be a formality. Spinks waiting, watching for this eco frag.
Yeah. Sorry, Stair, you're toast. All tied up, 4 rounds each. But again, pistol, conversion,
Yeah.
This has unfortunately become the tale of Astralis.
It's a bit of an earlier comeback this time.
Pistols and strong starts, all great, but leads being lost.
This one's kind of hard to fight back against, though. The X Factor Jimmy showed on 2 of those rounds.
Yes, sir.
Both rifle rounds inside a lobby, holding the super aggressive push, and it was a 3-piece push, right? He killed a squeaky guy, a ramp guy, and the hut player at the same time. That's what you're supposed to be doing if you're Astralis. You got one guy in there. I think JimHat last year, he was exceptional, but he was also inconsistent, and I think he could have been even better.
The weird thing with his, inconsistencies, I thought some of the weakest Jimmy play we ended up getting was once it was rumored that he was getting a kind of bigger call-up. Kind of just treaded water for a little while, but then got back to it towards the end of the year. And, nice to have him here, 7-4 so far, map 2. Such an incredibly slow start back on Inferno. That's not the Jimmy anybody wanted to see on the stage today. This one looking more like it. So, fast move, device ready. We've had these ops moving places. People alluded to that. This dynamic Astralis, starting positions never too clear. But a climb down the vent, Jabby turns his back to Squeaky, careful.
And Jimmy's been thinking, but okay, he doesn't try anything fishy here. So powerful to have someone like Exertion be able to squeeze outside the same time that you're going for an aggressive pick play inside of Squeaky and make up for that kill coming down. It's not 1-1. The op is still up here for Astralis, but makes it the instant 4v4 early.
Gonna make sure that secret challenge can't come out, but doesn't mean there's not anybody down there. You can see Device through the concrete. It's a matter of patience, and we know this position so great for that consistent op fallback. Control of the A site opens the door for the vent rotate, so Device doesn't need to panic on this one, and he's gonna await this. 3 players come at him, but he starts to leave just as they get ever closer. We hit 40 seconds. Device gets down onto the staircase. Good. At least he doesn't get caught out in the open. He could pop up, and it will do that. Thirds,
put on a show.
Right there for the taking. Brolin, though, able to get the headshot back. This would be a 2v4 recovery. Back turn to Jimmy. So this is both positions known to the CTs, but what? Kadian's spinning around like he doesn't know the guy's right there. Jabby's inside of the vent, kills Brolin. And now things get really
He's gotta
weird.
go for it.
Jimmy's got to drop down into a vent versus Jabby. You'd think Jabby gets this every day of the week, and he will. Closes down on it, and good on him to drop bomb on B. Brolin thinking that with main opened up, maybe he should come up A. They didn't know about the rotations of the Danes. If only he knew that B site was his for the taking.
Astralis gave up a lot of space here, allowed them to take over the secret, and I think that's because they had Device on the control stairs. He's an op in the spot. If they went upper, he wouldn't have been able to get into the mix, so him starting here inconspicuously is what won the round. Astralis retained the lead off of this, and it's good rifle to show us that they're still alive.
Kadian and Device gonna have hands on the cannons.
Yeah.
And Xertion wasting no time. Oh, slides past the off. Now it takes a little bit of extra time versus Stown. Still gets it fast. Out from Hut at the same time. Stair's been found out. Spinks returns the favor back on that one. And we actually have Xertion dying outer. Jabby, I love this. Already starting to compromise this back line. They'll never see it coming. He waits to get close. Spinks catches him off. 1v2 left, but both these players playing with ops.
And Spinks has been super active, but now we see him in a rare 1v2 situation. Bomb in a recoverable position. 2 ops for this retake.
Easy to pick up, you'd think. Nobody holding this line. Spinks is able to cross right over and pick that up, and now the world is his oyster. What is his route?
I think, he can totally take this ramp if he wants to, but it just makes it such a long round. Instead, he's hoping that they decide to do something different. Delaying for time resets where you could go. You see Astralis now looking at other avenues. They cannot afford to get flanked. All Spinks is doing is opening up timings as he goes back into upper, and it's worked.
It's allowed for the CTs to split up.
In exchange, though, you allow them to do this. Get to new, better spots, potentially.
Can he get off the site? Does anybody give him a fight before the second player is ready? Spinks' positioning's key here. He's got that Heaven player waiting, and he's managed to get off of this. And right now, Device wary of some kind of a squeaky push, but also
he's not
approaching
going
it to
squeaky. Well, how could you assume? Spinks has taken the reverse route. Kadian up here in Heaven.
Spinks comes back outside. Is Cadian out? There he is. Contact made. Clean headshot.
Doesn't know about Device.
No,
Device
he
starts
doesn't.
running.
But he's got a couple flashes, and Device with that op.
He's out of there.
He's missed his first shot. Spinks dives back in. This is what they need from Spinks. Big ticket player.
Wow, he's
clutches. 1v2. Neither op able to find him. They had their shots. But this is Spinks going map to map, back to back impact.
Wow, this is so awkward. There was no gun for them to change to. Obviously, they would have loved to have a rifle and maybe could have come at that together, but instead, Spinks hits that fantastic shot up into the heavens. Cadian could have put him away. Don't know exactly what he was looking at from his POV, but it starts off with this surf frag out of Xertion and Spinks' entry upstairs.
Just a haircut onto Cadian. Yeah, well earned. Taking his time, split up the defense, and then he made that move without waiting too much longer, right? There's a world where he waits a bit too long, and Device finds him in transition.
Oh, tag going down the stairs.
What the hell is that shot? Stown just trying to get out of his opening spot. That double op that they are able to put forward last round ends up being costly. We now have limitations here. Double SMG for Astralis.
Yeah, I feel like that's an advantage. You do 80 damage here. I feel like this makes it scary for the TTs about upstairs now. 'Cause you know, one committed rotation has come down. They're looking to cross up and chase down this player who's low. And the CTs just want to help out any way they can.
Yeah, trying their best to soften them up. It's a bit of damage on Xertion, bit of damage on Torji. Cadian of 2 minds, and MP9s are going to go pushing into Jimmy in a second. He better get ready. Oh, nice one from Stair. But they actually double back.
Whoa,
and
what is the spot, actually?
Yeah, right, this hasn't been seen. Device is just, what is this?
This is a crazy position. Let's see if this works out. Oh no, he's gonna get spotted! Oh. And that is the double-edged sword of playing a spot like that.
Yeah, he starts asking himself, why am I on this barrel? Realizes he probably shouldn't be there, but then unfortunately gets caught in transition.
Man, why did he have to worry about, ramp when he had teammates there as well?
This is a crazy wrap back around. Think about the route that not one or two, the entire MOUZ team was down secret, came back through garage, now to ramp.
No smokes. No smokes.
All right.
Time is a problem.
They
can go for the Astralis plant. Cadian could dive it. Oh, he's going to find a big opportunity.
Drops an incendiary of his own. Spinks is carrying that bomb, so they're going to have Spinks with hands busy, and that's just enough time to put this bomb down. They're going to rush at him. Cadian comes out with another kill. Then all of a sudden, the meat grinder backside. Brolin's got to go big. Drops down. Can't snap it backwards. A 180 needed, but take a bow. Cadian, the only piece downstairs, just keeps that pressure up. Sure, Spinks is allowed to plant, but Cadian comes swinging out that door with the second frag on B.
Yeah, again, no smokes going lower. It's always a really tough thing to do. Upper, you can plant just watching heaven with one other player or whatever the case may be. Lower, you need control side or you need a smoke for decon. In this situation, I thought Spinks made the winning play though. Being able to cross to the outside of the site. This is just a weird moment for Xertion and the team for not hearing the decon door open, because this is the only way that Astralis could win the round.
Yeah, and I mean, Torzi just ends up looking a little foolish there, playing on the Astralis plant, staring at the double doors.
Don't even know how they all died right there. So Astralis, once again, they keep the lead. This one's been scrappy, back and forth.
Nice sudden burst out from Cadian to try to get Astralis not only back in the lead, but to maintain it. And it is him again to get aggressive. It's not as strong of a performance as he had back on Inferno, but it's definitely being impact felt here in the final 2 rounds of regulation. This 12-round half looking for a 7-5 lead. Cadian again into the kill feed, helps out Outer. Man advantage for Astralis. MOUZ gonna look to keep this one simple, challenging. Stair! Incredibly awkward. Torzi's gonna capitalize. Open A site, nobody to stop this bomb plant because they've got vision deep inside of main. And they'll smoke that off to give Brolin a bit more of an option. Now he has an entire belt of utility. Another molly, another smoke.
And they have Hut left over here. CT's roaming around. They've been pretty good in these retakes for the most part.
Just refreshing the smoke on main causes a problem. They're gonna try to burst it open. Brolin almost caught as he decides to go over onto second vent. That CT smoke taking away his original position. Heaven flash. Torzi remains fine in front sight to hold back on Device, who eventually has to come out. And he's gonna try to charge through smoke, but it's all good. A tied half after a 4-0 start. Astralis yet to start slow, but MOUZ yet to get back into these halves.
Yeah, and when you look at it from the last match and how well MOUZ played, and we know if we look at the odds of this game, it's MOUZ who should be favored, but Astralis showed they could keep up. For me, this half is still good from Astralis. It was successful in the comeback from MOUZ, but we had a lot of rounds with ideas. I don't see them getting lucky in winning some of these plays. Some of the earlier decisions to leave ramp open were a little strange, but they didn't continue to do that. So, I mean, they kept up. It's a CT half that obviously you'd love to have it 8-4 or even above that, but I think they'll take it. Astralis on their best day can be good on both sides of Nuke. It's just, it's hard to pinpoint what's stopping them from being consistent. Yeah, be thinking, damn, we had Inferno, bro.
Just a cool guy, hands in his pockets.
Yeah.
I love the aggression that Cadian starts to throw out towards the end of this half. Fighting fire with fire.
That's so uncomfortable for Stair. He takes like a second to shoot, and then he jumps as well. It's just everything went wrong. And
very
that was
awkward.
That was like a round-winning sight hold for sure if he just got that first kill. So Pistol, let's see if Astralis are going to win 4 pistols in this series.
Or did MOUZ finally get one? It's smoke in hand for the door. Oh, love a P250 and a pistol.
Yeah.
That's Torzi tapped out of the round. Ooh, Sershin gets aggressive with Berettas. Compromising the lobby controls, gonna flush Astralis forward. Looking good for MOUZ, at least for a moment. Brolin in between a couple more. Jimmy's got one out from heaven. There's that P250 back out of the hands of Device. Jabby trying to find impact somehow. He is swarmed, but that's still not gonna stop him. 1v4 demanded of him, separated duels, player up in heaven known to him, and now this guy behind is on a reload. They're coming at him, and that's gonna be enough. 2 kills into the 1v4 cut down. MOUZ find their first pistol of this series.
That's curse broken for MOUZ, and at a terrible time here, because again, 8-4, 9-3 CT side, that's kind of where you want to be, but MOUZ will instantly take the lead as they switch over to the stronger half.
Nice start from Device. Couldn't really ask for more outer than dropping a garage player.
Gotta love the way Brolin's playing. I mean, the IGL wing on the comeback has to be noted. The T side was so good from the perspective of conditioning. I think it's the single most important thing to be regarded as a good in-game leader, and he pulled that off, especially under pressure. But also, he was such a key player when it came to the kills, and the fact that he can focus on his crosshair, hit the entries that he did, I think speaks volumes. Brolin definitely will still need to think about himself as an individual.
Ooh, Sershin trying to challenge top main, actually drops an M4. Ooh, this one could be a great moment for Astralis. That's a weapon to be retrieved. They're gonna try to drop down over main. Oh, Brolin's now been damaged. He'll get dropped by the Tech 9. They're gonna try to gun for these rifles, and Jimmy's here to try to hold them back. Spinks has caught Jabby elsewhere. More chip damage done to the CT towards his spawn.
Oh,
they're definitely making MOUZ work for this conversion.
Yeah, it's a crazy move,
Careful,
actually.
Torzi, knife out!
Oh, he's dead.
And that is a bomb carrier in Cadian to just go sprinting down into this B site. No matter what happens from here on out, this is already a solid situation for Astralis. Stare with a Desert Eagle in the vent, so awkward.
How'd he get out?
But he is here with Cadian. Spink's gonna try to keep that pressure up, and all this does is buy time for Jimmy to come out. More damage, but the SMG is able to thrive at least for one more. Can Stare post 3 kills in this force buy.
Yeah.
Jimmy is on top of that bomb, and this is a 10-second defuse. And that 10-second defuse beyond the halfway point, you got him off. Just that one step at the base of the stairs is enough. Stair is going to be found out eventually. Jimmy comes at him, but he doesn't have time to run back to that bomb.
He's got to get out of here.
Astralis breakthrough with the force buy.
Wow, okay, well, Astralis. 3 pistols, and they deny the conversion even when MOUZ take it. That's a great look for them. There's a moment in the round where Jimmy went into emergency protocols, and he had to expand through CT, take fights on the way. But when he did that, I think that looked like an opportunity to Astralis. He's kind of out of the round, because if he comes back, well, then he has to worry about a big garage lurk. Then he has to worry about someone on Unbreakable waiting for him, someone who's trying to cross up the heaven. He can stop them from getting to hell from there by keeping range with his weapon. It's a great spot to play to start. But when you get spotted, this is a moment where Astralis are like, all right, you're getting farther away from the sights. I'm going to take this secret.
And down in secret, what do you find? Torzi unprepared.
Yep.
Tech 9 to the face. And Cadian, like you're saying, I think read the situation well. The moment he gets the Torji kill, he still remembers Jimpat out of the moment, sprints that bomb down to the B plant.
I'll say, though, you got to be careful. These 3 FAMASes, the players on MOUZ right now, any of them can pop off. It's a low util round, but Nuke is a scary map if you are just a touch uncoordinated on T side. Calling has to be pristine.
MOUZ aren't timid. They're already making moves. That's lobby control for them. Eyes are going to be turned back outer.
They're threatening the wrap, but they're already taking over Vents control downstairs.
Ooh.
Limited knowledge here from MOUZ as to where everyone is.
Brolin's found a little position behind this smoke.
I mean, it's 3 people downstairs. Bomb's also going down. Commitment's coming in. Torzi, how far will he go?
Thing is, Stair's already locked into decon door.
Well, the CT's starting to leave as well, because again, they don't have info. Seeing no one outside.
Right.
But what's the sign here?
Oh
my god, the timing. Wait, bomb gets spotted.
There is
Torzi.
a player behind you. Torzi's got a guy towards decon.
Wait.
The fact he's able to get out is one thing. Xershin's now going to have to play the floor.
No!
Brolin!
He was on the ladder.
Off of the ladder, gets the kill. Stair again, just stopping players in that vent, can take the bomb and go upstairs. Now that is a wild evacuation.
Oh, I was thinking they're going to take the vent upstairs, but in this spot, they had someone in the vent. And Brolin, he should have died. This guy was definitely on the ladder. We need a new icon in the kill feed for that kind of frag. For him, it's simple.
Jabby hangs onto the Heaven control, so there shouldn't be really a retake attempt thrown at this, but I mean, you're going to have Jimmy challenging Heaven soon enough, and then all of a sudden we're going to get this rifle duel, because again, it's 3 FAMASes in hand. Losing the Heaven player could be critical. But yeah, MOUZ, you're not getting out now. No chance to get back at this site. Dude, Stair was down in the moat with the crocodiles, and he still gets both kills as they emerge from that.
So, great mid-round moment for Astralis, and they get the conversion. They deny the force back, the 3 FAMASes that come into this round. They keep the lead once again. I mean, this game is narrow margins, man. Every round going back and forth.
And eventually, this is going to set up a perfect moment for Astralis to just have a clean advantage over a bye, and it looks like this round's that. Xershin looking real talkative, and he has, in some of these post-game interviews, been speaking about how not only does he have to play his role very well without having someone to kind of manage him as well as Shuhei would have, but he's also just trying to offer up more support as a space creator so that guys like Jimmy can get in. He says he wants to see Jimmy's full potential unlocked in this version of MOUZ. Right now, it's just Spinks, 5-7 in hand over towards that ramp.
No one Turnpike to take attention away. I mean, decent protocols make sure that Spinks doesn't get a kill. We'll see.
There's, of course, that one Galil floating out there in the hands of Xershin. Spinks, Jabby looking very ready for this spot. 5-7 bested. Torzi going to try to spam a smoke with a USP. They don't give a damn about that one.
Man, Xershin always finds a way to answer back on another part of the map. As soon as the first kill goes down. Ooh. Oh, be careful.
And he's always so fast with it, it's actually impossible for us to see both kills, because it's instant.
He's desperately holding on to this information, but the smoke and decon is hard to disrespect. Perfect
Nice
call
move.
here from Astralis as they take upper. Yeah.
What's wrong there, Launders? Nervous?
They
Understandably. Stair has been remaining a key piece, I think, to keeping these options open. We saw him last round down towards decon door, even though Torzi did get by him. Able to recover.
Coming up next is the full strength buy here for MOUZ.
We'll see if Xershin can rack up any kind of a cost. No, it's in fact 4 players to survive here for Astralis. 9-7 on the lead.
It's only 7 o'clock.
Jabby coming up from Heaven. Good ramp to Heaven move from Astralis. I think showing a little bit of dynamic approach here on the T side so far. It's MOUZ's map pick, but it's Astralis' lead.
Am I missing something? Are there no kits on this round here?
You are correct.
Ooh. No retakes here from MOUZ.
Just don't lose the bomb sites.
Low on grenades anyway, so I guess that sort of makes sense.
Sounds simple.
In a sense, we'll see if this round continues in a way that isn't comfortable for MOUZ. They will play to save with majority. They're really just hoping a mistake gets made for the opening kill.
Stair's been a fun little X factor for Astralis so far, kind of operating on his own more often than not.
Oh, Torzi's spot with no information as they're wrapping outside definitely gets scary, but he has hit his presence really well.
Finds the garage player. A little more damage on Stair.
Bomb
Jimmy's here, but smoked off. But because the bomb gets stopped, Stown runs over and picks it up. You've got a player still climbing up into heaven slowly but surely in Stair. But you've got Jimmy waiting to get the ball rolling somehow back in the favor of MOUZ. Meanwhile, players dying elsewhere. This is looking like a prime chance for Astralis to pinch down onto this A site soon. Not yet. They'll still have to cross back over it, and in trying to do that, it was a great chance for the Finn. Brolin also bested.
What a shot,
And
Jabby.
these are CTs dropping with nothing to show for it. Xertion on the recovery up into heaven denied. 4 stand tall. Astralis 10-7.
Hey, that was amazing. I mean, from the perspective of shots, getting Stair up in heaven. They had it all going that round. That was beautiful, dare I say, for Astralis. Getting to 10 first once again. This time, it's not just like they streaked and got here. Again, 3 pistols. They lose the 4th one, but they deny the conversion. And Astralis kick off 4 halves in a row the right way. If they give up that outside control, there will be moments where Spinks can die in mini to an up, where a trade can happen like this to Torzu, who doesn't know what's going on. On Nuke, you can't simply let people wrap outside. But at the same time, we saw the utility left over for MOUZ. It's not like they could take full control of everything.
Shouldn't be able to take control of anything here in the 18th. Pistols around for MOUZ. It's an 11th round prime for Astralis.
Yeah, it's another round. It's just no silly mistakes here for Astralis. And at this point, it's not like they've been ecoed 5 times. They've been doing a great job on anti-ecos.
Setting their sights on this A site. Brolin's in a smoke with a 5-7. Ooh, this could get a little wild. Second player tries to get out from heaven. Flashback. They're wary of back sight. Brolin gonna get dropped by it. And so Katie in good position here. It's a whole collection of utility up into heaven to make sure that Spinks can't get out with his 5-7. And so the Danes do a great job of just tiptoeing their way through the A site with nades, with protocols, with even a cautious approach, right? Cadian taking his time with the wraparound from smoke. Yes, it gives Brolin a chance to kill somebody else in hut, but even if that starts to go south, Cadian in a great position for a recovery. So it's got to be said, the team play's looking good for Astralis. And individually, right, what had been lacking lately was just some of the individual impact. But kills don't seem to be a problem. You've got Jabby again topping the charts, looking fantastic as he yet again collects these easier kills. An 11th round to the board for Astralis. 2 rounds from a decider map versus MOUZ.
They won't let you down again. Katie dies the bomb. Still 3 alive here for Astralis. Who wants map 3? Want the full show. I mean, Astralis, I think at this point, you kind of just keep it calm, like keep working. Good ideas coming out off the tack pauses. T side's looking sharp. CT side maybe wasn't what you wanted, but you make up for it by denying the second pistol conversion. Put yourself in a great spot.
Careful now.
But again, the last time MOUZ didn't have the utility to make all the moves they wanted to. Now they have that utility, less of an excuse.
Jimmy's gonna have his hands full. Utility coming at him. And they pop that smoke open. Jimmy's good to go. Torji, can he recover the control of ramp? He'll bring 1 down, and then he uses that as a chance to escape. Big pickup. Stair has been good in these mid rounds in just getting that edge back. The moment MOUZ had a man advantage, it gets taken from him, and I love this reposition. I find Stair one of these guys who's so hard to keep track of. And that's such a cool dynamic to the Astralis T side when he's able to thrive in those moments. But speaking of keeping track of people, Stown has this crazy route up into heaven, gets found out.
That disengage is beautiful.
Brolin can't deal with it, or he's not supposed to, turns back. I mean, you would have had to hurt the player drop out of heaven until you had to worry about it.
I mean, the disengage is fantastic at Astound. He doesn't need to win that duel. It's a spot where he could have taken it, risked it, but instead, it's what gets the Hut player dead on his side. There's a guy who's overstressed in that spot. It's more important they take upstairs than fight the extremities. And look, now Spinks, all he can do is fall back. 12 rounds again.
Wow, lo and behold, Astralis on 12. With 5 rounds to close this map. Where have I seen this before?
It's an easier comeback than last time, actually. So I want to put it that way. MOUZ already have him scared.
Man, but to be honest, man, this CT side has been non-existent.
Yeah.
It was a pistol round for MOUZ and then a choke to convert it.
Yeah, 1 round.
6 rounds ever since.
0 rifles.
8-round T-side comeback over on Inferno to get us into Nuke. It's going to have to be 5 straight here. Astralis, huh? 2 wins back-to-back in the playoffs, Launders. I thought it was impossible. I thought those days were long behind us. But it seems to be an Astralis that's figuring out CS2 on an individual level, just looking clean with these kills. Time to kills are crisp. Jabby's flying.
He's levitating.
Oh, that's how it's witchcraft. It's at least a full-blown buy for MOUZ. Map 3 waits in the wings. It is Ancient needed, if not for Torji finding a 5v4, but you've got to give him credit. Astralis have been able to recover from early deaths.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's the end-all be-all for the squad right now. This is actually a lot of pressure on ramp as well. Jimmy's trying to find a way to like get back into this, and Cadian's showing him that he's not scared. This will have Jimmy recede. But there's no over-adjustment here from the CTs. They've still got 4 upstairs.
Spinks doesn't hear anything outside. We're going to get MOUZ still trying to make moves. You don't want too many question marks, but this is a lot of players allocated to taking over ramp.
Yes, and they don't know if the exec's coming back, but they just cleared that out with Jimmy to help him get into a better spot.
He puts a smoke down. T is down to a double smoke, double molly execute. Could still be thrown out at 45 seconds. Of course, we've still got utility defensively for Brolin and Torji to also be offered up. Brolin just staring at this squeaky smoke, so you'd think that gun's not going anywhere.
I mean, it looks like the smoke just ruined all of Cadian's plans. They're just going to go back upstairs.
Goes a little too far. Incendiary in front of it. He cuts off the front runner. That's a bomb in the background. It's great damage offered up by Stound. They try to open up that squeaky smoke. Here comes Cadian, and that's going to get caught by Brolin. A third! Wow. But all the while, we've got Stound downstairs, but it's all good. Jimmy, cold as ice, sits on top of sight. 5 alive for MOUZ. And those are the sorts of rounds that they will have to piece together for the next 4 to push overtime for a second map in a row.
Now, that one froze your eyebrow a little bit here from Astralis. I mean, it is a round where they start off 4v5, so it's never easy, of course. But once it comes to the ramp play that happens, I think MOUZ are the ones who make the better move. They have 2 players come and help Jimmy re-clear the ramp early. Then they come back upstairs with a lot of confidence. And again, no overcorrection. They just left Jimmy downstairs the entire time, just in case it was a threat. That's a great round for MOUZ. Their first rifle of the map.
Challenge. Here we go. Mac 10 to the front. Spinks turns. It's a lethal mistake. A wraparound for bomb site. Xertion's at least able to bring one with him. But we've got Torji smoked off. Heaven challenge from Jimmy. He's gonna got the clutch. He's got a bit of damage on Squeaky, but it's a bust. MOUZ falter as Astralis peel off on a T side. MOUZ, who looked solid in the first half, had pistol in their back pocket and allowed Astralis back into this game, back into a semi. Ancient separates them from grand finals.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
MOUZ, under new leadership from Brian, looking to show us all what he is capable of and grow as a player to bring them glory.
Brolin able to peek off the flash, hanging on with just the flashes.
Everyone on this team has the potential to pop off and take over games, with Spinks bringing the extra experience this squad needs to succeed. Now is the perfect time for them to show it.
Well, we've got a semi-final on our hands. Astralis able to tie things up on Nuke, which the desk thought was a distant possibility. We're going to talk about that. So, I mean, look, you saw the reaction from Cadian at the end as well. He's trying to win the crowd back with performances, with trying to get some love going on. They'll still probably boo you tomorrow if you're in the final, but whatever. We'll talk about that later. I thought it was a really, well, just a much better performance than I thought Astralis were capable of in this map.
I think it was a very mature performance.
Yeah.
I would agree with you after what happened on Inferno. To those of you just tuning in now, Astralis leading, 12-5, winning that map, winning their own map pick, then heading into Nuke, you thought it was going to be over. They get off to a good start, they win the pistol, they convert, and then what happens again is that Astralis lose grasp of the game, so they constantly had to find a way back into the game, and they did that. So for my money, that Astralis were able to show such a maturity as a team. First and foremost, shake away the Inferno loss. Second of all, reinventing themselves and refining themselves in that second half T-side on Nuke. I think that was hella impressive. That's something I did not expect coming into the season.
Yeah, I really want to key in on that second half on Nuke, as what I really thought they did well was just play diverse Counter-Strike. They did a really good job about spreading the entire map. They were constantly applying pressure to all various points, keeping MOUZ always guessing on where the hit was really going to be coming from. I thought particularly what they did very well was they're one of those teams that when they get outer yard, behind that typical smoke wall that everyone uses, they don't just always want to creep down back halls. They're very good about breaking three players off and having one guy threatening heaven, having one guy threatening mini, and just keeping the upper split option open while still threatening that they could drop lower at any point in time. And I think that becomes very hard on MOUZ Sports, who are dealing with it. Spinks is a new player defensively, Brolin is a new caller defensively, trying to figure out how to manage those situations in those mid to late round moments.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there was some really good individual performances in this moment, in this map for MOUZ, but ultimately it was Astralis that really kind of came together cohesively as a team and executed on that T-side.
Yeah, I think the T-sides for Astralis so far tonight has been fantastic. The man, obviously showing the most emotions right here. Cadian is the architecture behind all that going on. He did.
Be careful with Yabi's arm. You don't want to break. Yeah, exactly.
Break,
a lot of that going around.
Yeah, but I mean, Cadian has had a fantastic game so far. I mean, he's bottom of the scoreboard right now, ADR-wise, but look how close it is on this side of Astralis. Everyone is chiming in. Everyone is chipping in. Everyone had moments in the game where they were making the difference. In particular, Yabi in that second half. You speak of T-side impact. I think he was the guy that you could point out that really stepped it up, find an awful lot of impact early on, as you can see as well. And for this man to continue the trajectory he's been on, he's been Astralis' best player at this tournament, and he's had a decent showing so far. And if he's only going to ramp up into it, that could be another issue at MOUZ's hand.
Yeah, I think he was the 5th highest rated player coming into the semifinals. It's also one of the best ratings he's shown on Astralis since this lineup has come together. Really, yeah. Is it?
It's the best at a Tier 1 tournament. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, and you can see there on the timeline just where he's having impact. And again, I thought a lot of it was just how well he kind of helped them start off on the CT side, helped them get those first few rounds, but also credit just on the second half. You know, he's kind of one of those guys that's like more of a roamer, right? Stayer's kind of your main entry point on the yard, but Gabby, you know, kind of has that tendency to kind of just be able to roam around with Cadian and with Stout and try to just, you know, kind of find like little, you know, edges or openings or create a new angle or something like that to keep things fresh. And here you can see Gabby was all over the map finding frags, whether it was ramp room, whether it was helping them take control outside yard, whether it was really, I thought Astralis exposed heaven quite often throughout the second half. It was actually really huge.
But isn't it fun whenever we see Astralis play well, and just keep this in the back of your mind? I feel like whenever they're playing well, whenever we give them credit, it almost reminds me of the old Heroic. Whenever they're buying into that style of being all over the map, you know, roaming, finding gaps, being proactive, pushing certain spots all the time. Constantly, when you look at the minimap, there's someone doing something, whether that's on the CT side or the T side. That's when Astralis are performing at their best, and that's what made Heroic so good. So it does feel like that whole tendency where Cadian is now slowly but surely implementing his style of play, his vision for the game. That's, you know, it's starting to work out a little bit more for Astralis. Again, we're seeing inconsistency. We're now seeing them in a semi-final. They're one map away from booking a spot in a grand final, but we gotta say this is the best version of Astralis that we've seen for quite some time, given the inconsistencies. And I think a lot of that comes down to them finally buying into the heroic way, or the old heroic way of playing Counter-Strike.
Maybe that's the final irony. You have to become the thing you tried to destroy to succeed. Look, Jimmy over on MOUZ, we got to talk about that guy. That was a monster performance. Definitely didn't deserve to be on the losing team, but sometimes that is the way the cookie crumbles. He really showed why he was so highly sought after in that player break, you know, when Rostamania was popping up.
He was the one that withstanding the pressure. Look at this sequence right here, getting a triple kill. Astralis again getting offensive, getting proactive with it. He's getting the kill. Fast forward the following round, he gets another double entry in towards the Zinner bomb site. Jimfat was the one keeping MOUZ alive in that first half. He was the one that mainly, I almost say single-handedly guaranteed them 4 rounds to make it 4-4, which made the game competitive to begin with.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I think that's something I've kind of noticed as a trend with MOUZ Sports throughout, you know, even when they're using a stand-in at Katowice. And what we've seen so far here in Cluj is like they engage Jimmy a little bit more than what I'm used to seeing. Like he's not just some lurker kind of playing by himself, cutting off rotations or trying to find gaps. They often use him in the slot to trade, you know, trying to flex his aim in more active positions on some of these executes. And he seems to be pretty comfortable doing that very quickly, which is nice to see. And it just shows that he does maybe have a little bit more versatility than just being an anchor and being this extremity player. He can help fulfill other roles on this team.
And it's hella important because he was nowhere to be found on Inferno. Again, Nuke, he had a good T side right here, a good couple of rounds, but overall not a great performance. So heading into Ancient, we got to see more of Jimfat.
Oh yeah, and he seems to be the player that is kind of maybe his personal game has been the one that's kind of faltered the most since Spinks has been added. Is there a reason for that at all, Jacob?
I think it's just a lack of shape as of right now. You know, individually, he's still playing the same roles. He's very much left by himself. He is the typical anchor of the team as well. Surely, whenever you bring in a new guy like Spinks, which is also a player that has a big voice, it can sometimes interfere with you. But I think it would be dishonest of me to say that I think that's the reason why Jimmy is not playing at his highs right now. It was a player that was sought after by both G2, FaZe, Falcons, whoever. He could have gone anywhere, you know, during the player break. He decided to stay in MOUZ, and maybe that got a, you know, maybe that played into him. Maybe it was a bit of a stressful period. He had to start over the season.
It always is, sure.
It always is for players, especially at that age as well. Maybe he's second doubting whether he made the right decision by staying. But it's not like Jimmy has had a bad start to the season. He just hasn't been on the top echelon of the level that we've seen him before.
Yeah, I mean, he was the best anchor in World Counter-Strike, so the expectations are high. Okay, let's talk about the deciding map. It's going to be Ancient, guys. Lots to talk about with this one. We wanted it to kind of be this map pool, this shared map pool between these two teams, so it produced an exciting semi-final, and that's what's happened.
Yeah, Astralis has won both games they've played so far in this tournament, and really what it's come down to is, again, dynamic offense, particularly Stair, not only being used as a mid-controller, but also being used as a nice entry and trade fragger on executes. What I love about the attacking side of Astralis is that you never really know what you're going to get. They are so good about loading one area of the map early in the round and making you guess where that's going to be. They're very fluid and dynamic on on the rotations as well.
They will be testing Brolan and Spinks in that CT.
I agree.
Spinks is playing into a new position. He said it himself. We spoke with him during the group stage as well, asking in for it, and he was saying, yeah, sometimes the timings of that B bomb side, I can't really figure it out. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to get better. There was a clear weakness for MOUZ in that CT side, so that's something you have to test if you're Astralis.
Yeah, I think that's right. Spinks, they even tried to, in their later games, get Spinks out of the site, more doubling him up in cave, or just using mid-aggression to not force Spinks to have to anchor, quote-unquote, as much. But what I will say about Spinks is he slotted in pretty naturally on this T side as a trade fragger, particularly on these B executes behind Brolin and behind Xerxin. Obviously, Xerxin's going to be a key factor in middle, creating pressure. Again, this is another map where Jimmy gets a little bit more active. He'll be going mid with Xerxin, actively trying to take map control, not just being some typical A lurker. One other thing I want to note about MOUZ Sports that we've seen throughout this tournament is they are a lot more prone to calling out of spawn than they used to. They don't want to put themselves in a lot of mid-round situations. You're going to see a lot more set pieces and fast plays.
And I love the little sequence we have here on the graphic as well. Cadian and Yabi sometimes switching over. Of course, you have Cadian being the main anchor, so to speak. Yabi sometimes plays that position as well. The man on the screen right here has, in all silence, I'd almost say, had a pretty good game from an individual perspective. Coming into this game, he was the lowest rated player for Astralis, one of the lowest rated, if not the lowest player, the lowest rated player back in the tournament as well. And so far, he's been holding up to his own. Now, he will be tested as well.
Yes.
With your MOUZ Sports, you said it yourself, a lot of out-of-spawn calls, especially on Ancient in the group stage. They love to do the B out-of-spawn, rush straight into it. And guess who we're going to find over there? That's going to be Cadian. So I think Spinks will be tested CT side on the side of MOUZ, and I think Cadian will be tested from the get-go on the side of Astralis.
I think Cadian's the wild card on this map because on the T side, he's going to be everywhere. You know, a lot of in-game leaders call from the BK's position on T side because it kind of gives them a central access to information. But Cadian's the type of guy who'll just go lurk A by himself, or he'll try to poke at middle with Stair. He's going to be trying to be very dynamic and hard to read it. And defensively, it's the same thing. As Pimp was noting, yeah, technically he's the A anchor, but sometimes he'll swap with Gabby. Sometimes he's going to pick up a secondary op and maybe do something crazy with it. Sometimes he's just going to push A all the way out into T spawn and try to see if he can catch somebody off guard. I think he is kind of, you know, the one that you always have to try to account for. Maybe his frag is not always at the highest level, but he's going to be a thorn in your side that you have to try to figure out where the heck it's coming from.
I do think that is putting it mildly, but I will say the good news is he is fragging out in this series, which he hasn't always done. He seems pretty dialed in. By the way, when you heard the crowd chanting again, that's Cadian on the stage. He's like playing with the crowd now. They're starting to learn to love him again. We'll see if that holds during the game. But anyway, obviously Ancient, you know, this is going to be about protocols. You know how, you know, technical this map is and how you really have to play it with precision. And so this raises the question once more about Brolan. I think he's playing well. I think he's calling well, but each map, it's a brand new challenge.
Yeah, it's a brand new challenge, and it's definitely going to be a big challenge, you know, heading into a third deciding map, especially going up against a guy like Cadian. Brolan CT side on Ancient, he's playing towards Cave. That's also something that will be tested together with Spinks. We spoke about it already, but I think you're looking towards Torsi if you want that immediate impact on the CT side. He is a player that kind of gets, dare I say, freaky with it sometimes with the AWP. He's sometimes a little bit hyper-aggressive in middle. He's taking duels you don't always account for, you don't always expect. We have praised Torsi for his T side on Inferno, but apart from that, we haven't seen much from him. CT side Inferno, nowhere to be found. Nuke, he didn't have the impact that we would like to see. If MOUZ are to win this game, I need to see more from Torsi.
Yeah, you're talking about the CT side really quick. I just had to make this point. On Inferno, MOUZ were timid. They played on sites. They weren't very proactive. They weren't doing a lot for me. What I saw them be successful on Ancient in this tournament is when they were pushing Brolin through BK. They were pushing Xerxin top middle. You know, they were even pushing Jimmy out of the A slot and really kind of forcing him into some active moments. Try to disrupt Cadian, because if you give Cadian space to get a little bit of map control and give him an opportunity to call a little bit of mid-rounding, that's where things get hard to read and you're going to have a hard time rotating. And look, the test will be on Brolin, because at some point he will have to make a mid-round call that's going to decide things. And he's going to have to be able to live up to it when that moment comes.
Yeah, and it almost certainly is going to come. I mean, look, the key component here is I haven't really been convinced with Cadian's calling, his level of tactical acumen. What I do like when Astralis do is when they do the simple things right, that's when it works for them. And so it is going to be interesting to see which of these IGLs puts together the better program, so to speak.
It will be. I think this is a game that is obviously very important as well. Look at it from the MOUZ side of it. You bring in a new guy in Spinks, very important. You bring in Astralis into the mix as well. They've been fighting for the VIS points. They're now in a position where they're one map away from guaranteeing themselves $187,000 and a chance to play in that grand final. It's almost like if Astralis wins this game, they're almost guaranteed to be part of the next next major, which for this organization would be a huge step in the right direction.
I think that's a very good point, Jacob, as well, just to kind of, relitigate what the stakes are here and repeat just how important it is. If they win this, it's going to keep them pretty cemented where they are. There'll be a big points buffer. And just to remind everybody, in the new world of the VRS, if you are in that top 10, you're going to be able to skip the stage, skip the qualifiers, be in the major for real. And Astralis, I'm going to just tell you from talking to people behind the scenes, because, I still talk to people in Denmark, obviously.
You do?
Yeah, I know, right? Okay. Not you, I never called you.
No, cool.
But no, I do talk to people in Denmark, and they've told me for Astralis, that's the project. They don't really care about trophy wins. They care about getting back to the promised land of a major, because it's got embarrassing missing 4 in a row.
So here's the thing. That trophy on that stage right now represents an opportunity for both of these teams, but in a very different way. For MOUZ Sports, it represents an opportunity to prove that their call to drop Shuhei was not wrong.
Correct.
To prove that they are still indeed a top 5 team in the world, which they spent most of the time being last year. They want to show that they haven't slipped at all, that they're still very capable of holding that position. For Cadian, this is about redemption. You came onto this team hoping to be the new leader that Astralis needed to reach new heights, to finally get back to a major, to finally become, a title contender again, a name that was relevant in international Counter-Strike. He had that Blast World final where he did have that little bit of a spark where something went for him. But then we all know what happened with the major. We all know what happened with the first couple events this year. But this moment right now, this semifinals against MOUZ Sports, if he can get to that stage and get into a grand final, all of a sudden he gives new hope to Danish fans that maybe, just maybe, Astralis is on a road to redemption.
Yeah, I've had my hope broken so many times when it comes to Astralis, so please don't give me that.
Don't pretend you're a fan.
I'm trying.
Don't pretend you're a fan.
I will say, and we kind of been building this narrative throughout the tournament that Cadian is playing for his life. I think that's still the case.
I think we're past that point. I think had they gone out in groups or, another disaster, I think maybe Cadian's getting an awkward phone call the next day when he gets home.
I agree.
I think we're past that point now. I think he's bought some time.
Yes, I agree, and I think that's also what I want to say with this is that it's 2 projects, As much as I agree with you, Dust, you are playing for an opportunity to hoist that trophy, and it's a great, great opportunity because, the deeper we get into the season, the more unlikely it is that we see MOUZ or Astralis in any semifinal of any capacity because the scene is just going to grow stronger. However, we are looking at a situation right now where they're just 1 map away, so everything is at stake for both of these projects that are relatively new.
And let's get into that map now. It's going to be the decider, brought to you by Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. That's right. Here we are in the stage, ready for a map 3, an ancient that dictates whether Astralis can step forward into a grand finals. We're talking about players who have been there before, but players who have not been there for so incredibly long at times, right? To rebound and to bring it forward here so unexpectedly. Just days ago, we had them losing online matches and looking like fools. And now here they are on the brink of grand finals over MOUZ.
It's the perfect way to set up a third map. Ancient is the perfect place for Astralis and MOUZ to go to. With the new calling of Brolin, I'm a bit wary of getting too excited about the T side on this map. It might be their biggest test, but it's one they have to pass.
Come on, Cluj. One final map. MOUZ and Astralis, grand finals. Could you imagine Device back in a grand finals, Mohan? Can you imagine? Because I'll tell you, it hasn't happened since 2021. Wow. It's been a long time coming.
Was that even a LAN?
It was.
Wow.
The only thing is he was in the Ninjas jersey. Frag grenade for Xertion.
Right.
He's going to get killed quickly. It's a chance to get it going. Spinks challenged over from Donut. It's a team kill? What? Somehow Device ends up shooting Jabby in the back of the head. That opens up the door for MOUZ to flood out. And it's MOUZ to take a second pistol in this series.
Okay, well that's not great here for Astralis, but listen, 3 out of 4 pistols, they won. The one they didn't win, they won the next round. Can still leave that record open here until round 2. Oh, a little unfortunate,
I guess.
He asked
for it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, nice start here for MOUZ. Less questions here on MOUZ's CT side for sure. And it was them versus FaZe, where I think on T side, they kind of like seized up a little bit.
For sure.
Didn't play really thorough rounds and defaults, and I think we're intimidated by the fact that it was FaZe, but that was a while ago, and teams have improved exponentially over the last week.
I think we could be watching Xertion really just become a beast as this one goes on. We'll see if he gets unleashed out through middle as another challenge comes at him inside a Donut. Pressure's up with the Deagle. They were hunting for that bomb plant, but now Jabby's feeling pressure. Stoun's turned around the D. Oh! Tech9 on smoke! Now it's a 2 versus 1. Jabby's grabbed an M4. MOUZ can't afford this again.
No.
Just like back on Nuke, pistols mean nothing.
Pistols mean nothing.
When the force of Astralis comes through.
They've won 2 pistols in the series and got eco'd right after. And Cluj loves Astralis.
You know, I actually want to get a temperature check before this third map goes on. Who has changed from cheering from MOUZ to Astralis? Nobody? Is it still MOUZ? MOUZ win this? They'll have to rebound. They'll have to tap into the potential we've seen. 5-7 out for Brolin. Oh, come on. Pistols go both ways. You know, if Astralis want to take the gloves off and fight fast, that opens up a world where MOUZ can unleash. But it's a man advantage established as they come up from that ramp.
Yes, it is. Bomb planted. Stair will get the reload off.
I don't know, man. There's an electricity here. I feel like the tempo of this third map could get quick. And we'll see who can thrive in that kind of an energetic scene. We saw that Cadian pop-off happen when they win map 2. Trying to convince Cluj that Astralis is their team.
I definitely want to see a lot of confidence calls from Astralis, and that's like very simple B takes. I want to see them try to bust out middle. I think right now they've shown that they can keep up on the firepower. Both teams have spots, entire halves, where they look off, and then they totally changed that story in the second half.
Yes.
They were kind of meeting each other in the middle in that sense. It's really just about who's going to make less mistakes over the course of a whole map. Who's going to be active on T side and CT side in the same map. That's what Ancient is going to be about with these two teams. And for MOUZ, it's calling back to a map that they understand, love, have played so long at such a high level. Now
Dare
with the
I say
addition
it,
of Spinks.
You know, it's a little, again, like we've said it before, it's the heroic-esque Cadian. You've got, I think Pimp said it earlier this event, where he said, you know, this is more heroic than Astralis when we talk about the core and the accomplishments. So to tap into that versus a team like MOUZ, I think is the perfect thing for Cadian to try to pull out of his hat. A bag of tricks with conviction for standing. Astralis up to a very early 3-1 lead despite losing pistol.
And again, it's the buy-in, right? Because it is 3/5 of heroic. It doesn't have Tessus, it doesn't have Shush, but those players bought in and they all played aggressively because of it. He could call 4-player rotations by himself, Cadian, and they would follow. He said jump, they said how high. It was simple as that on that last team. But when you come into a new lineup with new players, you've also got to create a new system and borrow a little bit from players like Device, who don't play like that in general. Finding that medium has been the challenge. We see spots where it's working. Astralis once again looking to bust down mid as well as take A control, excuse me. Jimmy stops him for the moment.
Jimmy can be such a frisky A-main player. Sometimes it's hard to keep him under wraps, and I think this round a prime example of it. Already deep peek in with an opening kill. He sticks around a bit, frees up Brolin to go rotating over to try to add defense to a bomb site that looks incredibly compromised. I mean, we can hear the wall bangs coming out. We can see Spinks trying to scramble for control. His rotation's been smoked off, so Spinks on full display here, almost getting a second frag. Xerxon activates, and then suddenly, caught on the side of smoke, Device is able to peel Brolin off the moment. Now, Xerxon didn't waste his chance to compromise the Cade. Jabby, come on! He doesn't get a clean opportunity, wants a little more, and that is going to be MOUZ to rebound in round 5.
It was just a centimeter from like just a perfect shot. I think he would have taken it if it was clear, but yeah, his head was just right halfway around the corner, and Jabby was too low to risk him turning back. So that round goes south for Astralis. A good recovery from MOUZ. They had mid control, so they had a player jumping up heaven, plus they had the 3 players in B, and Spinks, I think, was very smart to stay active in that spot, because even if it's a flat angle, the teaser coming in from cave to clear it out, if he gets a kill alone, that's enough with the amount of other players that are around.
Fast one out from middle stair, lucky to be alive. I mean, blind and spraying awkwardly.
They all were.
He's got a teammate with him, that's true. Just the entire clash.
Look at the A side, it's already taken.
Kind of made ugly. We'll see if Brolin can take over middle so that Torji can turn around. There was a world where he was able to stop Jabby from getting up into Temple. Now that is no longer the case, and it looks like a mid play is a little more drawing for him. Torji, oof, missed it twice, right? That player crossing over to Temple. Doesn't look like a... Oh, there it is. A little shoulder spotted, but...
This is wild because Stair's going over to B.
You see...
like, how can you be ready for this?
I tried to make that point back on Nuke where, like, Stair, you just lose track of the guy.
Yeah,
and
true.
A map like an Ancient, dude, this guy's just out in the jungles.
No, that's such a good way to characterize it.
Swimming through the mud, sitting on 1 HP, 3 kills this round. And this is going to be critical economic damage that he's able to rack up versus a MOUZ that had a chance at early CT success.
That was so presumptuous because you had MOUZ who were actually in a position to try to retake. Stair was so far out, but catching that rotate early just shows MOUZ how done Astralis feel the round is. No money again. I set it back on Nuke, man. You can't start slow every single time and expect to close out. You can't have every pistol converted against you and simply win the game. Not when you will have your own inconsistencies.
That's that kind of emotion that I think Astralis are trying to tap into.
Definitely want to give a lot of respect to both teams for making it this far in the series. Brolin's a new IGL, but he's actually had some good halves. Okay.
Good setup. That's a USP to just bait the M4 in. Spinks still a part of this pack. Brolin should never be allowed to get away with a USP kill, but here we are. 2 casualties out middle. Astralis remain intact. This 3-player core quickly climbing up to try and get away from this M4. Gotta be careful. Spinks comes back at it, his 2nd frag of the round. This is one of those moments Astralis are never supposed to let MOUZ back in. Brolin again gonna try to test this. Gets caught on the side of that smoke. I like that Device extends up, and I like that Device is off to this type of a start, right? 6 and 4.
They're coming in slowly. I don't really know if they have a world where they think they can actually win the retake, but they don't know Device is just floating out here in the open. So just looking to punish exits. But I just want to give a lot of respect to both teams for making it this far, even in this series, because you do see halves from both sides that aren't great. Some are great. And for Astralis, that's like an uptrend in performance. But it's also for MOUZ, who Brolin is just getting his toes wet as an IGL. And I think even seeing the T-half of Inferno where he made that comeback happen, those are the moments that are really important for building towards like a good future. And he's got massive shoes to fill with Shuhei, and well, it's in the name, I guess.
Trying to grow and improve is a great goal, but today, right now, map 3, not what's on their mind. That's the slow road MOUZ will have to build. Tonight, it's about a chance at grand finals. And Astralis making the most of it. Early days on this T side, flashed it. Cowering in the corner here is Katie, and Nade drops him down to 40. Stair could get fast. Oh, they line up, but it's just damage. Good enough. Spinks clears 2 and a 3rd.
What a hold.
Able to stop everything now just to the sidearm. USP with it.
What a monster.
If there is one thing that MOUZ were supposed to have with Spinks inclusion, it's the firepower.
Man, that should have been a play.
And that pile of corpses, his.
That USP as good as an op. Cadian is just left wandering. This should have been a site that they could plant on. Cadian coming in to make things strange. Maybe could have turned it into a lurk. Instead, it's just an incredible hold from Spinks while his 2 teammates died in the back of the site.
Welcomes the wallbang. Xertion drops him.
That's clean rifle work.
It's a much needed pop-off moment from one of the MOUZ members.
Wow.
Oh, how the tide has shifted.
They have really won him over.
2 players who were tagged up very well by Brolin. The USP kills icing on the cake. And there's a certain level of consistency that Spinks has been able to bring forward in this MOUZ jersey that they need. Nice of him to offer that in round 8. Numbers for Astralis outside of the A site, and the defense is really just banking on Torji and Donut.
Yeah, I mean, you can avoid mid, but it's still going to come back to haunt you. We've got the double donut set up as we've got Astralis now looking at the A play, but this just looks like too simple of a call to be able to work out as easily as they hope. Full B control, and Astralis will respect this. This is nice. This is something that Astralis haven't done all the time. They've decided to just keep a quiet map, go for the exec, but they realize something's wrong.
Jabby maybe raising that red flag. Spinks confirming lower ramp control for the MOUZ camp. Minute to the clock.
And CT's peeled back out of deep B control.
He gives Xerxon a flashbang so that he can set him up to re-engage on ramp. Spinks wants a piece of this, but he goes at it a little too soon. He's not wrong. They are gearing up to get ever closer, but he just kind of makes that move before Astralis are truly in position.
The only molly on the side of the CTs is over on A.
Device is going to offer up 2 smoke grenades. That's going to block off both lanes of this B site. Brolin's going to be key inside of Cave. Trade found immediately, and there's no additional damage done. So I think Astralis content with this. Spinks at bat again!
Oh!
Locks down 2 kills. Bomb in the dirt. Off, opened up.
Wow.
And MOUZ are going to swarm onto an Astralis that tiptoed their way into their graves.
Wow, there's no need to overanalyze these past couple of rounds out of Spinks. He shuts that down off of his own individual level again. This round comes down to time, a touch, but it's overall the map control that burns the clock off. Spinks supplants his teammate's position inside of Cave. And that 2K with the dodge of the flash is all they need to make sure there's absolutely no chance. Like, even if Spinks gets 1 less kill there and 1 less kill the round before, these are situations where Astralis could plant. So maybe the round would have been lost anyways. But the fact is, now Spinks is crushing their economy as well as winning these situations.
Gaining back that bit of momentum they earned with the pistol win. B-bomb site looking solid. But again, still a good look within that round just to tap back into it. The fact that Astralis didn't go sprinting into what could have been the A stack, right? They feel aware of the threats and prepared to try and piece together solutions. They just can't seem to get Spinks out of the way.
Yeah, seriously.
He takes to the top of the charts, 9 and 6.
But I think if Astralis, if their approach is to try one extremity, then realize that MOUZ are definitely going to be taken over mid, then go back to the other, they won't have enough time to do that. It is a long pendulum all the way through spawn to try every round, and their odds don't really shoot up just because they started to go B, right? There was still just 2 players holding on A. They just had donut control, and they knew mid was open. And if there was someone in mid, they would have heard it. Then they had 3 players over on the B side. Astralis need to think more about middle. Yeah, or just go for a full B attack, 'cause that's also valid.
Interesting one. We've got this solo op on the field. Let's see what Device can do. Throw a wrench in the works, maybe. Smoked off won't help, but okay, go for the boost. Maybe he finds this player trying to... Oh!
Hey, where'd my chair go?
Luckily, he's got another teammate to stand on. Ooh. Looking extra tall. But MOUZ positioning going to keep players safely tucked into the cave instead.
I think they fully heard this boost, so I don't know if they'll simply swing into this.
Yeah, you should know better than to take this Pete, Spinks. You can do it with a flash if you want to. Challenge here for Device. He can jump spot, though. That's a nice way to get back into it. But obviously, Astralis aware that clearly MOUZ have an idea as to what's up, so odds are he won't give you a second chance to pull that trigger on him. Device using this as an invitation to try to find different angles, different positions. And right now, CT is doing an excellent job of dodging him, but that does allow him to get ever closer, and that means the pistols are going to follow him up this ramp. Again, at a moment's notice, CTs could swing and everybody could die here, but Device finds that one critical first shot. Jimpact gets the wall bang, dies right after, and that op changes hands. Now Stair has it, and Cadian's got the Deagle up to try to give cover. Again, comfortable for MOUZ, but this looks doable. If not for Brolin, who brings it back, surely not with just the Deagle. Stair's got the cover, but they're able to swarm back around it. MOUZ tie this game at 5.
Hey, Astralis always make it scary with these pistols sometimes, and it's a good opener from Device as well. Like you said, there's a certain point where he's got so much space, he's gonna set up a decent shot, and the pistols were right there on his heels. So the game goes 5-5. The Heineken Tower is complete.
Nah, they're just getting started.
Yeah, true. It's just the first one.
Second semifinals incoming. This is the appetizer. Don't fill up. Falcons versus FaZe next.
think they're trying to make the Astralis logo. To the bars.
Ooh. Into middle. Oh.
Oh.
No, that one. Of all the rounds Astralis have given us on this T side, that one not so pretty.
Well, maybe that's why they haven't been trying middle.
To be fair, I feel like MOUZ have leaned back slightly in comparison to this round. They thought maybe they'd get through that elbow smoke. They end up looking foolish. And I mean, a 2v5? Never, right? Stown able to get up from top ramp. He's got the bomb on his back, but blindsided. And now that's total control of round 11 here for MOUZ. So again, it's a half that could have started stronger if they were able to convert their pistol. But I hear Jimmy spamming dead bodies, folks.
Yeah. Well, we have Ime here, and you remember that game, Spirit versus Navi, and how much of that game came down to mid-control?
Yes, sir.
They just agreed that even if it gets extremely ugly inside of middle, this is what matters on Ancient right now. If you're the best team or you're better at taking this spot, you're going to fight for it no matter what. And here, as soon as Astralis decide to participate for the first time, they get crushed. They get stopped.
Big triple kill from Jimmy.
I don't think Astralis can avoid this problem. Like, if they could go again for the straight sight hit in the beginning of the rounds, if they full commit, but the rotation's back without mid-control, I don't know. Here comes the A hit.
Gonna fall back, drops the utility. He hears Stare stomping towards him. Smoke and Donut makes it weird, but the Opera rotates over. Nice line from Torji.
Oh.
We've got an opening attempt at the B side, but there's no bomb behind this. Sure, you kill Brolin, but what does that draw back?
Wait, this is kind of wild. I mean, this is a full commit with these two rifles while the pistols are on the other side of the map with a bomb. I mean, this will at least elicit a bomb plant.
Yeah, it's kind of working.
Yeah.
You'd think that Jabby is never really going to get a chance to get all the way back over, but
the CTs are still retaking B, guys.
Nobody has noticed. Now they have. They're starting to double back.
Oh, Katie, don't. If he throws them all.
Oh, no. Oh. Jabby actually still able to offer some kind of helping hand. And they're going to go. They're already running past Donut.
They don't even see the shadow.
We've got that gun back. Sight and device. He's got to offer a distraction. Cadian's able to hit the back of the head. What more can he do here? His teammate needs him. Device was trying to buy time. There's a frag for the diffuser. There's damage on Zertian. He's still got 48 health, and he's on the diffusal. They've got that.
Okay.
MOUZ able to recover a half after Astralis posted 5 quickly.
Maybe if Cadian took the fight on the first one, I mean, but either way, it's a hard decision because he's probably only going to get one in that spot.
Also, Smoke's covering it.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. Zertian has cover to go hit sight.
True.
Hell, I mean, I'll give Astralis props for even getting that bomb down.
You almost never see a fake like that because the bomb is there with one other pistol. The B walk up with 2 rifles at least gets kills. Jabby does a good job of grabbing a second. They made it confusing. But MOUZ still get their 7th. Just like that, the half's done. All things considered, I feel like if that half played out, and again, this is because Astralis are doing a great job of either winning the pistol or converting. Their first half always looks solid. MOUZ were clearly the better team there.
We saw some solid looks from Astralis with that force buy round win. I think making the most of some weird moments too, right? Getting bombs down when it was just that one op on device, for example. But it is very clear that MOUZ won middle.
They won middle. Spinks was the better B player. They had great sight holds. And yeah, a couple of awkward moments. And as it all pans out, we've got MOUZ 7-5 in the lead.
Final half of this matchup. And it's going to be a slow start out of the B gate. Look at this lean back from Astralis. Cadian is going to have his hands full. Now, he does have the kit, so if he dies, that's good for the retake. You know, my one concern is Cadian was being praised by the analysts coming in and showing good performances in the semifinals. He's sitting 6-12. How clean's that USP going to look? Not so much. That's him to drop the kit inside of the smoke. And of course, with the T-smoke down at his feet, it's going to be a difficult retake for them to try to push through. Look at the way MOUZ have leaned forward onto this retake attempt. They're still just going to try to burst their way through, but they're met by another smoke. And Astralis never even given a chance at this retake. Again, you've got the kit. If you really want to push, they're going to try their chances, but they are just met by resistance. The T's are up in their face, and this is MOUZ to win both pistols on the deciding map of this series.
Okay.
Torji helps as Xertian sends their heads spinning.
Welcome to FaZe. All right, so here's the moment, okay? We're 6 pistols deep. MOUZ have never won a pistol and a conversion. They broke the curse by winning a pistol. But if they don't get that round right after, it doesn't matter, because then it's going to be 3 back for Astralis. Here's where we find out if MOUZ can win their first anti-eco.
What kind of challenge do Astralis throw out? Well, it's one that features a single MP9. And it's not one that takes control of cave or tries to even pressure lane or even takes a fight out middle. This is Astralis just leaning back for a moment. You know, it feels to me like MOUZ have been able to kind of power up. Contrast to the first half of this semifinals when they were just timid in their bomb sites. It's really thick wood, nice oak. Xertian angle inside of the cave. I mean, the pieces are in the right position. Astralis, they're getting their defense into the stack. A flashbang into cave could be disastrous here for MOUZ.
Jimmy's playing anti.
Oh, Stam misses the first shot. Deagle on the doorway, MP9 behind him. Device, do you swing all the way in? He'll go trying to jump forward.
No commitment from Cadian.
Looks a little awkward. Spinks comes up from ramp. He'll find one while jumping, and they do indeed vacate this bomb site of Astralis players. There's a challenge put forth, but it's MOUZ on 9.
It's their first pistol and conversion of the entire series, and what a time to do it.
All right, buddy, you start it.
Yeah, you got to start it.
Good luck.
Cadian could probably start it while he's playing. Well, this is a bad sign for Astralis, isn't it? First pistol and conversion. This is already a lead here for MOUZ. This is the scariest it's been here for Astralis, and the wave is officially going, folks.
Yeah, the wave of MOUZ round wins. Red room popped open. You got 4 players up in there. Xertian ready to challenge through. It's not pretty, but he gets there. Couple taps out. You guys got to keep this going until the round's over so everyone at home can see. You've committed now. You'll entertain yourselves as this unexciting anti-eco comes to a close. Keep
I've got surround sound right now.
Clean as can be.
There we go. You know some people's thighs are getting tired.
It's a Counter-Strike craving a decade in the making. A return to a city that once held a Counter-Strike major. Gotta say, well received.
Yes. Everyone's been fantastic.
Back to the gun rounds, 3 away. This one looks a little weird. Looks like a tech out of spawn.
I just wanted to watch the wave. This crowd today is Jimmy versus Astralis.
Yeah, it is.
Who will win? Well, Jimmy's tied for first in terms of kills at the top. Get one more round restart here.
I think it's quite a contrasting difference to what Astralis first walked out to, but it's got to be said, the quality of Counter-Strike they've brought to the stage looking better than quite some time. Everybody loves a showman. It's been a long time since Cadian's really had results that he could be truly proud of.
Yeah, that's true.
Talked about Device not being in a grand finals since 2021. Cadian not being in one since 2023.
I mean, for Astralis as an org, that they won. They started out winning 4 out of 5 majors. Now they've missed 4 in a row. That is, a crazy thing to have to say, especially considering they are the premier Danish organization. They're the team that everyone recognizes. The reason that you walk down the street in Copenhagen, people might know Astralis before they even know esports. That's how, big this team is. Their history, storied their history is as well. They're trying to get back there. That's pretty much the only bar they have. They've stuck to Danish players all these years.
I mean, Mohan,
they've tried it. Everyone that you can think of, really. Like in terms of, it's Config, Blame F, every upcoming star even, Stair. They paid a lot of money for him. They've tried to create a situation where they can get the most out of the current best Danish players, bring them in the... They have Cadian on this team. That is the last player that you would expect to ever see wearing an Astralis jersey. They want to win again, and they are willing to try anything.
Well, I'll add to that bleakness. The last time Astralis, as an organization, were in a big event LAN Grand Finals was with that all-time winning team, 2019 in Bahrain. The last trophy they lifted. We haven't seen them in there since.
The World Final in 2019. Unbelievable.
Big events have not featured this logo in a Grand Finals. It is as simple as that. And it didn't feel like coming into the playoffs, this was gonna be their chance. But seizing the day yesterday versus MongolZ, a massive win. Had a chance to do it versus MOUZ, but again, you've got to find some kind of an uptick because recently MOUZ are the more winning team. And on an individual level, they are tapping back into that. Jabby has disappeared, Cadian gone, down, non-existent. The reason they were able to beat the MongolZ is because individually, Astralis started shooting back.
Oh man, Cadian's walking away. They're taking the A site. There's this window lurk. They didn't come back to take over middle control. At least Cadian gets a kill. That one's so important. That one is so important.
Cadian stuck between 3 separate fights, doesn't have tempo, doesn't have red room. His donut player and Device is just holding off on middle. No fight for him to be into. And so it's a comfortable moment here for MOUZ early on the T side too.
Just for a moment though, Xerxan has to play his cards right, and he does come out for the peak. Doesn't die, however, 4 HP.
Stair gonna try to join up with Cadian, and if you can dodge that red room fight, then there's still room for Astralis to pull this retake off. Bomb at the halfway point, Brolin peeks out, and Xerxan ends up getting that kill to Donut. Stair, a bit of an X factor. He's got to go for the frag while that bomb burns. Xerxan sees it coming.
Incredible.
Rips the head off. And Xerxan putting forward a performance on a big stage. That is what MOUZ need.
Xerxan's the kind of player, doesn't matter how much HP he has, he doesn't get scared. He still plays his percentages perfectly. In fact, he's got different ways of playing at different stages of health, and he knows how to use his HP to his advantage. They got him close to dying every single peak, but they never took him out, and he kept advancing his position. One of the most annoying players to play against when he's on form, and he is right now. Astralis don't have a single rifle to defend against series point. Grand finals point.
Spinks, fast fight. Oh, MP9s, but a team kill. As if that's what Astralis can afford at the moment. It was a 5v4 in hand. An awkward move back from Stair, but at least grabbing the AK off of the dead body. And he'll peel back from Stown. I mean, it feels like Astralis in this kind of a position, trailing by 6 rounds, still have to make proactive moves. They attempt that, but Jimmy is just simply too sharp. And as they try to jiggle on that corner with the Deagles, Yimvat calling for his teammate to slowly work in. Jabby getting pinched from both sides. And so MOUZ will skate through this CT side like it's nothing.
Yeah, this is the first time they are in the lead. It'll have to be Astralis to make the comeback. They did it yesterday versus the MongolZ, 2 maps in a row. They showed us some great CS. But at this point, it's looking like they're the weaker team in both halves. They need to go to a level of Ancient that, once again, just like Nuke, they can do. It's just that today, is it there? They didn't seem to believe in their tools of taking mid-control in the first half. Now they're running into so many money problems. And it's very possible that they go out of this game in a whimper. Astralis with the full investment, get this single kill on Spinks as they listen to the bomb tick and MOUZ hit 12.
It's a bleak feeling when you're down at the bottom of the scoreboard. 4 kills to Stound's name. And his team trailing by 7 elimination points. MOUZ obviously just breezing through this third one. The only time that there was any kind of success for Astralis. Forced by win in round 2. They had 5 of the first 7 rounds in this map, and they have not won one since.
Elimination looms.
Silver lining for the Danes, working with guns, full-blown rifle round, and a chance for Rugga to come in to smooth things over.
Yeah, at least they've got an op for this. Device can put up a final stand. We haven't been saying his name too much.
What happened to those Astralis chants? Things have gotten quiet as the Danes fizzle out in Cluj. Exceeding expectations, earning a big win versus MongolZ. That one shocked the world. It's been a roller coaster of a weekend for Astralis. 7 consecutive needed. Not able to put a dent in mid-control throughout the first 12. They chuck out a few grenades to try to stop Xertion, but I mean, this guy is a boulder when it comes to rolling forward with momentum. Doesn't actually follow through, and that's going to create a question mark for the Danes to have to deal with.
Again, MOUZ take one look into mid, see no one there. They said, hey, we'll show up for the scrap. We'll meet you in the schoolyard. There's Astralis coming in late to get some info back, and this is actually a great move from them. They'll now make an informed choice to rotate over to the B site. They still don't have confirmation, and Cadian gets spotted. Now he's in danger of getting mollied. This boost.
Yep. Sees it. Battle of the Oppers.
So awkward, because he allowed Torzi to see him too.
I mean, that's numbers confirmed at least, I suppose, for Astralis. You understand what the MOUZ opening move would have been?
Yeah,
but did they really realize how many bodies are behind that boost? Because it wasn't just the Opper and his one booster. Spinks is going to take some tag damage.
No, they don't know that.
Astralis are trying to get a bit more aggressive down in middle, trying to make a move of their own, getting active, but that's just going to put them on a silver platter. Spinks has been the difference.
He sniffed that out.
Xertion with deep control into this A-bomb site. Astralis will come scrambling over as they have not been able to find a foothold throughout this critical third map. MOUZ with a late roster change, the most criticized move of the offseason, and they prove that Brolin can call. They step forth in a mighty MOUZ moment for Grand Finals.
It's a beautiful moment here for MOUZ because they crushed on map 3. They showed some inconsistency, but within this series, it could have been a 2-0 for Astralis, and we never get to see this map. But a wonderfully called comeback from Brolin allows for this moment to take place. In his inauguration tournament as an IGL, of course there will be some consistency, but at least we already see some upside. And he fragged just as well as he called. His teammate operated well. Spinks looks comfortable with this lineup.
It's a team that was brought forth in form, shaped and molded by Shuhei, an individual that they grew up alongside with in the server, and they have all said that each and every one of them needs to step it up if they are truly going to keep themselves at similar heights. And Spinks did what he had to. Firepower at an all-time high, and another Grand Finals for MOUZ.
I think Scrawny said it best when he said it's the mighty MOUZ, but it's also the mighty Spinks in this one. Spinks, just talk me through this game, because this was hard from start to finish for you guys. You were 12-4 down on the first map, and then Brolin calls this amazing T-side to get you through to it all. What was going on in this first map?
So we definitely fucked up the city side, but we didn't even think about the win. We just said let's grind some rounds so we have momentum for nuke, and I think Brolin just have an amazing T-side as an IGL. Every call he did was the perfect call, and yeah, I'm proud of him.
And you should probably be proud of yourself, though, because you really lit it up on that second half, right? You started dominating throw. Did you want to take some more space? Did you call a bit of your own game?
Yeah, just taking some duels, and I also think I need to help the guys a bit, because of course they're not the most experienced on Arena, so I thought the best way to show them is to do it yourself, you know?
I like that mentality, but you said about having this momentum and carrying it through, didn't kind of work out on Nuke. What happened there?
Yeah, I think we did a good this side, but we were afraid of winning, in a way. We were afraid of winning, and it fucked us up a bit, but we fully reset for Ancient, and I'm happy we won.
And I bet you are happy you won, because it's the first time you're playing in the MOUZ jersey, the first event, and you make the grand final. Did you just like bring this together and think this was possible from the start?
We were really good on practice. I think we all believed we could have won the tournament, but we are still checking how we play on officials. Of course, practice doesn't show how we play on officials. So far, we are doing a pretty good job, but it's still the first tournament, so much more to see.
I think you're doing more than a good job right now. Anything you want to say to all the fans out here?
Thank you, everyone. It's been amazing. So thank you for the support, guys. It's really enjoying to play here, and thank you. That's it.
And with that, our first team through to the grand final, it's MOUZ!
It certainly is, James, and with each game we get closer to answering the riddle of the Sphinx, namely, can he fit into this team? Can they get to finals? Is it going to work with Brolan over Shuhei? So far, they have passed every test that has been put in front of them, and I love it. I love what the team's doing, because every time they're doing interviews, they're bigging up their guy. They're bigging up Brolan. They are saying, we're proud of him. We love what he's doing. There's so much, like, it's a vibes thing going on right now.
Listen, there's no conclusion to be made already, but I think you're right in saying that every single step we've seen so far has been a step in the right direction. Every single indication we've seen so far has been a good indication for Brolan and MOUZ as a whole. We all kind of feared that when you got rid of Shuhei, there was a big identity of the team, you know, a big in-game leading talent. We're talking about him potentially taking over for Karrigan in FaZe one day, maybe going to G2. So it was a big capacity that they let go, and it was their own decision. Now, this is not a major. This is not Katowice, but it's as close as we get to it outside of those big tournaments. And to be in a grand final where you already guaranteed yourself a shit ton of VIS points, $187,000 as well, and a chance to win the grand final, that is the best possible start you could wish for if you're MOUZ and Sphinx.
We're going to come back and break it down in more detail. Now we're over to James Banks, who's with Cadian.
Thank you very much, Richard. I've got Cadian standing by with me here, and yeah, that's right. Come on, Cluj. Now, Cadian, this was... They might boo you at the start, but they still love you no matter what. Okay, this game, it was tough. It was not an easy one. You're up 12-4 on this first map, and it slips away the way it did. But you didn't break after this. I just want to start by looking at this Inferno. What do you feel was the problem for you guys there? Because it was in your hands.
James, I have to address the crowd first. I have to. I want to say a big thank you to all the Romanian fans. You guys have showed that PGL made a great decision to come here. You should. You guys showed two important things. That you come, even though there's no Romanian teams or Romanian players, but you also showed up in the signing session for Ime. I saw the video and the queue was unbelievable. So let's give some love for Ime if he's sitting and watching somewhere. Ime. Yeah, and I just want to say thank you guys. You created an amazing atmosphere. Cluj has been amazing. Bucharest was amazing for the group stage. We definitely want to come back, so thank you so much for the support. And now I can answer your questions, James.
So yeah, you got to talk to me about this Inferno, because it was yours, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's no denying that the Inferno was... I mean, we had a 12-5 lead, and we threw that one away. And the series would have been very different if we would have won that one. But I think also in the end, they changed up the pace. They played insanely well. We didn't make major mistakes, but we made a lot of small ones, and they capitalized on that.
But it didn't affect you going into Nuke, and it seemed like you guys were ready to fight the whole way of it. But I just felt like we got too many different sides of Astralis, because then we come on to Ancient, and we don't seem to seem level. This seems to be a problem that continues to be haunting you at the moment. Why do you think that is?
I mean, I think we've grown a lot throughout this tournament and throughout the last few weeks. So even though we lost today, I'm actually insanely proud of the guys. We have endured a long month with both online qualifiers, Blast Bounty, Katowice, you name it. And we weren't sure that we were going to make the playoffs here, but we've shown great CS. So I think overall the takeaway is that there's still plenty of work to be done, but also that we've shown great progress.
I'd agree with that. The progress has been shown, but obviously tomorrow you'll play the third place decider as well. We don't know who you're facing yet, but it's incredibly important for you guys, especially with the rankings right, and see what else you can do. How confident do you feel to be able to just reset, get ready, and make sure you deliver then?
I think the third game will probably mean more for us than the other team, which should be a good thing. So yeah, I think we'll be ready.
I'm sure you will. Thank you very much for your time, Cadian. Richard, back to you.
Thanks a lot, James. And as I said, look, Cadian, a master of his craft. And I'm not just talking about IGLing. I am, of course, talking about the way he can work a crowd. He's one of the most mentally tough people I think I've met in Counter-Strike, in the sense that what he's doing there, when he does these theatrics, he is doing it, as you said, Dust, to be that lightning rod. When you're talking about Cadian and how frustrated he makes you, or how angry he makes you, or his over-the-top reactions, you're not talking about Stown missing a shot. You're not talking about Jabby costing $1 million and then not playing potentially well. You're not talking about Device not being quite the player he used to be. You're talking about Cadian, and when he is front and center, that is good for those players. They get room to breathe. He did the same thing with them in Heroic. It's baked into being part of his style. So I love seeing that. I love seeing players with personality and players that take risks. They take risks with trying to get that extra edge with the mind games. And so, look, I think he's given so much to this tournament here in Cluj, and it's great to see the fans give back to him.
It's also a great way of, as you said, alleviating the pressure from the teammates, because you're spot on. All we talk about right now, all you talk about is Cadian. You know, he's taking away the pressure from Device, who didn't have a great game, from Stown, who never showed up. So that's what a great leader does. You know, he's almost like a Jose Mourinho sometimes, in the sense that he's always center of the attention, whether you're winning or losing. And for that makes a great leader too.
Indeed, yeah, he definitely is a great leader of men, someone who will go out there and call it what it is. You know, if he played well, he'll obviously be up there to tell you about it, but when something goes wrong, he'll be the first person to tell you, yeah, these are things that we still need to work on. I feel like in this game, when you look at how Ancient played out, there was two things that really kind of stuck out to me, Pimpin'. One was that we didn't really see Astralis utilize mid hardly at all on their T side. They really struggled to be able to use that, which is normally a good outlet for them to kind of build from. It really wasn't there. And part of it was because they just chose not to go for it sometimes, but tip your hat to MOUZ. They did a great job being aggressive there and kind of denying that space. And then when Spinks was called upon to anchor on the B-bomb site, which is the topic we kind of discussed eventually would come to fruition, he delivered on a couple of occasions and also helped really get them some big trade and entries to help close out the game. So tip your hat to a guy who was never playing this map before. This is a whole new experience for him, whole new pressure on top of him, and he was delivered.
And I think that's exactly what Astralis banked on, right? We said it coming into the game that they have to test Spinks. They have to test Broland Spinks combination over on that bomb side. Two player who hasn't played together for a long time. Spinks even told us in an interview coming into this playoff that he doesn't feel comfortable over there. And as you said, the first two times they walk up to his bomb side, he gets a quad kill, a triple kill, and that's it, you know, shot down. We also called upon Torshi, who didn't have a great game up until this point. His T side on Inferno was okay. Apart from that, a little bit lackluster. He found impact. He was at the very least installing a fear in Astralis with the AWP. It wasn't always as impactful as you have seen Torsi before, but just the fact that he has a presence on the server, he kind of ran circles around Astralis, and for that, he got to get credit as well.
Dude, and also just look at Sershin. We talked about how much of an impact he can have on the game as the mid player on the T side. He got at least one kill every single round in that second half, and look at that heat map. They're all coming up middle, putting the pressure on Red Room, putting the pressure on Donut, opening up space for MOUZ to thrive, and man, oh man, did they.
And crucially, it's happening in the semi-final of a tournament in a stadium.
Yeah.
Because that is historically where Exertion hasn't done his best work. You know, there's jokes online. They call him the ghost of the stadium because he's always missing, floating around, ephemeral. This was a legit performance that put his team into a final.
I don't want to take anything away from Exertion because I think he was fantastic yesterday. He's been great for MOUZ today, but he has one final boss to do it against, and that's the top echelon of teams.
Yes.
Now, he's never been in a better position to do it. You have 2 arena games in a row where you farm confidence. You know you're the difference maker for your team. So heading into the grand final tomorrow, hopefully we get to see more of that Exertion. Because you're right, that's the one thing we can still hold against him in terms of the critique. Is he showing up in the biggest of big game? So far he's done it, but he got to prove it once more tomorrow.
Yeah, I just, again, huge credit to MOUZ Sports for being able to put together a 7-round CT half, despite some of the, you know, trials that they're trying to go through with Spinks getting and learning B, you know, actually dealing with the team that's very hard to contain. They did contain them, and they did it very well. Then in the second half, Brolin, knowing that, hey, this is our chance to close down this third map and move on to the grand finals, yet again, called a really great game. Again, obviously, we saw Xerxes controlled middle very well, but even Jimmy, again, getting more active, getting more trade frags. Spinks, he was swinging off a B cave. He was cutting off people trying to push middle defensively. So you really did see a lot of different people step up at different moments from MOUZ Sports, and that's what gives me hope that this is actually a pretty nice little spot that they find themselves in right now.
Yeah, I'll end the segment talking about Astralis. Just some final thoughts there. Obviously, we're going to see them tomorrow in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. But I do want to just talk a little bit. Once again, we've had another Stown incident where, you know, he's like not performed in a big game. Really poor performance by him on a map where you would expect a player of his caliber and experience to be able to put up numbers and understand what he's doing. And right now, I you know, it's a bit of a cruel term, but we're going to talk about it anyway. I've said probably in terms of all of the star players, the theoretical star players, I don't think there's one that goes as missing as often as he does. And I don't know how you can fix that moving forward, but I know that is key to Astralis ever doing well and having aspirations of lifting a trophy.
Doesn't happen often, but I 100% agree with you, Richard, in that regard. I also do think Stown is not the player he was 2 years ago. Stown is not the player that he was in Heroic. We haven't seen that kind of consistency. We haven't seen that kind of individual output for quite some time. I even said it here, the first 2 games in the group stage were lackluster from Stown. Then he stepped up. He had a good couple of maps. Even in the quarterfinal, he did okay, and then he goes missing in the semifinal as well. It was a player that was in the conversation to be a top 10, top 15 player in the entire world of Counter-Strike. He's nowhere near that conversation right now. Can he come back to the level? I hope so for the sake of Astralis, because you're right, without Stown, they lack a bit of firepower in the rifling department.
He's just a wildcard player, right? I mean, he's a guy who usually used to be a playmaker on the extremities, a great trade fragger behind Katie and her stare, a guy who could be impactful on the CT side with aggression, but as you said, it kind of comes and goes right now, but they need him more than ever in this 3rd place decider to keep Astralis on the right path VRS-wise.
Yep. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. We are going to have a quick break. When we come back, we've got a banger. It's going to be Nico versus Carrigan when FaZe take on Falcons in the 2nd semi-final. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
We're bringing back how to become a professional player, and someone who can definitely talk us through this is Frozen from FaZe Clan, because your journey is very unique in how you did it, especially with how young you started, even entering into teams. So I guess for you, you grew up in Slovakia, you were grinding a lot of CS, but when did you first touch CS? When did it start for you?
I think the first time I touched CS was when I was like 8 or 9 years old.
Okay.
I remember, you know, it was a chill evening. We went to see my dad's friends.
Yep.
His friends, they have a son, 2 sons actually. Don't want to listen to adult conversations, so you know, we would just bounce to the room and yeah, I mean, to see the guy playing some weird shooting game, you know. And I know from that day, my brother asked for it's illegal, but CD, you know, like he had to, I don't know what's the English word for it, but he put a game for like to.
Oh, the CD key.
Exactly.
The old school way of doing it.
The old school way,
not
right?
just buying the game anymore.
Exactly.
CD keys.
So that's how we got the CS first time. And I mean, at the start, I was just watching my brother play because if you have an older brother,
he's bullying you out of the seat. You're not playing.
Exactly. And we had only one PC, so most of the time I would just spend my time watching my brother play.
Okay.
And once he had a mood to let me play, I would have my 20 minutes of fame and you know, play a bit here and there. But yeah, that's how we started.
So let me look at this then. You're playing on these public servers. It's 1.6, right?
It's 1.6, yeah.
So you started on the good game.
Yep.
You're grinding
The
this
best
out.
one.
Yeah, so exactly. He remembers well. But then obviously there's a time, I'm guessing, where you started to play maybe more than what your brother did. So when did this change happen?
Well, there was so after we had CS, maybe like 1 or 2 years after that, I was begging my parents to give me my own PC, you know. I really wanted to have my own setup, and I just didn't want to wait for my brother to be done playing so I can play. And I mean, my first PC was I got my dad's old notebook. It was like an Acer or something. It was.
Oh, so you were playing on a laptop then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was a laptop player at the start. Yeah, I mean that's all I could have back then. That was great.
You don't complain. You
I
just
don't
take
complain.
That,
I have my own laptop, so I'm boss now. You know, I'm playing in the living room table. You know, sitting down. You know.
Was it a laptop when you're playing? You start hearing the fans go because you're trying to run it real deep.
It was overheating. Yeah, and I remember having this little it was like a little Logitech mouse. It was so small. It was like I think it was like this.
Oh my!
It was so small. It was so small.
You have to like claw grip the whole thing.
Yep. I mean, I think that's how I kept my claw until now. You know. But you know, I think at this time is also when I started to like search a little bit more about CS.
Okay.
You know, I would go to YouTube and see like there is tournaments in CS as well. You know.
So this is how you saw like more of the competitive scene by looking on YouTube.
Yeah, that's how I started to figure out like there is actually more to the game than just public servers, right? And then I came across some frag movies. One that sticks out till this day is Annihilation.
Yes,
right?
No one's watched Annihilation. That is epic. There's 1 and 2, and both of them are crazy good.
Yep, and in one of those, there was a Slovakian player featuring called Devi. He had this insane clip in Lower Towns with it was a USB silencer 4K.
Yep.
If you know, if you play 1.6, silencer was fucking useless. So, but
you just always took it off as soon as you spawned.
Exactly,
Yeah.
but he made it like crazy highlight. And you know, I just remember going through this and I see a Slovakian flag down in the corner.
Yeah, but just so people to know as well, if they haven't seen the movie, it was like his name and then the circle and it was the flag.
Exactly, and I'm like, is that a Slovakian flag in there? You know, and I mean that's how I was like, man, we actually have some Slovakian players like playing at a high level.
Yeah.
And I mean that's like slowly how I started to feel different about the game. You know, like there could be more about this. I mean, obviously I had to keep good grades. I think, you know, behave good and everything like that. But I remember there was one Christmas, I think it was 2011. I would really love a PC for next Christmas, you know, so I had to wait the whole
Oh, wow, you waited a whole year?
Yeah, I waited the whole another year to actually get the PC.
You've got the PC, you've got the setup, you also understood what was going on in the competitive scene. So then where did you take your next steps into maybe joining a team or playing with friends? Like, how did we get into you wanting to go competitive?
So there were like these websites with their own servers.
Yes.
Whatever was the name, I can say, but I'm not gonna. They also provided their own TeamSpeak. So, you know, if you played, I don't know, you played public server, they had like 6 public servers. So they had the different channel for every server, right? And every mode. And I remember somehow I joined the room and there were people talking about a thing called gutter.
Ah, yes.
So now I started to not play public servers anymore.
Yep.
I started to grind gutters.
Okay.
Which people don't know, it was basically 10 people on the TeamSpeak.
Yep.
2 were the captains, and they were basically choosing the players until the very last one. And I mean, what team you end up with, you end up playing, right? You have to keep in mind that at this time
In 2012, you would have been 10, right?
I'm very young, so my voice is very tiny. So most of the people, they didn't really want to play with me.
Oh no.
So I had to make my voice a little bit older, you know.
You just try to talk a bit like this, yeah.
Of course, but I mean, if you're that young, it doesn't really matter.
Nothing helps.
It doesn't matter, man. It's like there was always gonna be people who's gonna say that they're not gonna play with a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just glad there were some people who actually gave me a chance and really picked me into the team, and there were people calling me cheater, you know. Yeah, but I mean, I went through this gather for like 1 or 2 years. This is what I played.
But like, how did we go from the gathers 2 years later into this?
In one of these gathers, I meet some players that actually had some sort of connection to like actual professional player, like OG professional players on like in 1.6.
Nice.
Like the teams that were on the top in Czechoslovakia back then, you know, which for me was...
That's huge.
That's huge, you know, like this is the people that I see in the front movies, you know, like Oscar back then, you know.
Yeah.
Like he was my idol for a very long time, you know.
Okay.
And I just remember somehow like meeting these people, and there was a guy who, I don't know, I mean, I guess he just believed in me, and I got the chance to join the team when I was maybe like 12.
But going from public servers to playing in a team is a very different thing.
Completely.
So how did you kind of learn your way through that? Just trial and error? Did you have someone that kind of guided you through this?
So the guy who I met on these gathers, he was one of my first, like, you could say like mentors, you know?
Yeah.
Like he really took me under his wing at the start. I was so young and he gave me a chance to actually play, and you know, he wasn't making fun of me because I'm young.
Yeah.
He took me seriously for what I was back then, and you know, I really took my time and tried to understand like what they're doing. Like if I'm doing something wrong, I try to understand it. And I mean, this is a transition already where like CSGO is kind of starting.
Yep.
And 1.6 is coming to like a dead end,
It was
you
a
know?
very big end, yeah.
Exactly. So now CSGO is starting. We are discussing if, you know, we should move to the other game or what. But again, I'm so young, I don't have money to come to a different game with my PC, you know, because I waited so long for this PC to be able to play 1.6, and now a new game is coming.
And it was hard to play.
It was hard to play.
That was a big jump up from
First half a
performance.
year in CSGO, I was playing only D-Train against bots. It was the first train version, you know, like with the 2 letters at both sides. I got a little bit tired of it, you know, just playing against bots, and I was playing the lowest resolution there is, like same as 1.6, 640.
640 by 480.
Exactly. This is the resolution I played at the start of CSGO. You have
Bro, your consoles and all the buttons must have looked so big.
Bro, it was so ugly. It was so ugly. But again, the 1.6 was dying. The tournaments, there were suddenly less and less of them. You know, on these websites, suddenly a new CSGO things were popping out since CSGO was growing so much. So, I mean, the only future I really have in gaming was to, well, beg my parents to get me a better PC again.
Again as well, right? Because you're too young to work. There's no options of doing anything like that.
So, okay, coming back to one of the websites I played the tournaments on.
Yeah.
I stumbled on, so they would have these, you know, weekly tournaments. And occasionally I would see a LAN popping out there as well, which was in Košice.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. And I think this LAN would happen every month.
Yep.
And you know, I would still appear on the like playing the gathers and everything. And like most of these people that I played with the gathers, they knew about this website. So Czechoslovakia is a small community in CS, especially back then. So there wasn't much to do, and people knew about everything in a way.
Happening.
Exactly. And I don't remember how or with whom, but I remember signing up to this LAN in Košice, coming with like whatever lineup. I don't like, it was some, I mean, people not gonna know the names that I played with, you know, but I'm 13 at this point. I'm going to my first LAN, which is just in like a small cyber cafe in Košice. The PCs are probably worse than I have at home. Coming back, I'm going to a LAN, bro. I'm going to a LAN, bro, and it's like 70 FPS. You know, I don't care. I'm now.
You're all on the same PC, so I guess
exactly.
it doesn't matter.
Actually, no. Some PCs were better than the.
Oh no, they were like mixed in. Oh.
Exactly. Some were better, some were worse. But
you had to try to get the good seat.
It didn't matter to me. I know I got an ace on the first LAN. In the first game, I got an ace. Yeah.
First game on LAN, you got
an ace. Yeah.
But they can't be calling you a cheater anymore. Then that's got you legit straight away.
Yeah, that was my first LAN when I was 13. Fun fact. I mean, I jumped on the train. I mean, first of all, I had to beg my parents to actually let me go to the Košice because it is, you know, across half of the country.
Yeah, it's all the way to the east, right? Slovakia.
Exactly. And I mean, I hopped on the train myself. Went to Košice.
That young, they let you just go on the train and go.
I mean, my parents must have crazy faith in me to...
Yeah, you had a lot of trust.
Yeah, to just let me go.
Did you used to have, like, I had forms, like waivers that my parents used to have to sign for me to go even take part.
No.
You didn't have that?
No.
how the Czech and Slovakian way is like, yeah, the kid will be fine. Let him go.
Yeah, I mean,
he can do what he wants.
I'm glad they gave me the chance.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember pulling up to Košice, you know, a teammate waiting for me at the train station, you know, blood smoked already like 3 packs of cigarettes. You know, we go from a train station to the cafeteria, and now I come. Half of my team is already full drunk because it's like, you know,
they're
like, this is what the LAN party is about, you know, having
Was
fun.
there a big age gap between you and them?
Hell yeah, these guys were like above 20, and I'm 13 years old.
God.
Yeah, these guys were like way above my age, all of them.
Shout out to them though for taking you with this
Hell
whole thing, because
I
yeah,
mean,
they took you on the journey.
Without them, I don't know where I would be. To these Košice tournaments, I would go with different lineups, and you know, later on, these people, like, they would obviously be way more familiar with the whole scene. So they would, you know, tell me about the, you know, there is, you know, Czech Championship. There was this LAN called Landcraft it was in Ostrava in Czech. It was it was the biggest BioC tournament that was in Czech Republic, and that in my eyes was like
the holy grail.
That was the I need to go there, you know. Now I need to get myself from Slovakia to Czech Republic with my PC, my monitor, my full gear. My parents actually, they since I had to carry so many things, they offered that they would drive me there.
That's a big win. That's a very big win.
That's a big win, and on top of it, they took +2 of my teammates.
Okay, your parents are amazing. This is dreams.
Yeah.
As a kid doing this, you can't ask for much better than that.
Yeah. So my parents, they took me, my 2 teammates, with our full setups, drove us to Ostrava. The best team that there is Neophyte. With Stiko, Oscar. This is the #1 team at this point in Czechoslovakia.
And they're expected to just clean up, aren't they?
Brother, this is like I just wanna see them go around me, and I'll be shaking, you know.
You know, I fully understand you. I fully feel you.
This is where I wanna play now, you know. So somehow, some way, we set up. We go into different games every day. We played like I don't even remember how many games.
And you like probably start really early, finish really late. There's delays.
I remember playing until like 2 a.m. Then my parents are calling me because they obviously were there, right? They booked themselves a hotel, and they're like, "Are you guys done? You wanna come sleep to the hotel?" I'm like, "Yeah, we're done, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna sleep here next to my PC on the chairs."
Classic.
So I line up 3 chairs. I lay down, have like 4 hours.
You're happy.
4 hours of sleep. Wake up, pop a monster, go play again. Yeah, we beat Cyber Factory. I was performing pretty well at this game, which later on helped me to actually get a spot.
You're getting picked because of that?
Yeah. So we ended up, I think it wasn't crazy, but we ended up on 6th to 8th position.
Yeah, considering how highly you put that event in your mind as well,
it's not.
That's got to feel damn
It's
good.
not bad, and I see like 4 places above me is Neophyte, you know, and Esuba and all these teams that were like back then like competing for like #1 spot, you know. So for me, it's very motivational to see my name or like our team very close to them, right? And I get a friend request on Steam from a guy that I played against at the Landcraft before. He was playing for Cyber Factory.
Yep.
And you know, he asked me like, "What's up?" If I would like to try out for their team. He obviously knew how young I am, and he was at that time, I say, 28.
Okay.
By the way, he is my best friend till this day.
Really?
This guy. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, so he gave me a chance. I know he would tell me the story later on that, you know, when he was writing me, in his head he was like, there's no way he's gonna play with a 13-year-old kid, you know. So they tried me out. I remember first game we played as a Mirage. I think I had close to 30 bump on the first practice.
So you dominated, yeah.
Yep, communication was all right, you know, for a 13-year-old. So after the first game, well, I get a message that I'm in. And now, well, I'm making my entry to the biggest Czechoslovakian tournaments where actually I get to play on the stages, I get to play in front of the crowds, you know, and actually making a little bit of money for myself.
So would you consider this your first like professional team?
Well, I mean, if you consider something professional, you are you're making a living out of it, right?
Yeah.
At this point, I'm not making a living out of it. I'm going to a tournament. I'm going from tournament to tournament, getting a little bit of money from prize pool, stacking it up.
So you're just splitting the prize pool and getting
exactly,
money.
And I'm just stacking my money and trying to upgrade my setup, you know. From Cyber Factory, we later on we went to Neophyte because now Oscar and Stiko are getting picked up to...
They've gone elsewhere,
They're going to Hellraisers, so now there is a chance for a new guy to come in. At that point, it seemed like way more serious organization, right? Because well, back then they were playing against Flipside. They were making a good name for themselves in the international CS. And Neophyte went to the biggest tournament in Czech Championship. We won that.
Ooh. And you were like 14?
14 or 13, I don't remember.
Damn.
I'm definitely the youngest to win it.
Of course, yeah.
Definitely the youngest.
Still probably.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, from Neophyte, we made our way to X-Status. I remember the guy from X-Status coming to us on some tournament and, you know, telling us about, you know, getting all these sponsors, maybe potentially even having some money to, like, on the side. So my first salary...
And you're still at school.
I'm still going to school. So my first salary joining X-Status was 80 euros per month.
And I bet your parents were happy still.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going to school. I'm able to buy whatever I want, you know, like I'm able to...
At that point, you feel like a millionaire as a kid.
I'm good, you know, like I'm getting my money from gaming now. Later on, he actually got a bigger sponsor, which is one of the biggest, you know, electronic stores in Czechoslovakia, which is pretty huge at that point, you know, because...
I'm hoping they hooked you up with some gear.
I'm getting PC, we have a Zoe as a sponsor, I'm getting MOUZ, I'm getting mousepad. I remember buying myself a HyperX headset, you know, the red one. You know, everything was red and black, so I had to, my Forest was my idol, so Forest mousepad had to be there as well. But now, since we have a new sponsor, we're getting all these things, we are getting as well more money on top of it. So now, I'm getting my first huge salary, which is somewhere around 600 to 700 euros at this point, or I think 800 maybe even.
And then you'd be what?
This is 15 years old, I think, 14, 15 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. So now, well, we are playing here. We are also close to being like top 40, 30 team.
Yeah.
So we are already going through all these online tournaments on HL TV. Maybe, you know, picking up a win here and
You
there.
doing sort of qualifiers for the major as well.
For sure.
Yeah, that's why the first one I saw.
Yeah. So when I was like 15, I told my parents that I would really like to move to Bratislava, to go to a high school there. And since I was earning money from CS, and my good friend who picked me up to Cyber Factory, Kedwar, shout out, he is my very good friend, and at this time I asked him if I could live with him. FPL at this time was just the top teams in the world getting invited. Like, you play good tournaments, you getting into FPL. Yeah. So now FPL Challenger is a thing, which in my eyes is pretty close to FPL already, right?
That's pretty damn good, man, especially the players that would have been in there.
Exactly, but now as well, I have a chance to earn more money on top of my professional salary. You know, I can earn money from FaZe as well.
Yeah.
And later, as the FPL Challenge is, you know, improving, FPL qualifiers are popping up. So yeah, I mean, this is basically my start to...
Did you qualify first time?
No.
Oh, really?
No. I think it was like to the second or third time.
Okay.
I think I even beat Robs in the qualifier. Yeah.
That's not bad at all.
Hey man, these qualifiers, like the pressure I felt there to make it there, you know, and the relief I had once I actually made it, I think I almost cried that day.
Wow.
Because now I'm in a...
That's how much it means to you, man.
Bro,
Yeah.
I'm in a league with the best players in the world, and I'm so young, and it means so fucking much to me.
Do you think you were the youngest in at that time?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Hey, man, I'm just
Breaking new ground.
man.
Oh, man.
So yeah, now I'm in X-Status, playing FPL with the best players in the world.
Yeah.
So now I'm really seeing where my level can be, you know. Hey, I think I won it one time when I was 15.
With the guys who are full-time, best in the world, fighting at like the top majors, this is the elite.
And at this point, hey, my first big money, that was like, what, 5.5K I think I earned from FPL. Hey, I'm 15 years old.
That's a lot.
That's a jackpot, brother.
Damn, and you already had the PC, so you didn't need to upgrade. You're good.
Now I'm good, yeah. Now I'm just stacking.
You've got a bank.
Now I'm just stacking up my money, yeah, from the get-go. And you know, this is also the time where now I'm starting to think about what do I want to do with my future, because I feel like if I want to, you know, do something with a career, I should move in a different direction, because it's obviously nice to collect all these LAN wins in Czechoslovakia, but that wasn't it for me, you know, that wasn't my end goal. So, you know, there was a time where I took my chance. It was very hard to say to the guys that I'm gonna leave, because they're basically the guys who took me under their wing when I was so young.
They're more than friends at that point.
Exactly, and yeah, I mean, it was very hard to make the decision to actually leave. But yeah, I mean, Crystal Rodney, shout out Kevin. He
had Dev Walk as coach, right?
Dev Walk as a coach, man. Michael Ella there.
That must have been. Is it crazy for you though when you think of the names you were joining that team with?
That's like.
Because that's like
this is.
You got a major champion coach and player.
Like for me now, I'm getting closer to somewhere. You know, maybe maybe, okay, what was the downside was that the team maybe didn't have an organization.
Yeah.
It was a mixed team, but the players that are there, you know, I thought to myself that I can learn so much now because, I mean, Kevin gave me so much, Crystal gave me so much at the
He's
start.
so smart.
I'm so young at that point that, you know, and he has so much knowledge.
And you're just soaking up.
I'm
right?
just like, I'm a sponge, you know, I'm just absorbing everything he's saying. And, well, that was my, basically, you could say a breakthrough to international scene because we were struggling for a long time to find an org. And, you know, I'm making my name, and suddenly, a few months later, I get a message from Kerrigan that, you know, MOUZ is building a new lineup. And, yeah, he gave me a chance to play in MOUZ.
And then the rest is history. And we know what happened from there because MOUZ Sports was huge for you. Then you're on a real professional team. So is that where you became a pro, you think, MOUZ? Yeah?
MOUZ,
in your eyes?
definitely.
So MOUZ is where you became the pro. Then Kerrigan kept his promise to you and took you over there to FaZe. And now you're still making history. And it's crazy, bro. When I look at this and I look at your career and why I wanted to do this with you, you're still 22 now. Like, you're very experienced. I'm not going to say like you're young, but if I'm comparing it, you're still such a young player with so much more ahead of you. Are you content where you are now? Are you more motivated than ever before? Like, tell me your feelings now you're going into all this.
Well, the motivation is, I mean, always the highest, right? Always the highest goals. You know, Katowice, Cologne, all the majors. I want to win it all. I want to win it all multiple times. I'm not going to say we're going to win it this year, but, you know, we are definitely on the right track.
Yeah.
At least with how we're starting at the moment. And, yeah, I mean, I'll make sure to put everything in my power to get my hands on those trophies one day.
And you always have, by the looks of it. This is a very interesting story, eye-opening for me. Thank you very much for sharing it with us on Frozen.
Thank you.
This was how to become a professional Counter-Strike player with Frozen, and this is a crazy blueprint that if you can copy it, well then you could be a professional player later on in your career as well.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. Yes, make some noise. We're about to have the second semi-final. We're going to be chopping it up on the desk, but we have swapped out the analysts. We have next to me, of course, the fantastic, the fabulous Blair, and joining him is Maui Snake. So, guys, I know you're excited for this one. FaZe versus Falcons. This should shape up to be a banger.
Listen, Richard, like any day when you have FaZe and Nico in an arena, it's a good day in the office.
I'm just excited to see who's going to be working in the Turda salt mines after this one.
Well, I'm going to interrupt you because James Banks is on the stage with a couple of special guests.
Yeah. Just some Romanian royalty, I think, Richard. This is a true home crowd advantage. How does that sound for you, mate?
Crazy as fuck.
Crowd, though, I think you're missing someone here. What about Jaxi? Jaxi! Now, Jaxi, you've been commentating the games from here inside the arena. It's home soil for you. Just describe to me that feeling, mate.
It's insane. I have no words. I can describe my feelings right now. This crowd is really, really insane, and I think we deserve a major here.
And for you, just imagine having a major that you can come back to, be home crowd, second major for Na'Vi, or that's going to be just Austin?
I mean, speaking about major in Romania, I will be crazy, but we need to see if it's going to happen or not, but until that, we're going to try to have another major in Austin, like you said.
Oh, yes, that's what it's about, challenging for that major once again. For you right now, though, you're also commentating with Jaxi. How's the commentary life going? Is that what you're going to do when you retire?
I think it's too much to say that we comment basically nothing. We just watch the game and see, maybe this guy can do this and that and that. It's like full like watch party, you can say. It's more than a watch party than commenting the games and stuff like this.
Two friends having fun. All right, give me your opinion on this game that's coming up. Who's going to make it to the grand final, Falcons or FaZe?
To be honest, I think I'll go slightly towards FaZe, but I think it's going to be a banger of the game.
The king's spoken, so the crowd must listen.
Yes, but all I want to see is 3 maps, intense maps, and to have some fun.
Oh, yes. There's a lot of fun happening in this arena. And Jaxi, lastly, what words do you want to say to all the fans out there who also aren't Romanian, just to kind of hype us up and get us ready for all of this? Because so far it's been crazy, and you're a big part of that, man.
Thank you. For all fans out there, please, I mean, my community wants to hear something. Yeah, for sure. And also, we should prepare for this game, because this game is gonna be fire!
For sure, it's going to be too much fire in this game. Our Romanian legends are doing a fantastic job. The crowd is doing a fantastic job. And our desk, well, they're just amazing.
Thanks very much, James. Nice of you to say so. So a couple of things. I do want to say, you know, do it on the desk. The growth of Jaxi and what he's done for kind of Romanian Counter-Strike has just been an amazing story. He's actually working alongside us. We get to see him work. He's been so passionate, had so much growth, and has been a big part of hyping up the crowd. Great to see. And Immer as well. Listen, I'll get a bit spicy with this. I think it's a shame he was denied the opportunity to play in front of this crowd. And I'm glad he was here to see you all and to make his feelings known about how we should have a major in Cluj again, maybe. So, anyway. The
crowd love that. They love that. Yeah, they love that.
All right, no, hey. It's been great, but let's now dial in and start talking about the game. FaZe versus Falcons. It is going to be an absolute banger. I have no doubt about that. We're talking about a much improved Falcons, but before we do, we're going to talk about the tournament favorites of FaZe. A new look FaZe. Carrigan again, rebuilding a roster. This time doing it with the Bald Eagle, the greatest player that NA's produced. Elige in that FaZe lineup now. Guys, tell me how you see this one.
I think if you're talking about the favorites of this particular tournament, Maui, we had FaZe, we had Eternal Fire, and we had the MongolZ. Where's Eternal Fire and MongolZ right now? Nowhere here, right? They're out of it. But FaZe, they have delivered. They've proven they're coming in here to win this. They're coming in here with that championship mentality. And what a way to do it with Elige. By the way, for Elige, the last time he played in the S-tier arena was back in fall, in the Blast Ball Finals at the end of 2023, where he lost to FaZe. So it's kind of interesting that now he's in the FaZe jersey and back in the arena as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at FaZe, they are without a doubt my tournament favorites. The Elige for Rops move didn't bear fruit in the very beginning, but at this point, we're seeing that the pieces, they're starting to connect, that Carrigan is making sense of this constellation of players, and that Elige is finding his form. But on top of it, Frozen has been given a new lease on life. He has been fantastic in this tournament.
And speaking of constellation, you'd have to talk about stars, right? And I'm looking at Frozen. I'm looking at the side of Brokey, and I'm looking at Elige as well. Now that they've had a few reps in a couple of official tournaments thus far, it seems to be kind of coalescing together right now. They've been looking fantastic. Albeit, I'll just say, they haven't had to play too many games so far because of how dominant they've been. But at the moment, the three Musketeers, they are shining. First, third, and fourth so far at the event.
Yeah, I mean, they're all Frozen there, but that's actually because Frozen's doing so well. He has been incredible, a revelation. Obviously, we've talked a lot about him, and maybe his stats are a little bit inflated because, you know, you play Sora a couple of times, dead team buff, etc. But I just love seeing this version of Frozen. He seemed to be in a really bad place coming out of Shanghai. A lot of fans were putting the blame on him, saying, you know, maybe it's time to cut him, look at someone else. He's answered that in 2025 with such grace under fire, and he looks like, I don't know, he looks integral to FaZe's plan.
Anybody that said that doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. That's trash. That's just a trash opinion, okay? I'm known for trash opinions. I can recognize it when I see it, okay?
That's a trash take.
The devil knows his own.
No, I mean, the thing is that when you have Elige and Frozen, they are so complementary. That is what I love about the move. Sure, you could say Rops, in terms of just pure ability, might be a side grade with Elige, but overall, Elige taking the point, going in first, allowing Frozen to be the trade fragger behind him. That is a match made in heaven because Frozen wants to be a mid-round player. He wants to be a late-round player. Elige welcomes those opening duels. So to see them be the 1-2 punch of FaZe, and then Brokey almost just feels like a luxury at that point, it's a perfect trio.
Frozen might be statistically the best player at this tournament, but we are talking about a generational talent is in the building. We have to talk about Nico.
Okay.
He's been playing lights out. The fans have been so far behind him. They were chanting his name when we were on a break. They are absolutely amped up to see him play. Tell me why.
I mean, Nico, speaking of aura, this is the guy. This is the guy. Second highest rated player in the tournament. And listen, man, this Falcons team so far, Maui, despite a few stumbles, despite a few struggles early on, this guy continues to deliver. The impact he has on whatever team he joins cannot be understated.
Pure blockbuster. Nico is everything you want from high-octane Counter-Strike, and he can do absolutely everything. Early round, mid-round, late round, one of the comprehensively best riflers that we have in the space, bar none. Whereas Donk is phenomenal in the beginning, Nico matches that. Whereas Rops is great in the late round, Nico can match that. He can do absolutely everything, and he's been a one-man wrecking crew, a guy that, in some ways, is saving this Falcons project game to game.
Well, look, we saw the Three Musketeers. Now we need to talk about, is Nico going to get a wingman? Is Maverick going to have Goose? Because Dexter has obviously had one or two good maps, but it hasn't been consistent.
I think that's the biggest problem with this Falcons lineup is we've seen some great stuff coming out from a lot of the players, but it's been inconsistent. And I think the one player we have to highlight has to be Dexter, right? This is a guy in the group stage who completely was so quiet. His impact was nowhere to be found. And I was critical of his performance, but we saw him under the lights yesterday, Maui. He came alive, and he was so pivotal in Falcons getting the win over Eternal Fire.
Dexter just never embarrasses himself on stage. That's what's so impressive about him. That's why he's created a lore around him that so many people were awaiting his return to Tier 1 CS, even on OG, on Spirit. These kind of rosters that in some ways have no business being as good as they are in arenas, it's because Dexter elevates them. When the lights are the brightest, that's when he shines the brightest. So Dexter overall, it's good to see him back on this kind of stage because, yeah, in group stages, in online play, I've been wanting a lot more from him. Unfortunately, we just had the cans fall, and
Oh, yeah, that's a disaster before this.
We need to get a cameraman on that. Yeah, they love that stuff.
We'll try and fix that. Just some thoughts about Dexter, Blair?
I think Dexter, I agree with Maui right there, and I feel like his impact, when he's on form, when he's on, that's when I can see this Falcons making that deep run. That's when I can potentially see an upset taking place. But again, man, just the sample size of just one game, I'm not fully sold yet.
Yeah, well, look, we're going to introduce these two fantastic teams with James Banks on the stage.
And that's right. For our second semi-final, we have an absolutely incredible game. Cluj, are you ready? Oh, I'm sure you are, and you sound so good. You have impressed from start to finish, much like this team that's coming to the stage first. They bring a new player in, they cruise through the group stage, and yesterday was relatively easy for them. This is a team that powers up in the arenas. This is the team that knows how to get it done in playoffs. It's FaZe Clan! Looking to make it to their first grand final is their opponent. And we said yesterday how they've taken flight. Well, Nico is a big fan favorite, but it's going to take a lot more than him in order to get there. There's no easy fight for these guys, but they've shown up and even beat a team yesterday who they struggled against already in the early parts of this year. It's the Falcons! They're laughing around right now. Rain, come join me up here. Magisk, Wakey, you come join me as well, my dude. Were you having a little laugh before the game?
Yeah, they don't know how to walk on stage, you know?
It's been a while, right, for them, but for you guys, you're very used to this. But I want to talk about some changes for you, Rain. New positions, new way of playing, new style. How much are you enjoying this?
I'm enjoying it a lot. You know, I get to see Counter-Strike in a completely different way. So it's definitely been a fun change so far.
And how confident are you guys feeling right now? Because obviously back on the stage, it's the first playoff game with Elise. We say all the time how you guys play better when it gets to this moment. And everyone seems to think that this trophy is in your hands.
Yeah, I mean, we feel very confident. There's, of course, a lot of things we have to change with the new positions and everything, and things to get used to, but we feel very comfortable and very confident coming into this.
And obviously you've never played Falcons, right? So this is the first time you get to go head-to-head with them like this. Do you feel like this is a team that's comfortable for you potentially, just in the way they play, what they have to offer?
I don't know, we're going to have to wait and see, but I have a good feeling.
Ooh, he has a good feeling with a smile on his face as well. Magisk, it's been a long journey for you in the Falcons jersey already, but this is positive signs. How good does it feel for you to sit in this position right now?
I mean, it's better than going home, so that's a good start. Yeah, so it's a good feeling.
And in terms of it being a good feeling, we're seeing you guys improve. We're seeing what it means to you guys after every win. For you still, someone who has done it and achieved it all, how badly do you want to be in this grand final beating FaZe to get there?
I mean, every tournament is important and it's part of your legacy whenever you are done. So, you know, every tournament has a meaning, and for me it's also important to redeem myself from last year. So yeah, it has a lot of meaning for me.
And for getting this win over FaZe and making it through to the grand final. Obviously, you haven't faced them yet. You've seen you struggle against maybe opposition not up to the same caliber of them. But do you feel like you've improved enough to get it and be in that grand final?
I think we have been improving game from game and playing better all the time. So I definitely believe that we have the players and also the team to beat FaZe today. I mean, it's 2025, so it would be embarrassing for them to lose. So.
Well, let's see what happens when we get the server. Fist bump, shake hands, whatever you want to do, boys. And take your seats. Cluj, are you still with me? All right, we're going to do this again. This side. Over here. This side. But which way are we going? Because I know there's some FaZe fans in the house. And what about Falcons? FaZe? Falcons? All right, let's give this semi-final match what it deserves. One last time, make some noise!
Yes, indeed, it is time. You saw two stalwarts of the scene there on stage talking about their competition, their legacy. But one thing that stood out for me was what Magisk said. Redemption. It is about that. Falcons had a terrible 2024. He needs this now. This is a winnable tournament for them. They've looked good here, Mal.
In the last 6 months of the previous season, the best team that the Falcons defeated on LAN was Virtus.pro. They beat Eternal Fire, the number 4 ranked team in the world, yesterday in an arena. Falcons are already on the right trajectory. This is already the best version of Falcons we have seen. This is the best 5-man lineup that have donned the green jerseys. And there is a chance, Richard. My favorites are FaZe in this matchup, but to say Falcons don't have a chance, that would be foolish.
I agree with you, absolutely. But this is going to be the toughest test for this particular lineup thus far. You're talking about a FaZe Clan in the arena. That is the boss you have to go up against. We're going to jump straight into the videos here right now, Maui. The usual bands coming out. What do Falcons go for? Is it Dust 2?
I'm thinking Dust 2. Dust 2's been the pick that they've been outlining for the last month or so. Second pick, I mean, for FaZe,
they've been Ancient.
I think it's got to be Ancient. Kerrigan's known for a curveball here and there, but there they go. Okay, straightforward so far in terms of second band vetoes. I'm thinking it's going to end on probably Mirage, maybe Inferno.
FaZe banning out Nuke, that's the usual second ban for them. The map not super comfortable on yet.
Okay.
And it is going to be Falcons saying, you know what, Mirage, we're going to duke it out if we ever get to it on a map which could get very brawly, Richard.
Oh, absolutely. But let's start by talking about the one that we've got, which is obviously Falcons. We've seen what they can do on it. I believe you've got something for me.
Now, a couple of quick things. Dust2 has been the first pick every single time with this iteration of this particular lineup. And they've been looking great on it.
Yep.
But Maui, here's a problem. Against Eternal Fire yesterday, against MOUZ in the group stage, they got smacked around on this particular map. And a couple of players we have to point the fingers to has been the Spray Lord, that's been Tess's. He's been struggling a little bit on the CT side, on the T side, looking at an upper dog position, and he's been having a bit of a rough time. You can see his position, Tess's to his upper dog. Whenever they're going for this mid to B hits, it does feel like he's not really in sync with the hits coming in. And that, for me, is going to be something that FaZe are going to take advantage of.
It is something to worry about because Tess's, for the first couple times that they played Dust2, in my opinion, the reason they started picking Dust2 is that Tess's was the wild card. He was the guy that you could let him off the leash. He would just go for the entries, find his own timings on those picks into the bomb site. With first bullet accuracy, that was bewildering. But on stage, this is where, unfortunately, we've seen Tess's do some of his worst work, especially in the heroic jersey. So he's going to have to take some of the energy from these vetted stage players next to him. Dexter, Nico, they may have to pave the way.
Dexter, again, I don't want to point fingers, especially with a game of this caliber right now for Dexter, but the last 3 Dust2s he's played, the CT side, where you expect the primary operative team to pop off, he's been miserable, Rich. So right now, it's time to step up to the plate.
Well, we're about to see. I now hand you over to 2 of Counter-Strike's greatest storytellers who never get phased. It's Sponge and Machine.
Oh, he's a sweetheart, he really is. And this one could be a bit of a banger. Sure, FaZe favourite, a first clash, but how far do the Falcons soar?
Look, new year, new rosters, first final for one of the 2 of them. So let's get this one underway. Some good maps to highlight what these 2 teams bring to the table. Got some instinct-based, high-octane Counter-Strike on the table this evening. It's a Saturday night.
And Cluj is having a great time. Good energy. T-Star, Nico, P250, spotting out for the cross. And there is a lot of bodies in middle. 2 surge forward, 2 towards the lower tunnels. A lot of aggression on the menu from FaZe. They want to hit them with some disrespect early. Elige spotted by the jumps of Nico. But you know, there is a wide open bomb site and a wide open skull. Bullet finds Brokey. Bomb site access granted. Their aggressions have been thwarted.
Tough retake right now. Sure, they have tunnels, but there's 2 loose pieces that can come in late. 3v5.
Oh, they just lost Carrigan as well. Yeah, okay, spotted. Kicks it. He's playing it safe, playing it conservative. And they've still got Magisk with a molly all the way as Spawn. Now spotted out. Dexter does stick around. Deletes Elige. Things are flowing very nicely for the Falcons start on their home turf of Dust2. Rain and Frozen on the way back in. Sure, you've gotten a couple. Time the main factor against them here, as well as the 3 players sticking around. Tessus in the window, in trouble. He's on the bomb, guys. Do we get nervous? We don't need to get nervous, right? I mean, I know he's still on the defuse. I know that, like, that bomb is still being defused. Oh no! The Falcons fumble!
What a calamity! The smile on Frozen's face says it all. They cheekily got away with that one. And you ask yourself, how? They had the side, they had the loose pieces, the opening kills, the man advantage. And if you're looking for frustrations early, there's one for Falcons. Check out how it started. It's crispy. Desperation from Carrigan. Dexter takes the window fight. This is a 2v5 situation.
How?
Okay, well, that's not the start they were hoping for. See if they can reset. Bomb goes down. Nico into an AK-47.
Again.
Upper tunnels called completely clear.
Clear aggression to start their CT side off, huh?
Can fight middle. We'll need a likely flash. So the M4 on cat coming up.
Okay, so Brokey, he gets a freebie. An important trade from Tessus, just rocking that Deeg and down, double Deegs. Kickson, now Nico clears out the lower tunnels, but are they expecting Rain as well? He's going to be flanking. Carrigan abandons his post on long, going for the long wrap around, and into the site. Nico and Dexter partner up to try and rectify a fumbled pistol round.
Now, Carrigan couldn't retake through long with that MP9. Wants to group up with Rain as well. Let's see if they can trade off of one another. Carrigan to go first, Rain to trade.
Yeah, it's just a flashbang, a single flashbang on Rain to set up that Carrigan swing.
Tough fights ahead.
Yeah, especially with Nico on the other side of things with an AK-47. He has designed Counter-Strike's most precise weapon! Lovely tap to the skull, but Rain can still do one better. It's Dexter cowering in fear. Here's him coming, stampeding feet. He's on the reload! Dexter just in time! Force by converted, pistol shortcomings rectified.
Important they got away with that one. This is exactly what we said on the way in. These two teams, they like to play a similar style of Counter-Strike, and well, stage fright when you have an Eternal Fire, when you have a MongolZ. These two, very experienced in a battle like this. Now, maybe not for the Falcons roster, but for the players, for sure. Dexter fortunate to stay alive and sticks the landing on that one.
I want to know how many bullets he had. Why is he reloading? Crazy.
I'll force my back, scout out for Brokey. He's only the 1400 loss bonus coming into this, and Elige just going to search straight out. Cat putting his deagle on display.
Easy right up, top of the head from Nico, spotted, but he continues to advance, stubborn in his aggressions. Door smoke lands, freedom to activate.
That's a head-to-head we need to keep our eyes on. Elige versus Nico throughout. He's playing the same roles on the CT and the T sides.
They tried to set up Brokey, but nothing on the clear.
Giving the map control, and all 5 of them through the mid corridor. A late piece of Magis just to deal with any long pushes. Sinja toes, short, kicks in. In-game leader, the front of the pack calling the shots. So smoked off. And a disaster in the crowd as more cans hit the deck.
Guys, put your cans in the air,
yeah, you
not on the floor.
Well, as we wait for this smoke, so do Falcons. Enough utility for the execute. If the molly lands sight, Rain's going to be thrust into the open.
Feels like he's destined for nothing here.
He's on his own.
Yeah. It would be amazing to see him actually manage to make something out of this. Just one man crouched out behind the boxes, and a chance onto Kingston. He makes good use of it, spammed away. 1 point of health for him. Finally felled, and the round should be converted comfortably from there.
Tough retake for FaZe. So if they can get past Magisk, Elige will have to hit quite the shot. Mantle's up, spotted now, and Magisk continues to save the duel, able to convert a double. The Dane just delivering. Magic from the man to deal with the force. And just one to find. Beautiful work. Okay, they get the eco up now. That's a great round. And that's really important that they reset from that pistol loss. Right, you lose to the defuse. You know you should have won that round. It could have really spiraled out of control. Great news that they win their force by back. Nico's AK in play, and then they deal with it. And there's a man under a lot of pressure in recent years. Popular individuals. A very popular team in FaZe. As far as the big names concerned, they've rocked up. And they're the front runners as far as favorites of the tournament go now that MongolZ and Eternal Fire have been eliminated.
I love this proactivity from Tessus. I mean, he's just playing, he knows it's an eco. And already he's dumped some util, claims B's site for the boys. Now, last time this happened, of course, was in the pistol.
Could take this moment on the eco right now to reiterate the nice little graphic that the desk brings up with these positions. So both of these teams are going to have in-game leaders playing long. So for the first half of play, we'll be focusing on Karrigan as the long anchor. Brokey is the AWPer. He'll be rotating here, there, and everywhere. Elige is the A rifler, taking that away from Rain. Rain heads over to be the B anchor, and then Frozen your mid to B player. And that's a big talking point with this FaZe roster, is just how many preferential positions, as Nico's going to farm up some Eeks. It's his time this time. But yeah, for Elige, he's been given everything. And Rain did it before as well. When Frozen came in, sacrificed some of his positions, gave them, not all of them, but gave some of them to Frozen.
Do you see his answer? Elige, like when James asked him about it, he seemed genuinely like...
Well, you want to put a positive spin on it.
Yeah, but it didn't look like he was kind of faking it. He had a smile on his face. Maybe he's just a good actor, but he was kind of saying he's seeing Counter-Strike in new positions.
The way that I frame it is, if you're going to give these spots over to Elige, he has to deliver in these positions.
Yes.
And the same to be said for Frozen. If these are your two stars, the players of the future for FaZe, and then Rain becomes more supportive, more of an anchor player, well, the others need to deliver. Dexter going for a long pick.
Elige to receive him. Can Elige get on the board? No frags from him yet. Dexter braves the smoke, pokes his nose, and wipes off Elige. Oh, and a leg shot too. That's not bad. Aggressive AWPing out of Dexter.
I can't believe he's transitioned back there. Elige isn't the long anchor, right? So he wants to set up Karrigan, but they knew the extinguish came in. They heard that.
Really cheeky. And despite that man advantage, Nico goes probing. Lurk smoke dropped. CT smoke as well. There's a lot of pressure from the Falcons side right now.
Yeah, and there's no AWP in play. So they know that they likely have the defense split 2-2. The mid to B pressure draws back one of those A players. So right now, as FaZe, you have to gamble. Do we play for long? Do we worry about the mid to B? Do we focus short? You have to give up something. You can't hold it all. Don't have enough resources. Just going through the moves to clear out close long. Smoke lands, flash over, and he will concede. Carrigan, look, the fact he's already so low, what's he meant to do?
And he knows long was occupied, heard the shots. He's alone.
I think if Carrigan goes down without anything, it's likely a save. Brokey can't help him from CT. And there it is. Now, do you let the dogs off the leash, Kixon? Do you send them out for the hunt? Do you try and wipe the board? Simple as that. And not really simple, right? They head the good spawn of Dexter towards long. They go for the extinguish, so the molly doesn't count. Able to take the pick to corner, gets another shot off, does a lot of damage. And right now, these three cowering over towards the B bomb site. Brokey, Rain, and Frozen really want to hold on to these rifles. With the lost bonus building, they should be able to get a gun round out into the next, but it'll be a while before we see Brokey's AWP. Now having a look, but 10 seconds left on that bomb. Shift key still held, being very diligent about this. Residual cash built on all the members of Falcons for one more buy. And looks like they'll get to hold on to all of it. So now the question, do you want to take a timeout? Do you want to bring Neo into the conversation? Because you could buy back in. You could drop some M4s, it's fine. Or you could use these 3 M4s, just go for some pistol upgrades, and into the next get another buy round. I think we'll likely see that. And it has been a counter-terrorist tactical timeout. So FaZe will bring Neo into the conversation. And likely just to settle things. But smiles on the faces of Falcons is a worrying sign early.
Right, and they did lose a 2v5 in the first round of play.
Yeah, which felt unforgivable, but they've already made good on that. So wiped away the concerns. But for these two teams, right, you come into this year, you're not looking at a lot of officials, are you? Never had a head-to-head between the two of them. This is only the 3rd event. FaZe with the Elige plugin only had 25 official maps under their belt. For Falcons, it's 28.
Yeah, and you know, we've used the word like vindication for Falcons, and that's more just as a roster in general. Elige, was frustrations there visible.
Yeah.
From Dexter's aggressive AWPing. But you know, from Magisk, he was talking about personally. He wants to kind of redeem himself from a rough year last year. Different pieces though for Magisk and Zonic into this 2025
It's been pretty good for Zonic, hasn't it? You get Device in Astralis, you get Zywoo in Vitality, now you've got Nico on Falcons.
Yeah, he works well with a Hall of Famer.
Right now, the rifles on shore of Rain and Brokey have my interest the most. It's the pistol starting over towards B and 3 rifles over towards A. As Nico's spreading his wings, taking mid control. Tessa's probing out the other side of the map, forces block utility. These 3 are the difference makers.
Flash, swing, Frozen and Rain. Taking out Nico.
Magisk is starting to investigate long, so he's got a lot of room. Could work on an A split with this type of space. You need Tessas to come and deal with the mid to B push, and a re-aggression from Rain. It's on the way. He's got support from Frozen.
Rain does go loudly, brazen on the clear. Magisk unable to close. They're accelerating short. That's the distraction they needed. Kixon unable to convert, but it's good from Dexter's AWP. Removes the car player. Frozen gone.
Tessas needs a kill.
And Tessas stays active. Elige tucked. Oh, not a jumping. Again, FaZe does 2 and people jumping on that ace side. Dexter puts Brokey down.
Tessas on the way.
Is there a conversation to be had here? Not if you're caught jumping. Okay, Tessas. Let's see what you've got. Mantles up, catches, catches hot lead to the face. Elige quick with that one. That's his first kill, and it's a banger.
Okay, well, Nico goes down first, and then they play out that number advantage. The exchange at long between Magisk and Rain. Hopefully that's not permanent. That's a big first kill, right? And those 2 out of position. So the way that they've called this, let's send all the rifles over towards A. We'll just get the pistols over towards the B site, likely force them into searching into shore, and they do that. Some lovely shooting. Oh my giddy
That's for lovely shooting.
Dexter's on one. Does better in the spotlight, doesn't he?
He certainly does. Maui said it best. The playoffs, he just becomes a different breed of AWP. Rain, not used to that feeling, huh? How does B-site anchoring feel now?
Caught mid-doors, that's one of the worst deaths you can give over.
Brutal.
Just feel absolutely helpless. It's even with the change, right? You can't just stand and spawn anymore. You got to drop into suicide. Still hitting a couple of those.
So Maui said to me, hot tip, don't jump. Is that the strat?
Well, look, if you cross closed doors, it's hard for them to hit that shot, isn't it? The boost you have to worry about, sure, but the hang time of the jump is problematic.
I've seen Donk's pathing where he kind of takes a couple of steps towards the doors and then like knife out, swap, gets across.
That's why you still see teams using the HEs, smokes as well. It's such a useful resource. Now we have two-man advantage for Falcons. All 5 of them looking to burrow in through long. Leisure's still here. There's a flash available. But that's on Frozen, and he's miles away.
Okay, significant little bit of info there from Elite. Don't know how much he saw, but he just certainly did chip away at them. And oh, wow, Smoko vision.
Molly to delay. Oh,
yeah,
missed it.
Not going to serve its purpose. And this Molotov, Dexter's got it's Brokey, excuse me, got a decision to make. He drops off instead. Oh, the boost. Yeah, this could work out to deny. The plant kicks and spotted. Can't hit the shot, can't hit the shot. Smoke just too deep to find that high advantage.
I don't think they were on the traditional elevation. They're a little bit low on that ramp, so couldn't get the height he was looking for. Now they'll back off for the save. The fact that they won the previous round while retaining money is all good in the hood for FaZe. They can buy into the next, but Brokey really wants to hold on to the AWP. Falcons extending the lead, 5-2. The run so far for FaZe has been a bit of a walk in the park. Opening match against a dead team, took down Saw 2-0. Dealt with MOUZ, their little brother, 2-0 as well. EF took a map off of them. It's a team that's been putting them under some pressure, but that was to qualify for the arena. And then took on Saw again in the quarterfinal.
And if I'm not mistaken, do correct me if I'm wrong, but with no Eternal Fire, no MongolZ, FaZe hot favorites for the trophy.
Yeah, and I think coming in, they would have been the favorites over those 2 names as well.
Yeah.
But those were the 3 that you were looking at to contend for PGL Cluj-Napoca.
And yet here we find Falcons kicking up a fuss, kicking up a stink, 5-round T-side.
I think they have a lot of players who can do well in an environment like this, Nico and Dexter namely, but Magisk as well with all the trophies in his cabinet. So 3 players who on the stage in a pressure match, especially with the type of Counter-Strike we see between these 2 names. Talking explosive, instinct-based, heavy-hitting, high-octane.
Yeah, well, you know, Nico in that major trophy, there's a whole story there, but you've got 4-time and 5-time major champs in Zonic and Magisk. I feel like that's something you can, maybe you can learn a thing or 2.
Well, you're going to spend the money to get a franchise player like Nico into the team. You need to start delivering some results. And still, it's early on in the season, but this is a great way to show your intent. Using the decoy again is Dexter. This time he's not going to take the pot shot through mid. They're going to head over towards B quite quickly.
Okay, so a test for Rain and Frozen. Decoy orb. Far enough shots. Good chip damage from the HE. Nades back, do nothing. But the block smoke will probably channel them into this default. Even pre-aiming the boost is a Liege. A lot of responsibility on this position.
Completely on his own. No support, no flashes available. And again, the head-to-heads against Nico going through lower tunnels to take this map control. Going to stress the mid to B by the looks of things and then still try and finish towards the B site. Falcons' current positioning, very telling that they already have picked the finish. So this is a direct call from spawn. Sure, it's not a rush.
Ooh, can he see anything over the top of that? Lovely toggle of the X-ray just to see what Rain's actually working with. And it wasn't much, but Tessus, it was enough. He takes down Rain, Frozen under a lot of scrutiny now. Nade exposed, but yeah, Nico finds the head of Carrigan. It's a Nico double. Such precision. Magic still lingering short. Brokey once again finds himself resided to the save. No other options really available for Brokey. Knows what he's up against, knows how much territory's been lost. Nico's already stepping CT, jumping around, doing parkour.
Important he holds on to this. We can start doing a bit of quick maths. So into the next round, 2,900 is the loss bonus. Don't think it's going to be enough to justify a full buy. Maybe there can be a hero M4 behind this, and that's if he gets to hold on to it. Brokey does find Nico. Now it's just the game of saving. So this is a great start. 6 rounds already. Oh, entertaining. But not the round. Falcons convert. And they're looking to snap their losing streak. They played this map 8 times. They've lost the last 2 on the trot, but still picking into it. And that's what you like to see. This veto between the 2 seemed very cut and dry.
Yeah, I mean, from the outside looking in, this T-side does look like it's well-rounded. Admittedly helps when Dexter's on T-side does
for
too.
Sure.
Like,
yeah, and you heard Blair pointing out as well that he has a tough time on the CT side of Dust too.
Right.
Which is where your AWPer can put on a bit of a clinic from time to time. Now Carrigan, he has become the secret agent. No kills just yet, and Elige with the pivotal rotating position towards A, only 2 frags as well.
Kixon taking that spawn to have a little look, see if anyone overextends. Carrigan gonna wait for the smoke, so diligence there. Nico
Pops into lower.
Yeah, he could be caught by Brokey, and he caught a glimpse of him, but well aware of Elige, and here's that retreat. So lower control garnered. It's going to be AKV FAMAS, but has Brokey in support. Do we get an AWP clash here? We do, and Dexter was posted. Just a comfortable collection. Dispatches Brokey.
Dexter's 3rd opening so far, doing very well.
Yeah, and that was the most valuable asset, that whole save, all for naught. Perhaps it could be retrieved, yeah, Carrigan.
Well, when you consider the type of rounds they've won, being a defuse and a 2v5, and the saved M4s with a couple of digs.
Hey, Carrigan on the AWP. And now there's the dig, can't get 2. An important frag, Nico's patience does overcome Frozen. And that's a rain banger straight to the skull of Tessus.
So 2 old boys.
Yeah, Carrigan, I think he knows what's up. He has to try and isolate Kixon. He knows the bomb is coming this way. Oh, Kixon gets the info though, and now Nico's swinging. Nico's rapping, he's on a timer here. Kixon's just playing to live. Knows he has to round this corner just to survive.
Oh.
And from behind, Nico strikes, bomb's on its way.
Rain's still got a chance and knows he can accelerate into the AK.
Thank you very much.
Good
nice.
with the taps himself.
Got the Kalashnikov and just rounding that corner in time for a head-to-head with Nico. Can't nail it, does so in the 3rd.
Safe plan.
Yeah, Kixon, what have you got? Rain ready. Ooh, doesn't hit the first. Turns the flash, progressing in. Kixon now faking him out. He's ready for this angle. Rain! Phenomenal adjustment. He twists, I shouts. That's a big round for FaZe.
Beautiful from Rain. Even goes back to pick up the AWP. Got more than enough time. And good with the taps, right? This is the player who can do it with absolutely everything. Aim on point. It was the deagle over towards the B site. He takes down Tessus on the lurk. Strung out in individual fights were the Falcons. All 3 rounds that FaZe have so far are not in the full buy variety. It's the pistol round, sure, that was crazy. And then it's rounds with saved guns. So Carrigan gets one back, throws the round into disarray. Time to connect. And this one, it looks wobbly, doesn't it? But kicks in place for the fight. And Rain sits him on his ass. He even gives him a teabag for good measure.
Yeah,
that's it. No, I feel the same. Look, you could have gone towards short.
You backed yourself.
Exactly, right. So in that situation, he had the timing to get away. He took the fight against Rain.
And he wants him to know that that was the wrong decision.
Carrigan's into the org.
He liked the way that scope felt.
Yeah, well, got his first kill in the round, and an important one, wasn't it?
Most definitely. So long control gained.
Brokey's in trouble.
Can say that again. 22 points of health, backs away.
That's very treacherous, right? Heading back with the crouch key. Wasn't swarmed upon, so just going through the map control. Our Falcons. I wonder if they want to try and return late long and isolate Carrigan. Well, we're not worried about that right now. Nico, 13 kills, but an audible Gallivant out mid will be denied for now. And they are rerouting. Trying to isolate Carrigan's position at long. Well, he's not home, it's Brokey.
Yeah, it's the perfect weapon for the job, but such low HP. We'll have to get away after that one. Position noted, an important frag. Opens up the account for FaZe Clan's 4th. Dexter posted on the corner, Tuck's car. Rather divided now.
Have to go A.
37 seconds remaining. Cross smoke available. Brokey posted on this cross back long side. Smoke fades. Elige spots him out, a head-to-head duel. Some of Counter-Strike's finest. Elige the one to put Nico down on short side. Dexter, the only man that can change the script of this one. Round 10, it is FaZe's 4th. Dexter just trying to claw something back, but Rain through the smoke. A smile creeping onto Elige's face. It's got to feel good to be winning these head-to-heads versus Nico. And there he is. The young gun, North America's finest. In the FaZe Clan jersey. I'm still adjusting to it.
Yeah, it looks a little bit strange.
It's been a long time.
But he was in purgatory with complexity, wasn't he?
Yeah.
A man who knows what it's like to be winning, or at least in the grand finals. Unfortunately, the bridesmaid to Astralis throughout their era. I'm sure that would be another nice little victory against Magisk on the other side of the server, wouldn't it?
Do you know what's going on with all these crowd guys showing their cats?
I don't know. Maybe they're like cats.
Yeah.
Fans of pussy around here?
Yeah, they're just showing the pussy pics.
Tactical timeout from Falcons. Cash has been a little bit stunted. Still an AWP available. Mac 10 in the hands of Kixon. Maybe we'll see some pace behind that. Taking a look, a couple of long spawns possible. Nico's having a bit of a coughing fit right there. Let's hope he's ready to go for the round. We got 7 seconds till we're back underway. But that previous was all to do with Brokey playing the long corner. The fact it was contact, the perfect weapon for the job. Are they going to go out long? Let's go. Dexter looking to take a peek.
Lilisia's throwing out the long smoke, but there will be a window of opportunity for them to push through. The extinguish there, the smoke will block his vision eventually. Flash pull the trigger, but one across on the blue bit, and there's a layering. Kixon with the flash. Tessus tucks Carrigan in tight, and now Lilisia's got a reaction. So much focus on the long side from that T side. Maybe the timing of this will catch them off guard. A flash, perhaps an indicator as to his presence. Thinks twice about committing.
This is a wild position for Nico to have found himself in, isn't it? Well, I guess they know that the map has to get an awful lot smaller. The bomb is starting to reroute. So on Tessus, the man to find the entry, he's backing out. They're aware that they left this gap. I don't know if we'll catch it in the replay, but that's an unforced error there that caused Carrigan's death. He missed the molly. Most likely was meant to land blue bin as well. This is the next head-to-head. Rain's up.
Yeah, can he put 3 of them down? Highly unlikely.
Perfect weapon for the job, though.
Yeah, you're right. 30 bullets, and he's just started to move. He's not to know.
It's crossed into
Kixon
A.
getting
Great
across on A.
fake.
Yeah.
One man.
They've sold it. Oh, they've absolutely owned it.
What do you do now if you're FaZe? You're in a rock and a hard place.
I mean, you look at Reigns on the minimap. He's heading up mid. He doesn't really know what's going on. It's too quiet.
Penny's dropped now.
Yeah, but
he's here quick.
I don't know, man. They're in. The bomb's
But there's
being
only
planted.
3 on B.
Yeah, you're right. Kixon's still long side. Dexter, however, this is an interesting one. Yeah, he seems to know. He's caught wind of him. Has he? Yep. Now he has. Brokey onto Dexter.
4v4. This one's back on.
But Kixon's still long, and Elise can't believe it. That's got to be a frustrating death.
They're looking to save. Okay. Felt like they were going to give it a look, in a position to at least start pressuring through tunnels, but doors smoked. You wonder how much more utility they have.
Wow, faking out FaZe is an accomplishment to Kixon and co.
And they ran out mid. It looked really weird for a moment there. Nico tucked it over towards the backyard of B, aware that the mid space was given up. They pivot back silently. They waltz on in. Rain's timing. He gets called over. He was the only piece of information they had on the other side of the map. Bomb goes off. 7 rounds for Falcons. Putting a stop to the spree. FaZe finally put 2 consecutive together. Now we go into final round of the half. And here it is. So that molly right there.
Yeah, I see
So
it.
likely if you're doing the doors smoke that Alicia's throwing, he knows. You need to make sure you're hitting the blue bin molly. Because then they're thrust into the open. They can path in front of the blue bin, sure. But that is a big error for Carrigan to make in that situation.
Yeah, it's rough. He's actually called for extra backup here. Kixon taking his spawn once more. Oh, missed shot. Golden opportunity to remove Carrigan.
In again.
He goes for a second dip. The double dip is ambitious.
But lots of information being called on long. Nico's liberated in middle, and okay, Tessa's just got caught.
Yeah, they blocked. Okay, I thought Rain might hoover up that info, but not to know.
But you know that the AWP was on B. That's good information to just team out Cap. You know there'll be no AWP card.
And no way to block. Frozen, that's a nice quick 1-2 punch. Onto Nico. Elysian support gets there just in time. No longer looking too promising for Falcons to end with 8. Elysian trying to set up Frozen for an engagement. That flash does connect. The incendiary is going to make life awkward for them. Delay that cross. Turns the flash head-to-head with Magisk. And he's done well there. The nade to finish off the job. On your head. Oh, Kixon. They clear it. Frozen. Again, Frozen delivers. Magisk so low thanks to Alicia's hard work. And Frozen, in combination with the damage Alicia did, it's all Frozen. 4 to end it. FaZe find 5.
It's tough to fault Nico for that decision right there. Right, they know the AWP on B, and I understand him walking out Cat. I think the only difference is maybe his teammates could have been a little bit closer, just to take the space and be able to trade. Likely not expecting Frozen to be taking such an aggressive duel. Tough half for Carrigan, only 1 kill. This scoreboard's at the top, and right now they're only 2 rounds behind. They're able to sneak the pistol past the keeper. Let's see if they can get both. Be flicking on to the attack, and for them, they've only played this map 4 times with this roster in 2025. Won at 3, lost at 1. So not a bad record for them either. Comfortable map pool for both of the teams. Ancient up next. We keep it brawly, and then Mirage is the third and decider if we need to get there. The Falcons, they're in search of their first big event grand final.
I mean, that certainly would be a very good way to start your season after making such a big signing.
Wow, 2 years back-to-back, you've taken cores of top teams. And this time around, you've got NiKo, your franchise player, absolute superstar. And he has been delivering throughout.
Well, if Falcons can convert Dust 2, that certainly would be more likely.
Yeah, for sure. I think this one could go either way. Could be a 2-0 for either team. You can find yourself in a 3-map affair.
Oh, look at this pistol strat. Okay, so it's only one man here. What's Tessa supposed to do with Kevlar and a whole team running at him on long?
Feels like he needs to definitely do a whole lot of that. Back pivoting.
Okay.
Just playing for information. NiKo's lead out middle. Sees nobody top home cat or low up. Kicks and rotating over. He's got a flash to try and enable Tessus on the fight. Late smoke from Carrigan. So they've taken long control. They're going to park Frozen. Everybody else looking to reroute. It's a second smoke on Rain to work with. So is this maybe a short play or a mid to B split? Well, up cat with the bomb.
Oh, but look. Kixon could set up NiKo, and he's got the aim, and he puts one into the brain of Rain, and now Elige trying to trade, hungry for it, could do some damage. More than that, it can take them both. Combines with Brokey's Glock, Kixon tucked, he threw the flash, Frozen spots him out, hard shots to hit, can't find it. Magis fast on the flank though, and there's Carrigan, good enough. Gets the job done, round going the way once more of FaZe.
Well, Dexter has to concede this. Hold on, the dual Berettas, keep that Kevlar. Could have gone very wrong there for a moment. Opening kill against Rain, bomb spills out, but the trade works there. Carrigan getting his second frag.
And presumably a second round conversion a whole lot harder without a bomb plant and that extra cash. Falcons managed to do it the first time, but doing it here, maybe the Kevlar can help.
Well, that's the thing. You're likely to see Dexter go into a scout right now.
Yeah.
See if he can stay alive. Probably gets it out regardless, but Elige doesn't know how close he is to this duel. When the bomb goes off, does he round that corner? Bit of a standoff. There you have it. 7-6, just a one-round game. Both pistols.
Oh, sounded good, but loses it last second.
Well, Dexter is into the scout. Magisk has bought one as well. Very strong on a map like Dust 2 if the T's aren't diligent with their utility. HE for Magisk, he can go for a smoke break, kicks in with one as well. Or are they going to throw them long? Well, Dexter posts up, sees nothing. Long corner smoke lands. A nade in, but nobody home. So avoiding early damage. Our FaZe. Information on 2 players starting towards long.
Still an abundance of utility available to FaZe. No rush here.
Pretty rifle heavy as well.
Oh, Kixon would have liked to have had the element of surprise there. Carrigan spots him out, bit of damage onto Frozen, but no support network available for this 5-7. Lots of pressure applied. They're really limiting his options. He's been forced in. Goes down. There's Magisk. Hits a no-scope through the smoke. NiKo's dig empty-handed, and Magisk overlooking the progression Elige could have made. So that's very comfortable.
Yeah, pretty easy round, all things considered. Now will be the eco phase in a position to take the lead. Kixon on Dust 2 throughout this tournament also have tough times over towards long. It's not an easy position, but one of the in-game leader gets tasked with. They have the Danish duo on the B side, Magisk and Kixon, Magisk and Tassis to lock that down. Dexter, obviously the desk talking about his lack of success on the CT side of this map. We'll see if he can turn it on.
Brokey to swing off Elige's contact, ready for an aggress, playing anti-flash, and Brokey just 2. Magisk, that deagle delivers.
Good damage.
Not bad at all. Sure, the round is highly unlikely unless you can take down Frozen, scoop up the AK. And yeah, not going to happen. He's lovely work from Frozen. Read them well, anticipated the retrieval, even snatches away the deagle, despite Magisk hitting a couple of good shots.
Okay, well, Brokey into his AWP, the same for Dexter. First rifle round, second half. Suicide boost with the AWP.
HE deployed. Masks the cross. Dexter was flying with aggression. The molly thwarts him now. This aggression from Testis will be punished. He needs support. The HE forces him back, but back turn is Carrigan. Nice opening, Nico, to try and take a head-to-head. Elige once again puts him down low. Look at Carrigan. I can't believe he's already there. 1 minute 30 on the... Oh! Carrigan rolls back the years with a swift one-tap to Kixon's face. It's Dexter, just has vision in time. He considered dropping into CT to try and bring that fight.
Just going to chase him, take this away.
Hello? Oh, missed no scope. It's a Carrigan 4K.
Okay,
Big
well,
round.
Biggest round so far from Mr. Finn Anderson, the entertainer. That round was over at 1 minute 30. So check this. Here's the opener. Tessus has to push, has no option. Carrigan's out mid to B, grabs that kill. At that point, bang. A minute 30 on the clock. Stop it right there. See you later, alligator.
The conviction he had after getting that kill, you see him knife run through the door smoke.
That round was just full of confidence.
Yes.
And here he is again. The nade to cover his aggress. It's Elige this time towards green box.
Okay, well...
Know that they're not up against anything too hefty on the other side.
It's far from pretty. A partial investment. Falcons trying to have a chance to avoid FaZe running away with this T side.
To try and read the situation so these upgrades can be in the right position to clamp down in the chaos. As FaZe is setting up the nades round, they're trying to take some territory. You need to snap into action. They don't have a flash to assist this. But 3 around the mid doors, 1 short. Smoke starting to fade.
Ahead of this, Tessa sees that smoke as an invitation, but it was to his funeral. Lovely double from Elige. It was Kixon on short, just forced and trapped by the flames. You can see there's diligence to FaZe Clan.
Comfortable into the double digits, just 2 more to find.
That's a good word for it. That's a very good word for it, yeah, comfortable. Magic's probably uncomfortable knowing Rain is just around that corner. The round is theirs, though. Bomb on the back of Brokey. I say that Nico is alive, and he has his Desert Eagle, so I'm not one to write him out until Elige takes that head-on fight.
"30 seconds.
Yeah, it gets a little bit uncomfortable.
Well, if they just go together, it's 1v5 on either side of the map right now.
And just an MP9 in Magic's hands as they are heading his way. This is horrible.
Noise bang.
Drops off. 1 insufficient.
All right, well, Nico can have a look, see if he can get a kill or 2, see if he can grab an AK, do some damage. Loss bonus is there. Rifles will come out into the next.
Yeah, there's nothing particularly retrievable.
Must feel nice for Elige. 12-12, doesn't need a carry. It's not complexity. Not looking left at Grim and right at Floppy.
I'm sure it's an incredible feeling for someone that has had his fair share of woes.
Yeah, look, you look at the Liquid era, and again, they were the bridesmaids to that of Astralis, but still, they're also Grand Slam winners. They had their time in the spotlight, and it is a pretty good damn time for a tactical timeout to bring Zonic on the mic. Look, this is the rifle round where the comeback needs to begin. Yet to post anything in this second half of play. FaZe have managed 5 consecutive 6 if you consider the tail end of last half.
Well, you know, you mentioned Dexter's CT side troubles with his AWP and lacking contributions. He was crucial to the 7 they managed to find on the attack. It is going to be coming out round 18.
Yeah, and you just have to take a look at what the first rifle round, or the only real rifle round of this second half has been. It was aggressive. It was straight out. It was actually Tessus who took the first fight. They wanted to be aggressive. They pushed out Cat. So Falcons' game plan within that round was to be the aggressors, was to not sit on their haunches. I wonder if we just see them play it more of a standard round right now. Right, lock down the long control, make sure they can't go through B, and then post the AWP up towards Car. Just some standard Counter-Strike on this one. No need to do anything too crazy.
Insta long corner smoke, but no good spawns for FaZe to start long aggressive.
So their turn to be quite heavy over towards B. Elige in through lower dark without any issues. Magis to anchor down the site. Support of Tessus dealing with middle right now. Good nade. Decent damage. But they execute set up.
Smokes in the sky. CT smoke and a lurk.
Mid to B as well.
Yeah, there's Dexter's AWP. There it is, removing Elige. Magisk. A lot of bodies heading his way. How does he approach this? Oh, he swings out lovely from Magisk. He's got bullets to spare as well. Brokey could be his next challenger. Edges the smoke, catches a nice little opportunity. Trade is there, it's Magisk. You test my sight, He sends you to spawn. First CT round delivered by Magic's defensive prowess.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Love to see that, don't you? They're under a lot of pressure. You pointed it out, Dexter. The fact he gets that first kill on the mid to B alleviates a lot of pressure. He takes down the Liege coming out mid doors. Frozen gets the trade, but Magis with the multi, that's a difference maker. Even has the opportunity to pivot. Nico coming through. Holes in the smoke. And they go both ways. Money there for both teams. Back into the buys. Brokey going to pick long.
How does he handle this one? Kicks in. Just the elbow visible. Flashes and connects and smoked off for now. The break to set him up for another chance, but kicks in twice to their tricks. Stays tugged. Good nade onto Alicia's face. Lines up for the door smoke.
I feel like you're under a lot of pressure if you're Falcons in these rifle rounds. They're getting the mid control, they're applying pressure long. You're having to do everything by the book. You can't trip up if you're Falcons. Can't leer out and go, oh, he got me on that timing.
Right.
To account for everything. Karrigan with early space. Let's see if he throws out a bridge smoke just to apply a bit more pressure towards his A defense.
Yeah, it's Nico on the other side of things, though. He's rarely flustered.
You want to pull the swing player, which at the moment is Dexter, back. But when Nico drops out a molly and plays a little bit more aggressively behind it, I think Dexter feels comfortable to keep his position. With the X-ray, you can see a whole lot more bodies starting to congregate on catwalk now for what could be a set piece. Rain to lurk late mid doors. We've got two smokes, could be towards the elevator boxes as well as bridge. Molly on Brokey. Okay, well, they're going to put pressure mid to B.
Dexter, good timing on the incendiary. And Rain pushes through. He heard that, but the smoke lands. He's got the break opportunity left by his teammates. Rain aware to it. Sub-optimal break. Flashes flying in. Dexter, hard shots to hit. He's not in the right position. This is a great call from FaZe. Oh, but there's Nico. That's a good catch. Onto Elise on the cross. Now Brokey as well. 3 bullets. He can't hit the headshot. Does he have the time for the reload? He certainly does now. Dexter removes Karrigan and Frozen onto Dexter.
Time.
Yeah, he has to plant. Can Nico mantle up and disrupt in time? Climbing up and does it. They test Nico and he passes with flying colors to keep Falcons in the conversation.
Class round from Nico. Dexter does well to get a kill as well there.
Yeah, really.
And that, again, you pointed it out in that situation, Dexter being out of position. Once he breaks and takes that shot and they know he's in CT, it's the right call again from FaZe to be running out, but you're dealing with Nico. Makes that rifle look like an AWP, just deleting them.
Can we talk about the audacity to have 2 kills and have 3 bullets and then still be looking for...
Hey, look, he's going to back himself no matter what, isn't he?
Fair play, fair play.
Well, there's still so much cash to work with for FaZe. Should be a drop available into Brokey's hands, but everybody should be looking good for rifles at the very least.
8 bullets, 3, and he goes looking for that tap as well. That's the one you were talking about from Dexter. Important catch onto Karrigan, a belated trade. But yeah, 10-9. Okay, the CT side has got legs. And Brokey. Dexter, you tempted fate there. Across his back.
Just 5v5. You want to keep the comps a little bit crazy in that moment because they started 3 rifles A. So if it was, you know, I don't know exactly how many crossed, it can just slow down the B lurk from looking to try and isolate that fight against Magis, who started on his own. This early util again just speaks to that pressure. Nico want to try and take back some territory. It can be very risky. He's feeling that they're already up short, but their timing is a little bit slower this time around. So as they continue to avoid a lot of this, look at that, all dumped. What's that, over 1K worth of nades and really no damage. Are they going to try short again? Well, now they've put Dexter's AWP over towards Car. This is more of the traditional setup. Nico gets to be that flex rifler.
I think those were deliberate footsteps from Karrigan. Kixon would have heard that. Elige is on his way. And Nico spotted. Ooh, gets away with it on the mantle. And a reposition audible. Uses that waterfall for his benefit.
I'm going to try and go mid to B.
Seems like that's the plan. Oh. Karrigan just drops down. Nico can't believe his luck. A free frag. Hard spray. Magis spots out their attempts out mid B. Oh, and that flank from Kixon's worked out eventually. Just gets the tap, but Elige is going to punish. I say with bated breath, they slip away.
They might want to save.
Yeah, at this point. Ooh, Brokey gets 1. Does that change the plan? They're so low. And Bomb's going straight to its demise. Tessus ready. 14 seconds. Yeah, there's nothing for him here. Combat save, though, with 1 bullet in the AWP.
Yeah, worst case, you go down after time, so they want to try and back off safely.
I don't think this is safe. This is far from safe. 4, 3, at least he's dead already. Elige got a bit more distance there. Will preserve his goodies.
Okay. Nice round. That's 3 consecutive now. Falcons took that timeout and they've been able to tie things up. This is really good work. Before the stage, within this second half of play, they'd only had 1 rifle round. And now they've been able to string a bunch together. They've broken FaZe. They've actually put them under pressure. Take a look. Timeout 3 from 3. So 1 saved AK. Loss bonus starting to build. Going into the next, they'll be getting 2,900, so there can be some lighter investments behind Elige to try and facilitate the fight. You need to take a look if he has a good spawn, and that's not the case whatsoever. More over towards B. Couldn't use him to head out long and try and open up things, so might allow the round to come to them. But definitely just some partial investments. There's a scout in the hands of Carrigan. He can afford that. He sold it back. Okay. Keeping a little bit more conservative. Well, eyes on Elige. Saved AK. What can he do with it?
Dexter.
Great start.
Opening onto Rain's cross.
Another one for Dexter. He's been very good with the openings. 5-1 in that department at the moment.
This is all going to be a conversation of Elige.
No one's near him. There's no trade potential. No one to pick up the AK. He's just searching on his own.
Yeah, and the same kind of nade cycling from Nico. You know, he is ahead of this one. So Elige, there's a conversation to be had about this. Rather cheeky. Starts to worm his way out.
Got a timing.
He certainly has got one of those. Now, at any time, Dexter can have a little premonition and post up on that angle for the cross. Carrigan is actually using it as a space Elige has hoovered up to facilitate a cross. And oh, hello and goodbye to the bomb. But wait.
He needs more than one.
He certainly does. He will engage onto the AWP, controls the spray nicely. Reaction quick. Nico's coming in from short fast. Spots and deletes Elige. Never mind. Playtime cancelled. Nico strikes twice. Oh, and Brokey can't transfer. Valid attempt, but you've got to account for Nico.
You're actually looking at these gun rounds, and you'd say that Falcons have done a better job. I understand that was just up against a saved AK there, but throughout this map so far, it was the pistol that FaZe got away with. Then it was some scrappy rounds with saved guns and deagles. They had 2 of those. One of them was the Rain clutch in the 1v2 situation against Nico and Kixon. They win the pistol round, they deal with the force, they get the eco, they win the first rifle, they deal with the partial. As far as full guns are going, I think the Falcons might have them edged.
They seize the lead, 2 away from taking their map pick in a semi-final.
There's only one player with anything close to the long spawn right now, and that's Carrigan. It's not even a great one of those, so they're probably just going to go into more of a default round, and or maybe even just letting Brokey search with this AWP. Tessa's starting B on his own.
Could have a lot of work to do if he overextends into that AWP, but Tessa's,
they're going.
Got plenty of experience. Ooh. The smoke might change plans.
Okay, looked like they wanted to contact in if the smoke didn't come.
Yeah, but the door smoke implies there was a commitment on its way. Does that lead to CTs reacting with some space taking?
Yeah, they have to. They've just crossed back over. They've actually used one of their own smokes to block the mid doors. You can see this here on board with Magisk now. Going a nade through for the progressions for the default. Need to apply some pressure short phase to make this look like a normal round, but it does look like they want to head over towards B again. No more util to block on B.
Tessa's with support now from Magisk.
Dexter here again. Clear game plan from Falcons with his positioning in a lot of these rounds.
How does he approach this? The flash lands, so does the bullet through the door. Elige lucky, saved by the bang.
He can't be the point man now.
Certainly not. Kixon and Carrigan, this leadership standoff. Late long from Carrigan, that's a big pick. A lot of pressure now onto the A players, and Dexter on the mantle up. Oh, frozen. Got caught out, pulling out the pin. Carrigan dealt with. Pressure applied. Dexter last seen towards the boxes, sticks around there and jumps up. Missed shot, Elige. Can't believe the AWP's peeking him again. It's too easy for Dexter. Lovely work. Combat AWP on the CT side. So much pressure from Nico. They're looking at Nico. They're worried about Long, and it's Dexter. Look at him getting G'd up by the boss man.
I think about Dexter in big games before. He does the best when the spotlight's on him. Spirit once upon a time stage match. That was an Antwerp versus a FaZe Clan. And that was a spectacle. But how many chances did he get?
I don't understand, really. I mean, I presume it's because
If that shot gets missed, you're thinking,
guys?
oh, Elige, he doesn't clock it, and the fights just keep coming.
Wow,
Well, this could be the final round.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Can't quite believe it. Long the call from Carrigan. Kixon, he hears those flashes. The smoke will block, but they're coming for the second wave. Oh, Kixon realizes he'll swing out. Catches Carrigan, clearing blue. Elige is spotted and now can fall back, facilitated by that AWP hold. The smoke actually now working against them to try and hunt them down.
And look at the util that you have to work with for FaZe. Just a molly and 2 smokes.
Ooh, maybe Rain can slip up short. That would make things awkward for these two. He's not to know. AWP posted, flash is good. Nico dips into the smoke. Dexter misses his chance as well. Pressure remains. Pincer movement. Nico versus Rain. And it's comfortable for Rain in the first engagement, but Dexter's there. Doesn't hit his shot either. 4 versus 4. 60 seconds, but Rain wants more. And flanking on the flank. It's nice
TK.
shot. Dexter's just shot, kicks it in the head.
3v3.
Bomb goes down, sure. Retake on.
Safe plan.
They're grouped up. Dexter coming in from the nice side. Good nade lands, but so does the bullet from Elige's AK. Magic swings through, same result. Clean taps out of FaZe. They will not go down quietly. We will see every single round of regulation.
Well, that round had it all, didn't it? But important for Elige to hit some shots there. Falcons will use their final timeout just to talk through how they can get this done in regulation. I started with a Kixon opener, his first opener in this map so far. It felt like it was the nail in the coffin. Rain getting that space, it was all his timing that caused the chaos. They couldn't stay in the side, they gave up the cross, they were all burrowed in towards CT, then the accidental TK. So this one right here, that put so much pressure on the other 2 A defenders. They feel boxed, takes the shot, Kixon just backpedals into it.
Yeah, an unforced error, whether it's Kixon, whether it's Dexter.
Long spawns this time for FaZe. Haven't seen a lot of them to work with in the rifle rounds. Let's see if they just push the issue and try and run out, take that fight, and how Falcons want to deal with it. Remember, this is for all the marbles, round number 24.
Red gloves, green knife. Nico has the long spawn. Supported by Kixon. A head-on collision. Frozen. Rain coming out. And it's a hail of bullets from Nico that finds him. Opening frag and getting away. Never mind getting away. Puts Frozen on notice. It's Carrigan and Tessus with an uncomfortable exchange at different elevations. The nades will chip away. But a man advantage for Falcons to close it out in regulation. Can FaZe rectify the absence of Rain? The low HP on Frozen. Brokey. Bogdan's puts the AWP onto Frozen. And it's Elige leading the pack. He's going to try and be the spearhead to claw them back in and take us to overtime. Kixon not ready for this. Doesn't expecting anyone to have crossed, and so Elige successful. Brokey gets the bomb down, masked by that CT smoke. It's looking like it's falling through their fingers, but Nico's still alive and kicking. Puts Elige down, keeps him humble. Already 2 kills from Nico in this round. It gets uncomfortable for Brokey. His support network is miles away. They do have Molotovs, but a smoke on Tessus will enable a defuse regardless. That's good from Magic, swings it for the double, back and forth, spinning around and from behind, Nico strikes. Falcons take their map pick in the semifinals. That's gotta feel good for the Falcons. FaZe back foot.
A new year, a new roster, and 1 map away from the Falcons' first grand final. You pay for Nico, and this is what you get.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
play, it's not going to catch them off, not at all. The Liege goes deep.
FaZe Clan have cruised through the opening games without facing their usual group stage problems.
Frozen can just park the bus here, and Mutira swings in, handled. Karrigan's flanking. There's so many moving pieces.
Frozen is the best player of the tournament so far, and Elise is looking great in his new team colors. Will it be FaZe up again?
Oh! Denied! Karrigan's been trying to get in with kills. Finally able to connect one. Jimmy scours sight, sees the scope, and can do nothing about it. He's going to try to get an angle, but now they know exactly where he is, and you see that reaction. It is adamant here from FaZe Clan.
Yes, Falcons continue to show that Dust 2 is their domain, taking their map against FaZe. The atmosphere absolutely electric for this one, an advantage to Falcons, the underdogs.
Oh, absolutely. And what a hell of a game. What a hell of an opener as well. It did look like, I won't lie, Falcons, they seemed to be in cruise control in the first half. But again, FaZe, they never make it easy, except this time around, Nico. He was a difference maker.
Nico was unbelievable on that A bomb site. Every single time they were going into him, it was a multi-frag. He had 8 multi-kills on the map, which is just exceptional stuff. You can see exactly why Zonic wanted this guy for so long.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not like it's a secret that he's a really, really good player. The question has always been, he does pick some strange teams to have around him, and people thought this was going to be one of those when he made the move across. There was all talk of a super team. When it didn't happen, there was jubilation that it wasn't going to happen, and that Nico was kind of going to get his comeuppance for having the temerity to go and pursue the bag, right? Which is crazy. But now, I think that this roster looks to me like they've accepted, actually, no, we are doing a full season like this. It's time to, you know, dial down and get into it. And they're looking better and better with each series.
What's most impressive for me about Falcons is that even though Nico was unplayable on that A bomb site, it was actually the supporting cast that were able to deliver so much impact. Magisk towards the B bomb site, Dexter with multiple highlight rounds, like doing just despicable things, by the way. Like, Dexter was doing some stuff that you should not get away with, you should not be allowed to do, but if you hit every shot, that's what an Opper can do.
And he was basically killing everyone, even his IGL at some point or the other, right? And that's the thing with Dexter. You can still be critical of some of his decision-making when it comes to re-peaking time and time again, continuing to take fights. But man, if you're going to be hitting shots like that, screw it, just go for it. So he was absolutely finding a lot of impact. Rich, as a prelude to this game, I did say on the CT side, he's been struggling quite a bit. We saw him again, delivering opening kills after opening kills on the T side. But what I loved was the moment he got the AWP in his hands, he didn't play cowed, he didn't play scared. He was in their face, and absolutely the supporting cast, and also Kixon. Shout out to Kixon. Low fragging in the game, but some incredible mid-round calls from him on the T side.
But we must continue to talk about this player. Nico really has stepped it up here in Cluj, and I've just got to say it. I mean, when he plays like this, it's unplayable. You know, you are going to lose. There's not really anything you can do. He's just inevitable when he's going to put up these kind of numbers.
The game planning that Karrigan had, it felt like they were trying to just throw him for a loop. They were trying to do all these different types of plays, splits from long, from cat, splits from mid to B, but every time it feels like Nico's just going to get the better of you. Even if you try to avoid him, even if you try to tailor a game plan, that's going to throw him for a whirl. He's just going to hit so many shots. He's going to be able to position himself so well. T side, of course, on top of that, really one of the benefactors of a great system that Kixan put together. Overall, Nico, like, he is a phenomenal rifler. Like, it got to be right there, up there with Donk last year for the best in the world, and this year he is obviously continuing that campaign.
Oh, absolutely. And again, if you're looking at all this frag highlight right now from Nico, right, it's almost like every time he sees this person on his screen, if it's not blinded, he is winning that duel. He's 100% going to deliver one kill, and most of the times he's just not getting caught off guard, right? And by the way, this is against FaZe. This is against a Liege. This is against Rain, who's also having a great game by the way. You have Roki as well, and yet Nico just able to trump them every single time. Class is permanent, and that's Nico.
Yeah, and I really like the relationship he's starting to form with Dexter. I kind of talked about this a little bit in the green room. I don't mind bringing it to the desk at all. Just watching the way they sit next to each other, how they interact with each other in the mid-rounds, Dexter turning to Nico immediately. You know, by the way, what you didn't see on camera, or maybe you did, but it didn't look like it was going out on our monitors, Dexter was pointing at him while the crowd was chanting his name. You know, Nico's like lifting his arms. Like, they're forming like a pretty good relationship right now, and I really like that. Like, I think Dexter has been adrift. I've got a tweet somewhere in my history, it's one of the good ones, where I said, like, we're getting to a stage in his career where it's like we're going to be talking about what if. Right, and that's like the saddest 2 words about in any sport about someone's career. And Dexter was knocking on that door. It was looking really bleak. He'd been on mediocre lineups. He was having visa problems. Didn't know if he was going to get into a good team. Heroic rumors circling that they were going to maybe cut him loose, and now he's here playing with one of the greatest riflers of all time, and that rifler is invested in him and trying to make him a better player.
The biggest development for me for Dexter is that he's just slapping hands a little lighter because he's sitting next to Nico now. Yeah. He has to respect his arm. Like, he can't be slapping him too much. All in all, though,
that's $1 million arm, dude.
Exactly. Amen. Exactly. He knows how much it's worth now that he's on Falcons. So all in all, I do think that the duo between them has been really lighting things up. But overall, what I liked in this one also, the calling. I thought the calling was so great from Kicksan. Round number 8, great example of just the way that they like to pincer bomb sites together. I was highlighting Testis in the pregame. He didn't necessarily have the best overall map, but in terms of the way he's able to poke and prod towards that B site, the way that they're able to take space so effectively and decisively, this is the great stuff that we get out of Kicksan. Throws the left side smoke, corridor smokes on middle there, and then you know that FaZe want to get something back, and Testis spots that fight out. Good crouch swing on that, good entry, and Nico from the top rope. Like, look at these shots. He's just raining death from above on this bomb site.
And then just to close it out, nothing being saved, right? I think Broky, you only want to save the AWP. And then it's not just an anomaly this one round. We can jump straight into round number 11. Again, a different style. Kicksan's mid-rounding is so good.
It's beautiful,
You got to give him credit where it's due.
Actually
and this is going to be a round where it's going to be an opening kill. A bit of a failure by Karrigan, as Chad pointed out, the Molotov not finding its way towards blue, allowing Testis to tuck on in. The flash comes out. Karrigan, the second phase of utility, by the way, gets caught by Testis. Now what do Falcons do? They start grouping up to outside of B, and you can see FaZe uncomfortable. Elish pushing up towards mid. The flash is a tell. He can't commit to it, and then Kicksan by himself selling this A fake. Rain was holding towards tunnels, by the way. He could potentially have caught all the players from the Falcons, but a perfectly timed fake by Kicksan. They run into an empty bomb site, and that's about it.
This is just the advantage you get when you're in a 5v4. The world is your oyster at that point. The playbook opens up completely. You're allowed to toy with your opponent, understanding the likely rotations that are going to come next. It's a reason that we've been rating Kicksan so highly. It's that the pullback all the way from long to just send the single player out himself, as a matter of fact, while controlling the troops to send them towards B to an empty bomb site. It's just beautiful stuff. It's why this is their perma pick.
And even if you look at a couple of rounds that FaZe were able to steal away, right? It's just a difference in style, so to speak. For FaZe, it's so FaZe-esque. The first pistol round at 2v5, classic FaZe BS. Then we saw Karrigan running mid, getting 3 kills with a one-tap, just rolling back the years as well. So FaZe were winning in their style, and it did feel like it was going to be enough. But Falcons, again, credit to Kicksan for just calling a great game in the CD side. They did not choke.
Yeah, it was actually really, really fun to watch. Just a quick thought, Maui, before we move on to the next map. In terms of Karrigan's calling, it looked to me like they were calling a good game. I really do think it just came down to individual performances, you know, most Nico is who we're talking about there.
I'm not upset about Karrigan's calling whatsoever. It did feel like he wanted to just have those great splits onto bomb sites, generally speaking. It's with only 2020 hindsight that you could say that maybe they should have just 5-man grouped a little bit more and just swung everybody off Cat, because that unfortunately is the only way you're going to deal with Nico. If you only have 3 guys swinging off Cat, he kills 2 of them. And so you do need the more bodies, and unfortunately, like, he wasn't able to piece it together, and I think the game plan was good overall.
Let's just also quickly remind ourselves of the stakes of this game and brave new world of the VRS that we keep talking about, a kind of a unified tour across all tournament operators, and it dictates whether or not you're going to be at that major. So we've said historically, Falcons, are they really a top 10 team? Probably not. Is that inflated? It's very hard to gauge even based on this, but that doesn't matter. What the pundits say doesn't matter. It's the cold hard facts that if they win this, they're going to jump up to 7th.
That's huge.
pretty good to beat the major. I mean, it's beyond huge. It's beyond huge.
Yeah.
Falcons get into a major is wild for them.
And reminder for everybody at home that if you're in the top 10 in Europe, you're instantly birthed into stage 2 or stage 3 of the major. If you're 7th, that's a lot of buffer room, okay? You have to fall pretty far at that point to get out of that.
And also, you don't want to play MRQ, especially when you are in EU.
So many gnarly teams out there that you just don't want to be playing. Anyway, let's talk about Ancient. This is FaZe's pick, obviously. We've got to stress Falcons did win their map pick. So I'm tempering expectations because we know FaZe, they are absolutely amazing on this map.
The mid-control between Liege and Frozen is just phenomenal. I mean, the way that they're dynamic off of each other, it's exactly what you wanted when you saw Liege being signed to this roster. I mean, they're both usually fighting for it, both on the T side and the CT side. And really, Nico, he's been having some trouble at middle. He was actually battered by Astralis. That's not the kind of matchup that you want. Does seem like he sometimes does move positions around, sometimes towards that A-bomb side as well, though, Blah.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, something we have to point out, and this is something we were discussing earlier with Kixen and Testis on the B-bomb side, right? This is something where when they've been absolutely tested, they have struggled quite a bit.
Yes, and we do have, this is a crazy stat I found on Skybox Edge. Like, this is just insane. Their bomb site hold rate at this tournament is 25% on B.
That's untenable.
And the retake rate is horrendous. They only had one successful B retake across the team at this tournament. So that is instrumental. That's going to be important. I want to see if Karrigan game plans to just simply target those guys, because I'm going to say, on Dust 2, they were weak links. 8 kills apiece, under 100 ADR between the two of them.
I'm glad that's what you meant when you said you were off-edging.
Also, one more thing which leads to this particular scenario, the fact that the B defense is so weak. We've seen Dexter cheat over early towards a B bomb side early on. So you know what that leaves? Mid is pretty much almost impossible to take if you're Nico or Magisk alone. You have to kind of go for a gamble. And that's a difference between his FaZe CT side and the side of Falcons FaZe. You got a Liege, baby. He's going to be just running in mid. He's going to be working in tandem with Frozen, just battling out towards mid early in the game. This is a tendency they do have, though. Later during the latter stages of the first half of the CT side, what they're going to do is they're going to hold back. Just going to give up mid, going to sort of usual utility, and then you're going to see Frozen start pushing up towards A main, just getting all the information, and then you have all the information in the world. It's such a solid CT side from FaZe, and I feel like that's what gives them the edge over Falcons.
This is a point, though, for Falcons where they're going to really, it's a litmus test for their roster. Can you defeat a FaZe Clan who is working with a tried and tested core as you are trying to integrate two pieces, very strong pieces in Magisk and Nico, but ones that really we are still learning about the chemistry day by day. Otherwise, I feel like Karrigan, this should be a map for him. All in all, I do think it's going to 3.
100%. I think I believe in FaZe. I believe in their Ancient. I feel map number 3 is 100% on the cards here.
Yeah, I mean, we will see if you are correct. And now we're going back over to our commentators, Sponge and Machine.
They're suggesting 3, Chatty B. What's your instinct when you see these two clashing map 2?
I think if you look at the history for FaZe on this map, like they're bringing up to the table, as well as that weak B defense that we'll be keeping our eyes on, it should spell a 3rd map.
I'm totally up for it. The first one was very entertaining. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Just, never mind casting, but watching that. But yeah, FaZe versus Falcons, and Falcons a map to the good. There is a world, there is a universe where Falcons could secure a grand final. At the conclusion of Ancient, FaZe favorites to take us the distance. Let's get this pistol started. T side for FaZe Clan.
Everybody over towards B. Dexter starting alongside of Tessus, and had a Kixen. Dual Berettas for Dexter. Smoke and a flash for Kixen to block. Into cave quite quickly, here they come.
Okay, Dexter, this is the perfect weapon for the job. All weapons, oh, double trouble! And there's one back, Brokey, that's clean, onto Tessus, and awkward for Kixen, getting spammed up. Pressure from the ramp, they've taken the site. Will they retake this? The stats desk we're discussing implies it's not going to happen. Every beep, every tick of the clock, making it further away. Nico still smoked off for another 5 seconds. Brokey, though, overextends. Kixen, double, what? Ready for Frozen. A tickle on the bomb. Karrigan, do you call their bluff? You go to Jack, and oh my god, he could have hit Nico one more time. One more bullet, it became attainable. But Falcons will leave with a CT pistol and a B-site retake.
Okay, well, that's their first pistol of the series so far. Probably should have been their second, but we'll forget again how Dust 2 started. They ended up winning that map, so it's all good in the hood. Dusk also discussing the vibes between the two of them right there. A bit of an odd couple, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Look, as long as the vibes are high, some of the issues that I think we might come into for the Falcons CT side defense is NiKo being the mid defender and having to play around the smokes, mollies, and flashes.
Really nice sequence out of Kixon, clean.
Yeah, beautiful work from him. But once we get into the rifles, I think it's better if we do see Falcons. Oh,
hang on.
Got a bit of a tech. Oh. Get this one sorted, not live. But yeah, once we do get underway with the rifle rounds, I think with the way we saw Falcons play in one of their more recent ancient games where they were playing off of middle. NiKo was staying behind the red smoke. They were jumping up to donut. They weren't just running in and taking that collision, right? And with that, you have to hope that the timing of the flashes is good, or you're turning them, or right, maybe they're not scaling out with all the players. So I think it takes away a bit of the risk. Now, sure, you don't get the territory. Tech issue sorted. It's not the all-in from FaZe. They've actually kept some residual cash even after the plant. Lurk Smoke lands on B. If you're Falcons, you're probably expecting a full force.
Yeah, well, Frozen's going to show up, and you're going to assume it is when this AK-47.
Yeah, we'll have to give that one up. So Lurk Smoke negated by one of the CT zone to block. Still got 3 to work with.
So realistically for FaZe, you know, they could be jumping up ledge, they could be getting info, they could be walking A main. There's so much commitment.
When you're against a force buy, it's very unlikely that the CTs are going to do the full press forward.
Right.
Unless they want to go all in mid and all in B lane and then just hope that they beat you right there and then. But anti-eco approach is something a little bit more like this.
And playing anti-eco successfully, Kixon gets the info, spots the AK and removes it. Okay, Kixon, this is his cave. And Elige just about puts him down. Immediate trade out of NiKo. And a comfortable close bomb under his feet. And he's not reloading. He's got a USP and he wants the frag. The smoke actually says otherwise. He'd like the round.
Well,
that's what he'd like.
Might be going down regardless. The jump up from Magis, the MP9 in hand, and Force staying alive with an AK brought through.
Thank you for the gift, NiKo says.
Yeah, I think if you bring in the AK, you're hoping for maybe a little bit more than just one kill. But still, should see them into a rifle round now. Carrigan, the one who dropped the AK over towards Frozen, will have to work with something a little bit lighter. Broke into a Galil to facilitate utility. So we'll call this one rifle round number 1. Still with a couple of omissions, so hardly a full buy. Falcons, though, strapped to the teeth. Let's see how they want to go with this CT mid defense. That's what I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. So yeah, Magic out towards Donut. NiKo out towards the cubby, tucked in for now.
Big opportunity for NiKo. That's an important trade from Frozen, but Lige, his time is cut short in round 3. That's big. Wow,
huge.
Tessus, how's he done that? Immediately pulls them into a 4-man versus 3. Brokey even brought low. Tessus, he's just backing his aim in this one. He believes he'll pull the trigger first, and well, Rain does onto Kixon. Is there a gap up to B? Yeah, it is a possibility. Tessus has to respect that.
Yeah, but look where the bomb is right now, so there's not going to be the full commitment from FaZe. Rain's the B extremity player. Frozen will be joining Elige for some of these mid jaunts depending on spawns. Brokey and Carrigan to try and set them up. We settle in towards the mid round. Smoke HE and a Molotov to work with, and looks like they want to try and hedge over towards an A split. So Frozen likely to activate late. CT Smoke lands. Dexter will look for some information, so it's all going to come down to timing. A block smoke of their own design from Falcons. They'd love to get some space. Unawares of what's around the corner because they gave up middle.
Yeah, undeterred by that A main smoke.
Time will become the biggest issue, 30 seconds.
And nade could have been an issue for Broke. He gets away with it on 18 points of health.
I feel like Frozen has to play early in this.
He is starting to move. Dexter acknowledges that potential, but with only 8 bullets in the mag, it feels like, yeah, if he goes on the reload, Tessus just walks on in, gets a jump scare. Frozen's in spawn, but Dexter delivers.
Round over.
What a double from Dexter. There's actually a little bit of a conversation. He's got 7 bullets, 5 points of health, and Dexter's just running away
what
with a knife in his hands. An unwinnable round delivered to FaZe Clan's door. It's Frozen with a smirk on his face and 4 kills in the round.
How's that one gotten out of control? Another one of these where you just have to wonder what's going through the comms. He's in CT spawn. He doesn't have any time to get into the site and get the bomb down. Literally just stay alive. Look, 16, 15. So you got a player tucked in Temple. Why?
I don't know.
Look where the bomb is. It's towards the big box. So you could have just parked more passively in Donut if you were Magis. What's happened there?
Nico wants a brawl. He's not happy with the way that round was stolen from them. Kixon does eat that flashbang. That's a full face. Nico, you have got 2 bullets, mate.
Yeah, there's been a couple of these situations.
He loves
where,
it.
Yeah, look, I'll just go low ammo.
Yeah, you can make it work.
Well,
2
you have
taps
the
to
man
the
advantage
head.
right now. You need to make up for this. You did on the first map. Kixon will
you're
just
right.
get info on block, and
I'll do.
That's a little bit skew-it.
Nico worse for wear, 30 points of health. Rotation on its way. In fact, Magisk and Dexter scampering over, and it's the right call now because Nico and Kixon fall in unison. Dexter has arrived, as has Magisk, but still this conversation favors FaZe. Oh, only for a moment. Dexter's spam does change the dialogue. Edging the smoke, actually pushing the smoke. No way Magisk can handle that. But what about this from Tessus? Oh, whoa, wow. Wallbang works both ways.
Bell rung. Is he going to give this a look?
He is. Yeah, he's definitely looking a bit raunchy for it, but realizes perhaps the better of the 2 decisions is to bring an AK into that CT side. With Nico on your team?
I'm still trying to recover. Well, hey, look, we're not talking about that. I'm still trying to recover from the last round.
Yeah.
Frozen in spawn at 14 seconds. Sure, you can give Dexter over, right? Like, he's pinned in temple. He probably gets run down, but why don't they just play the bomb? I can't quite wrap my head around that. Maybe they get one funky round to map. So Dust 2 was the pistol round.
Yeah, okay. The Falcons guarantee. Just one.
Was what? Was it a 1v3 at the point that Frozen made that kill? Maybe it was a 2v3 before that kill came in, but either way.
Yeah, because Dexter got one main after.
Yeah, still having a tough time piecing that one together. So what could have been a nice little 3-0 start for Falcons is now a 2-2 tied scoreline. And what is just going to be that save to AK? I'm sure Tessus is going to hold on to that himself. Maybe a timeout into the next from Falcons just to settle in when the rifles come into their hands once more. But actually, hold up, there's a bit more of an investment than what I thought. This is interesting. Even players have bought all the way down to 0, so they are fighting for this. So this was just going to be some light investments around Tessus' saved AK, but MP9's utility, upgraded pistols. Falcons aren't giving this one up without a fight.
Well, a fight coming the way of Magisk. Does he block the smoke? Does he throw it too early? He's been very restrained.
Miss Molly there. It will have to be cleared short.
Late cave smoke arrives.
Well, FaZe are just trying to fill this out, right? Because it likely, considering the finances, it should have just been the saved AK and maybe P250s. There's a bit more to deal with, so the more utility that they bait through, the picture that they're trying to piece together for Carrigan to be able to find a finish. So mid right now is the path of least resistance. They still have to molly the back, and they do.
Magisk has got a second smoke. That could prove very useful.
There's a H here for Carrigan to blow this open if he does block.
Blocked on Donut where there comes the pressure though. Magisk trying to tend to both fights simultaneously. It's so uncomfortable for Magisk. Oh, some damage, but no kills. Is that enough? Have they seen enough?
I think they should hold on to this. Maybe look for exits, try and grab another AK if you can, but all in all, because of this weird investment from Falcons, should just be the save.
Yeah, Carrigan found the perfect finish there.
It was the HE to clear. Otherwise, they'll likely just get blocked, and if you're running through, it's tougher. So the fact he had the answer to the block smoke, it does now get FaZe into the lead. Worst case for FaZe, you give over another weapon right now, so all in all, you're looking for safe exits. Still know that Tessus has the AK. Saw the MP9, so you're going to expect a few more upgrades. But you still go into the black box for the next round if you're FaZe. It's going to be more of the same of what we just saw. I don't think you should see anything too pacey. So go into a bit more of a default, feel them out, suss out the situation, look for the finish. So now it's 2,900 into the next. They can go for some extra bits and bobs of utility. Again, smokes to block. Again, they just have to hope to corral them. Might want to be more active with Tessus' AK this time. See if you can set him up for a fight. He's the cave player, but in a round like this, doesn't have to be starting there by any stretch of the imagination.
Straight out.
Yeah, well, no mollies or HEs. Why wouldn't you?
Stretching their legs, Elige and Frozen. Partner up for mid-control. Rain makes his presence known with a nade into cave.
Also smoked Donut quite early, so they're going to apply pressure towards red. But I think you can be a bit more gambly, leave the gaps open. Oh, there you go.
Jinx.
That's the fight you're looking for.
Banging shot, takes down Carrigan. Okay, now it's going to be someone called upon to take this fight. From FaZe to equalize. Bomb going to get scooped up by Brokey. Rain will have support.
So in a moment like this, you question, okay, does the rifle stay on the site where it just found the kill, or does it rotate around elsewhere looking for fights? And well, we can see the answer to that. Biggest problem with that frag. Oh, might catch a timing, Tessus. No.
Oof, just slips away.
Well, grouped up now, and at the moment it is just Dexter, but the quick rotation over the speedway, they're on their way. Util lands on B, the support is coming. Good weapon for the job for Dexter.
Yeah, I mean, going cave against what you know is likely some armored pistols. It could work out with the bait set. Trap, sprung, Dexter needs both! Oh, slips off the box, but there's Kixon. Brokey spots out presence. The wallbang does not connect. A counter attempt from Nico. Okay, comfortable. No one ready for Nico's Degon longside. Rain just about gets the first, but no bullets for the second. Falcons, second time of asking, second bite of the cherry, and it's sweet.
Well, Tessus, you're going to have to just look to him for the opener there, making things a little bit wobbly. And they used a lot of smokes if you're FaZe. They used one to extinguish because they're expecting a molly. So this wonky buy pattern that Falcons have went for actually cost them. There's the red smoke, there's the extinguish, and then they went for the donut smoke. That's 3. They only had 1 to cover short, so there were lots of options, and Dexter did well in the cave position yet again. But both teams back into the buys. This time it looks like it will be more direct from FaZe. Just a Liege selling something in mid.
Does look like a direct approach, and it is going to be a Liege head-to-head with Nico. Wins it out. Opening delivered by FaZe's new addition. Dixon retake B, playing short, just going to catch a timing, catch their cross. Rain, oh, he's so prepared, wins it out. Galil versus M4. Tessus has to play retake from cave side. Just going to maintain that control as the bomb is planted. Do they even look at this?
Well, Alicia is already looking for the save.
Okay.
He's just patrolling middle at the moment, and once the penny drops that, hey, they aren't coming for this, there's no noise, there's no spam Frozens. Work that out right now. He's just picked D. Ah, there you go.
Boom.
Trying to look for something. They've gone fishing. Now these two going to try and hold on to their goods. Dexter and Magis. Magis has actually just bought them a bit of space by pushing in towards A main, so the two of them can burrow in there.
Would you say you're seeing discomfort in Nico's mid right now?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he should be playing so forward, and he's not doing what you see from other mid players running in directly behind those mollies because the way the meta's adjusted right now.
Right, you see the run
There's 2 moments he's gotten caught in you know, that limbo period near the little cubby.
Yeah.
And that's only his first opening death, right? So that doesn't look ideal, especially because it was just a Liege there. His support, you know, it wasn't 2 players in spawn throwing the flash. He didn't have someone behind him to trade. It was just a Liege on his own. But because of the round that they won in the previous, they're more than comfortable to get out another buy. Door smoke, elbow smoke in the sky.
More passive stance from Nico this time. Sticks to red room.
And no red smoke from the T's.
Yeah, interesting. You can just maintain info on that. Might get a head-to-head and a missed shot from Brokey. Kixon, lucky to be alive.
And they know he's pinned towards that side.
Yeah, good nade damage, chipping away 3 of the 5.
Kixon can smoke that off from the long side, so when he does feel that there's a little bit of B pressure coming. But look at this, Alicia again, just walking in the park of middle.
He's chilling.
Yeah, and he actually has a lot of room, I think undetected. I think he caught a really nice timing on this.
Yeah, Dexter's tending to the potential red presence, and Carrigan waltzing through A main. Is there a pivot here? Are they mid-rounding out of their lane?
I really don't think Dexter's aware of this.
No, I think this could be a bit of a jump scare for the AWP. Red Lund crouch. Oh. Okay, what? He gets a collateral. A Liege. Can he redeem it? That was his responsibility onto Red Room, perhaps not communicated perfectly. Dexter's AWP strikes 1 bullet, 2 kills. Magisk holding on to A. Elige trying to find him on that big box. He's ahead of the Util. Good shot from Elige. Blocks out on the CT side. The bomb is on its way. Rain rushing to get that bomb planted. Fast flank in from Tessus, kicks into trade. Bomb to be planted, it's exposed. Rain can't get his gun out in time. Good supportive Util. A chance for Elige to be the hero. FaZe need him now. 2 remain, it's Tessus and Nico. Elige has got him into the site. Can he get them out with a 5th round? Spots him out, but there's Nico. Ties us up 4 each.
Well, they didn't know about Elige, but they also didn't know about the Dexter double. The fact he gets the collat onto Frozen and Brokey right there. We were so focused on this man on the screen, and understandably so. The timing that he caught, they didn't smoke red. Nico rotates over to B. Dexter comes back to grab it, but in that time he was able to sneak out. So that gap actually worked against them because Dexter just posted up unawares. Ignorance is bliss in that situation.
Yeah, really. That's a perfect word to summarize it. He had no idea just how in trouble he was, and, well, double kill. One pull of the trigger.
It's actually Falcons taking this tactical timeout. They're first of the map so far. There's still more than enough money for the buy, but likely just talking through this mid approach. And in the previous, as a holiday, they didn't smoke red. So if Nico isn't playing aggressive, he's going to keep his nade, and he's going to hope to catch a timing by clearing that and taking the fight. So just removing it all together, there's a reason that AWP doesn't start in that position, because it's more smoked more often than not. It's the same as window on Mirage, right? So we'll have to see what FaZe open with this time round. Looks like an insta window is lined up from Brokey. Cave window, elbow doors, standard opener. Fighting this time is Nico. Might even push this. Look how deep.
He's playing very close, very early. Tessus has some sort of vision. Yeah, late to react. And Magisk, he's thinking about a fight. Ooh, okay, stays dynamic. And Tessus not ready for that angle. Great work from Rain. He's a master of his craft in that position. C or T. And hang on. Rain swings out. Magisk, despite being noted, will find a belated trade. Karrigan has 1 HP to work with as well. So an air of discomfort to both teams.
With this play, Kixon's foregone the site, so the rotation point needs to come back. Magisk is going to try and pick this up.
Yeah, Karrigan doesn't have the health, so a comfortable collection.
It's one at a time right now.
Magisk's health, though, and blinded out. Wallbang connects. Frozen converts. The A site, oh, sorry, the B site is theirs. Dexter still on the A site, but Nico arrives just in time. We'll try and spam away behind that short smoke. Kixon confirms cave occupation.
Tough retake right now, but they've got a little bit of util for it. Kid in play, big fight now.
Oh, it's on to Kixon. They double him! Double swing, double headshot from Kixon. Okay! This is his cave once more. 3 rounds we've seen Kixon with multi-kills in that position. Zonic understandably giving him his moment, a little bit of spotlight on him for his holds and his frags.
Oh, that just tells you how uncomfortable FaZe are feeling in that situation. They're all on site, they don't have long control, they know that there's a player in cave, but that's one of the worst fights that you can possibly take. You're coming through a little doorway, so by trying to buy themselves some room into the post plan, they get thrust into an unfavorable duel. For that maybe they could have posted in cave and just held the doorway themselves. He would have had to have retaken at a certain moment, but Elige and Frozen unable to get it done, and Kixon kicks it up a gear, puts Falcons in the lead, and also look at the money situation for FaZe. I'm going to have to just take a bit of a partial. Double mollies mid.
Yeah, missed elbow smoke. Nico has to throw out a second. And the flash is perfect. Magisk completely booked. Karrigan and Elige combo. That's an important trade from the cave player. Tessus gets active, as does Dexter, tested by a jump from Frozen. Shadow confirms a second body present. It's Brokey's Deke, swings out wide, baits the shot. Dexter's not shy.
No need to get a move on, really, is there? Weapon advantage.
It was a nice kill in mid, but it's not looking like it's going to translate to much.
Yeah, if there was a push through heaven out of cave into what would have been a duel against Rain, then sure.
Well, they actually aren't going to be aggressing. This could go one of 2 ways. They're faffing with nades, but Rain, one. Jump from the MP9 connects. It's Tessus active on the MP9. And Brokey spotted. It's fine from Tessus. He's so nimble.
Yeah, it looked frantic, didn't it? But beautiful work there from Tessus. 8 kills for him, 4 in the round. Doubles the kill total in what was one of the easier scenarios based off of the buy.
Still had its threat.
Yeah, and they all count, especially when you're 1 map up. You're looking for that magic number. Now Brokey's reading his homework. Back underway with the rifles in hand. Just harassing middle to make it look like a normal round. Rain's not playing through the door smoke, so if there is aggressive lane presence from the likes of Falcons, they can get this info. So Kixon coming down, he's going to say nobody's home. His biggest worry is the pocket, and that puts a lot of pressure on A. So Magisk now rotating back over, will have the support of Dexter. He blocks. feels very telegraphed at the moment. FaZe aren't fighting middle. There's no spam over towards B.
Kixon versus Rain having a bit of a standoff as well.
Rain given what he was looking for.
Yeah, he wanted to fight, confirmed his presence. Still loses out, and now it's all kind of one direction.
This feels so flat. Look at the radar. Look how many bodies are there to deal with this.
Yeah, and they've just been blocked. It was an incendiary, then a smoke. Now they throw out their utility. Nico going to be playing a passive position. It's unlikely he takes this fight unless the molly forces it. Oh, that's a bit too deep, the bounce. A second molly. Does Nico still get to tuck in? Look at the spread. Look at the spread. Nico's unknown entity. There's no way they clear him. A golden opportunity for Nico to go huge. The back's a turn. The spray connects. Falcons 7 with a map already in the bank. FaZe Clan falter.
You don't normally see such a telegraphed round coming out of FaZe. If I'm Neo, I'm taking the time out just to let them think about that. That call, a little bit odd, and sure, you lose the opening death, the Rain over towards B, but you still commit to the A call. You're going in blind. You know that they have the B lane. That's a really tough call that's been made from FaZe there. Sure, 4 rounds already, 5 they can definitely work with. So final round, first half about to get underway, but it's going to be pretty hodgepodge. I don't think we'll see an AK. Lots of Galils being invested upon right now. So Falcons. Strong showing from Kixon, really propelling them at the moment. And then this was always done and dusted. Nico, it didn't even feel like it was that necessary. Everybody else was taking care of business. And Dexter getting fired up now. Another good map from him. This time they're going to fight middle.
Flash is perfect. Nico tries to extinguish, but yeah, completely booked.
I feel like every time he's tried that position, he's been dealt with.
Just a little high. While blind, couldn't hit the smoke. Onto the flame.
Well, still, omissions for FaZe. How do they piece this one together?
Well, there's a good start. Tessus finds a legion. Carrigan's going to lose the bomb here to the AWP. Bomb under Kixon's control if he chooses to do so. The smoke implies he might try and fight for doors. Dexter's got the line, though. That bomb is theirs, and despite the loss of Nico, looks pretty favorable for the Falcons.
Great line for Dexter. Should be good for another. Smoke fading, that might change the dialogue. Need to shift back into something more passive.
The uncrouch from Brokey, and oh, it's a hard shot to hit, but not for Dexter. Not with that playoff buff. And there's Magis clean with it. 8, and it must feel good for Falcons. Touching distance now of their first grand final.
Yeah, you can tell he's a momentum-based player, can't you? Loves it on the stage, loves getting fired up, bringing the energy. 2 of them sitting down the end, Kixon in the middle, and then the Danish duo on the other side. But on the other side of the server, FaZe, only 4 rounds to boast. And one of them was after that absolute fumble where they gave Frozen the clutch.
It's the Falcons' move, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. We'll lull them into a false sense of security and then we'll snap back.
I mean, we're talking like undisputed pundit favorite FaZe. Down a map, down 8-4 on the half as we swap sides.
And look, I want to point, I don't want to point fingers, but now that they flick on over, there is going to be a lot of conversations to be had about the defense. When I look at this team, if you're going to give Frozen and Elige everything they want in the positions that they have,
yes,
then they are the 2 players that have to deliver. Right now, Elige at the top of the scoreboard with 9, sure. Frozen had the clutch, okay. Well, now you need to be in that driver's seat. You need to be able to deliver some big moments.
Yeah, I mean, when you're kind of put in the discussion of one of the highest caliber players, a massive signing, a golden opportunity to do things that were never really obtainable. You're in that FaZe jersey now, Elige, and this, well, it starts now. A 4 rounds discrepancy and a smoke red to start their T-pistol off. Nico leading the pack out mid.
There's only 1 player in Donut. So if the finish is A, which as we can see with X-Ray, doesn't look to be the case.
Fake mid presence and hope they walk up ramp. Magis tries to spot them out. Does bait the shot out of range. He's lining up for the long molly. Ooh, gets away with just
Cave's gonna go.
War wound. Progressing into Cave. These dual Berettas are going to be tested. Hank Brokey empty-handed, but Rain, good work for 1. Dexter in the feed. Rain only the 1 more extra onto Dexter. It's still looking up for debate. Bomb plant's huge. Nico, well aware that he could get closed in on, has cover from Kixon. He's really scared to plant this bomb, has no info, and the answer's on Cave. And there's the shot, confirmation of presence, knows he can't get walked on now. Covered by Kixon, but closing the gap is Carrigan. Couple of shots hit into the buttocks. 4 bullets left, he can work with that, only 2 targets. And Carrigan, oh, nails him, out-aims Nico for this retake. Compulsory pistol here for FaZe. It's Frozen and Carrigan and Kixon with just 1 point of health. Just everything screams that this is going to be a FaZe Clan round. The 10-second defuse being sat, and he's dead. Sat on his ass by Carrigan.
Stressful though. Smoke actually makes that feel a little bit more awkward, right? Sure, you can be on that defuse, but if he gets the kill, then he's away. Do you chase him? What do you do? Bomb goes down. It should see Falcons go into a force buy, but still sketchy stuff. Some good trade work. Didn't start great. Brokey couldn't connect the dots. Tessus gets that opening. Trade him back and forth.
Yeah, Carrigan plays a big role there. 3 kills. Puts his total up to 5. He just got more kills in that pistol than he did in that whole first half.
Slow start from him on Dust 2 as well, but then in the second half started to get activated, having some pivotal moments. Here's the force for Falcons. 2 Galils, Deagle, Tech9 and a Scout. Shouldn't be in too much of a rush with this one. Want to allow the CTs to use their protocol utility. That's exactly what they're doing. Doors blocked. Elbow as well, and I think Kixon's setting up for a bit of a fake.
He had their number in the fake department on Dust 2. Do you think if he can manipulate them once more?
That's the thing, as mentioned, the anti-force, anti-eco setup, you shouldn't play too far forward for information. So here comes the fake. Does it force the rotation from Frozen or Elige?
Still stay 3B.
Pretty weak fake.
Oh, Frozen, yeah, he's not buying it. Not buying what Kixon's selling. Elige, though, finds this first, forced away. A dink has been hit. Galil puts him low. Access to the bomb site now. Tessus has that bomb. And Frozen, stubborn, doesn't expecting Nico's progression. Spam from Elige doesn't connect, but the bullets from Nico do. Swivels around. A walk on the smoke is crazy from Carrigan. Thinking about it, thinks twice. Look at the health.
3v3, they can pause. Bomb needs to go down.
Fake, he's so terrified of this smoke push.
Smoke's
He's
fading.
right to do it. It's going to fade. Elige is going to be exposed, but oh my goodness, Kixon, that's a great find. Especially considering Elige only has 10 points of health. Next to Scout, essentially an AWP versus Elige and Rain. Kixon! Stunning work from Kixon here on Ancient. He's making a statement in the semi-final. And they're not rushing this. 20 seconds. They will be having to hasten up now. Bomb on the back of Nico. And now Dexter. He goes down. It's up to Kixon. It's all Kixon in that one. Massive work from him. Nico short a couple of frags, but it's Kixon with impact on the Galil.
I said a weak fake, but literally the backpedal from Frozen and just they come out A main and scale across. If he was going to stay over towards default, he would have had a stronger angle to work with behind the bomb boxes, but he transitions back to spawn, and as he does so, they make their way out of A main. So Kixon able to get them jittery, and understandably so. FaZe are in trouble. And under pressure, you can tell by the second tactical timeout that's being called. The money, well, that's the biggest of the problems, isn't it? You win the pistol, you lose the follow-up, you get the 1,400 loss bonus, you're on the CT side. Doesn't give you much to work with whatsoever. You have to be a hell of a comeback into this game, or you're going to have to get fortunate in a round like this. So what type of opening? Because if you're Falcons, you don't need to go pedal to the metal. You can just set up, allow the initial CT gambit to come to you, and then finish the round with your util and weaponry advantage. Tessus does have a MAC-10 and postured over towards B. We want to see if he wants to take a duel early. Just standard mid-harass utility, nothing crazy.
Looks like the CTs are going to walk A main. Oh, Carrigan. Actually, Nico head-to-head with Elige. He wins that one comfortably. There's the head-to-head in Cave. Nico, will he overlook this from the sound? Rain in Cave. Signature move. Nico ready for it.
And they know Carrigan was there as well, so more information for Falcons to work with. Low on HP, they will just have to gamble one of these sites. So now we're going to turn to Kixon again, who's been having a great map, 14 for 7. Feels like this was one of the maps where he really put his name on the map with Apex so long ago. And we've seen some good calling on this map from him throughout the tournament as well. Sure, it's been a whole lot more missed for them, but 14 for 6 for Nico, 15 for 7 for Dexter, 14 for 7 for Kixon, the 3 of them contributing. Magisk and Tessus just along for the ride at the moment. B bomb site empty, bomb will go down, and round should be secured. And that third map, starting to feel like a hope right now. This one might simmer out with the Falcons. 2-0. MOUZ are waiting.
Falcons have beaten MOUZ once already. Conversation for tomorrow if they keep this up.
Best of 5 final. And Train in the picture.
Ooh.
All right, well, they're just going to try and hold on to these investments, sure. And if you're that of Falcons, you can allow it. You don't need to get ahead of yourself. And this would be a massive win and the best time to break FaZe's streak on Ancient. They kicked off the year at Bounty with a win over M80. Katowice took down Big and G2 on Ancient. They come in here to Cluj and they've taken down Saw twice and MOUZ once. Now Saw, 6 rounds over 2 maps, not really too much resistance whatsoever. But this is the early stages of a new season. As mentioned, new rosters, new faces, and just trying to put together your map pools. There's been some criticism around FaZe in terms of some of the positions, and we were discussing, you know, Elige getting the preferential positions in the team, Rain conceding some of that, and right now, FaZe's shortcomings are being shown. Nothing really inspiring confidence on the stage.
What's especially notable about that is that Rain was always seen like as a bit of a rock when the rest of the players were absent. He was so comfortable in his positions. He could
definitely on a map like Nuke, right? Which is one that when we saw in the last foray, he's actually been moved into that door position. Fortunately for them, no Nuke in this series.
And shouldn't be much to be said about this one. An 11th round that should just be a casual putt.
Essentially now we're priming ourselves for a crazy comeback from FaZe. Which wouldn't be the first time.
We've had one today.
That's true. If you call it for the first series, Astralis versus MOUZ, it definitely delivered. I think going into this, MOUZ eliminated, sorry, MongolZ eliminated. There you go. Clean up Cluj.
Lovely.
No EF. FaZe the favorites. And then might be getting deleted by Falcons right here and now.
It does just feel like with every round, Falcons are shifting the definition, shifting the expectation.
Well, we want to seize an opportunity like this. Third event of the season, 1.25 million. That's the prize pool.
Yeah.
Pick up a big victory. It's great for the confidence. The run is for that major. And sure, the VRS points as a conversation as well. The cutoff being April 7. You want to make sure that you're within the top 10 of Europe. May as well burn that last time out of your FaZe right now. Look at what their buy is. Famous is in the mix. This one is feeling dumb.
Would have to be one hell of a comeback. Elige, one of the players equipped with the FAMAS. Nico looks like he wants to bring the fight. He wants to end this here and now. Takes matters into his own hands and a messy spray.
Spray and pray.
Not going to be answered. Well, there's a start. Frozen gives them a gift. Kicks and lines up for long util. 3 players reside. Carrigan, 1 kill here would be instrumental. He'll be challenged by Tessus. Cycling through his nades, needs to keep his gun out, and now it's up to Carrigan. Oh, the transfer! Oh, it's Magisk instead. Elige swings out, Tessus just holds down the trigger. It's Magisk, good work, supporting as the path is forged and the round soon to be won, unless Rain can save them. Rain and Frozen. Nothing from Rain. It will all be onto Frozen, but with 7 points of health, there is no way in. Falcons have already had 1 fumble, and now with 11, essentially 12. Just 7 points of health away. Kit to be scooped. Post plant solid. Kixon's actually going for a rather ambitious reroute. So it is a 1v1 versus Magisk if he gets the hard clear, which he doesn't! 12 for Falcons, 1 round away from their grand final. Start their season with a bang.
This is just fizzling out now. This is very flat from FaZe. Came in today, again as the favorites left in the tournament. They won 6 on the trot in 2025 on this map with Elige in the team. You're thinking, okay, map number 3 is a certainty. And there's the final timeout. Well, right now you only have the 2,900 loss bonus. Could have used it in the last. Could have used it to set yourself up, discuss what you're going to do on the rifle round. Instead, it falls flat. You don't really put up any resistance. You get the opening kill short, but that's because Nico let ya. Couldn't connect the dots on the kill. Looked extremely scrappy. They walk into B. Carrigan looks, I don't want to say dejected, but maybe a bit checked out of this situation.
This was not on my bingo card. Sure, Dust too, but Ancient, you've already highlighted this is a strength of the FaZe Clan roster, and right now, a meager 5. 7 consecutive demanded of FaZe. It starts now, or it ends. Interesting call out of Kixon. Look at this. So Nico has mid control. And immediately I can see 5 Falcons starting to congregate.
They don't have any space. No B lane pressure, no mid pressure. Sure, they have A main, but that's the longest rotation point from what we can see right now.
Yeah, that smoke won't last forever.
Precisely.
Tucks.
Carrigan can block again and just has. It's only a matter of time.
Oh, he sees him. He's communicating that information. Just tries to force him into a fight. Does some chip damage. 66 for Tessus. That's another smoke to block. Do they really want to throw their plans in the bin? Or will they simply wait? Good tags there. Liege catches a bit of flack.
The thing is, if you just apply a little bit of pressure towards it, make it look like an execute, FaZe are going to heavily rotate. They don't really have any options, right? They need to get over there. So now Nico trying to get them a little bit more space to work with. We've still got 45 seconds left on the clock. Donut stays an option. Brokey extinguishes. It's all a ruse.
Yeah, but Nico will have sightline on that. Up close, perfect from Brokey.
Well, they're going into the stack. They have to. 30 seconds now.
Okay, FaZe, this is looking promising. Tessa Shadow commits to the spray. It's lovely from Rain. And it needed to be a Kixon frag to keep the conversation alive. Magic's got the cross, doesn't go down. Nice adjustment. Elige and Frozen spamming away. Somehow, Magisk is still alive, but only for a moment. As the 6th is secured by FaZe Clan, I can't help but feel that Brokey confirming that it was just one man in Donut really helped them sit on their haunches, prepare, dig your heels in, and convert.
It's the Rain double, right? The fact he gets 2 from that situation is fantastic. They were good up the ramp before. He catches them while they're still on the bottleneck, but this is going to be hard work. It's not going to be easy whatsoever.
Crowd are calling it.
It's a great kill. It establishes, okay, there's not much more pressure. It's pretty quiet, but it's this one right here.
Yeah, how does his MP9 work?
They still are able to get 2 more kills on the way in, right? So you can see just how scary it would have been if Renly gets 1 and done.
Sure.
There's still heaps of cash to work with. So another buy. The next will be in question, depending on plants or saves. So 6-round difference.
Double molly. Heavy barrage of utility. Boosted Orb with a nade right on his face, and he sticks around! Lovely work from Dexter. They threw the kitchen sink at him. But it's Rain that falls. Oh, Frozen, wow. Onto Magisk. With some CT aggression of his own.
He can also clear out A main.
He's going to do a lot of info, as well as an equal clawback kill.
Oh, well, now you can keep these 3 players on B. Elige continuing to harass. Doesn't look scared. Maybe he should be. U2 for the execute. So they go in contact.
Okay, well, that's a test for Carrigan then, and then a swing out of Brokey. Elige close by. Nico, though, trying to forge the path, the pre-aim, the pre-fire. Lovely work from Carrigan, but Tessus does one better. Brokey, the unknown entity, needs 2 here, and he's nearly got enough. Kixon too strong today. Top fragger in the server, Kixon versus FaZe Clan in a semi-final. Frozen, the last to fall, or the one to save FaZe. It's Kixon's day! Calls the shots, and Falcons soar to the grand finals, a 2-0 versus the favorite for the tournament.
This is the best roster this organization has ever put forward. A big event grand final, the first for Dexter. And this Falcons failure to launch no more. Soaring into the grand final. MOUZ await tomorrow. A best of 5, 1.25 million. The lion's share go into the victor. And they've taken down a household name. 2-0 against FaZe Clan on the stage.
Gonna have to put a bit of thought as well for that one. It did look uncomfortable on Ancient. Still integrating a new player, but you know, the expectations are incredibly high with such pedigree as FaZe Clan.
They waltzed through a group stage for once. That's not normally how FaZe gets it done. Not put through their paces, not tested. But Falcons flourish, and they're in the final.
Falcons have made it to the finals, besting FaZe 2-0 in this one. And Dexter, I got to ask you, because from your times on Spirit, going into OG, now here on the Falcons as well, you have never made a big event grand final. You finally done it. What do you want to say?
First of all, guys, I love you. Thank you so much for your support. You are an amazing crowd. Thank you. We didn't expect that you're gonna cheer for us, but it's so nice. It's first time ever in my life that someone cheering for me on the crowd. I'm always adapted to play against. Thank you. Second thing, thank you so much everyone who is in our team. I love you all, guys. You are amazing. That's how I feel. I really appreciate everyone in my team. They're insane. I'm almost crying. I need to stop.
You're buzzing and you deserve it because you fought hard for it. And you were a big reason in able to take this one over the line. I'm going to come and take your mind back to Dust 2 on this because you're 10-7 down. It looks like you might lose your pick, the Dust 2 you've been trying to go for again and again. You switch things up, you start to move around and fight more on the CT side. Did you always believe you could make that kind of a comeback?
There was no chance that our team wouldn't believe in that. There is no chance. It's Falcons. We are believing in that always.
It's lovely to hear this, isn't it? And on top of that, I want to talk about the man to the side of you, Nico, right? It seems like you two are building a good relationship on this team at the same time. You can see his belief in you when you're pulling off some crazy moments. What's that like for you?
I mean, it means a lot for me when he came and I started to talk with him. I invited him to talk with me, and I told him, I would really like to learn something from you because for me you were always idol. When I was not even pro, I was watching him, and for me it means a lot when he supports me or helping me or giving me a trust. I always saying that to him.
And that's a man I would definitely trust as well. Nico is one to do it all. Now for you guys, you're entering into the grand final tomorrow to take on MOUZ. I know you're hyped up and buzzing right now, but how confident do you feel in your map pool going into a best of 5 for that?
I mean, I'm looking confident. I don't want to say that I have overconfidence in us or in our team. I think we're gonna do our best. That's basically all what I can say. I don't know even right now what map's gonna be, so it's really hard for me to answer your question. But we're gonna do our best. That's what I am confident at.
Well, I'm sure the crowd will believe in you as well. Guys, give it up for Dexter and Team Falcons!
Yeah, great scenes there. You can see very emotional Dexter, but obviously, as we talked about on this panel, this is a player. It was getting into what-if territory. We didn't know if he was going to be able to live out his dreams and accomplish what he could with the talent he had. He's one step away now from winning a trophy with a lineup, playing alongside one of his favorite players who apparently is now mentoring in Maui.
371 days. That's how long Dexter was away from professional play. He comes back to Heroic. They give him an opportunity in the stead of Nikodas. He shows the world that he can compete at a high level. Falcons give him another opportunity, and he smashed it. Well done today, Dexter. When the lights are brightest, this is when he plays the absolute best. A guy that is born to succeed on stages. Say what you will about his group stage performances, sometimes his online play, because when he's in these kinds of moments, this guy is blockbuster stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're talking about a tailored redemption, and that's what Magic said, right? For himself, for the Falcons organization, we're talking about all these guys. But Dexter, as Maui very poignant to put out right there, he's been trying to make a statement for himself, trying to prove himself. And I was critical. I wasn't a believer at the beginning of this game. I said yesterday was probably an anomaly. I said his CD side, he's struggling. He's been abysmal. He's not finding the impact he needs to find. Today, against one of the scariest teams to play in an arena, the man shut everyone up. Incredible stuff from Dexter.
It is. We'll talk more about that performance. For now, we're going on over to James Banks, who is with Carrigan.
Thank you, Richard. FaZe, they put up a fight all the way through, looking good in the groups, coming into this playoffs as well. I'm going to touch just initially on the Dust 2 with you, Carrigan, because you guys were up 10-7. It's looking very good. things start to fall flat a bit more on your T sides there. Was that kind of painful to lose in that way, or do you give Falcons their respect on that? Because obviously it's the map they continue to pick into and look pretty good on.
I think it's both sides. First of all, I think we got a little scared. At 10-7, I've tried to motivate the team by playing really aggressive and take the space, because we won one of the few gun rounds in the beginning. But they have really great players, and I think there's key moments where we flash each other, where we go up short when A is kind of clear. So in my opinion, Falcons played good. They had a good game plan, but in the end, I think we punished ourselves and didn't close it out when we could have the chance.
Now we've got to ask about what happens on Ancient, because this has been a map we could kind of trust on with you guys, and I'm sure you had that belief as well, but this wasn't the phase we were used to seeing on this map.
No, I think maybe we saw the scenarios we're playing strange. Some of the mid-rounds we had this time, we didn't get the feud last time, so still some growing pains within the structure of the team. We were not in control. I think all the Ancient game we played have been really in control, really reading the game and stuff like that, but today was harder against them, and I don't know if the team also dropped overall as a team, individually and also communication-wise, and that's why I'm disappointed that we didn't show our game on Ancient, and of course trying to do a CT comeback but losing Force by again, that's just really hard then.
And looking at what you guys are showing though as this new phase, right? It's obviously very different. You're getting as many events under your belt as possible here. We're seeing these changes you're going through, but is there still maybe some more positional changes, some adjustment you want to have here? I know you've got to review it, but are you already starting to think about these things?
Not a bigger picture, no. Small details, micro stuff. We still have to believe we played really good 4 games here. We beat MOUZ and Eternal Fire in the group stage. So right now we were group stage heroes. I want to be playoff heroes again, and it is what it is. I just think there is still growing pains for us. This is our second LAN of a second arena game together as a new roles, new team. So in the end, I think we just didn't show up today, and congrats to Falcons. They took advantage of it.
For you guys coming into how you progress going forward and what's next, outside of the event-wise, is it time to, I know you've been on the road a long time, so I guess time to take a break before coming back into this, maybe a boot camp and stuff after that? How do you look at it?
Yeah, first of all, we need to make sure John is moving permanently to Europe, so we are going to take a few days off. He needs to go back to US, pack a lot of stuff, and then we need to keep grinding. I said the guys in Katowice, I said to the guys here as well, we are not doing a sprint, we're doing a marathon. We need to build the foundations. I know how we played in 2022, and maybe we can achieve some of the same stuff, but we need to be more patient this time than normally I am, so it's still a growing pain for me as well to be not thinking about a honeymoon phase.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time, but you're a man who knows how to put it all together. Lastly, I know this crowd's been giving you guys a lot of love, but every crowd gives you love, but anything you want to say to them?
Thank you very much, guys. It's been a pleasure, and what I love the most is you guys cheer for great Counter-Strike. You could feel in the game, back and forth, so thank you for giving me the honor to play in front of you guys, and see you tomorrow, guys.
BTarena, put your hands together one last time for Carrigan! Richard, back to you.
Thanks a lot, James. Carrigan, always a class act, and it is true that, yes, it is a new lineup and people are playing in new roles, Rain especially. You know, turns out you can teach an old dog new tricks. But, of course, it is going to take some time. I back Carrigan to get it right. But that being said, I can't help but think this is one that has escaped him. I don't think it's going to hurt in the long run. They're too high up in the VRS rankings. They will be at the major. But ultimately, of course, you want trophies in the cabinet. It's a statement, especially with a new roster.
Especially when you're talking about this loss on Ancient, right? It's an 8-win streak they have on this map, 6 with this current iteration of this particular lineup. And what was what stood out to me particularly, Rich, was the fact that it was a very convincing win by Falcons. There was, apart from the first few rounds here and there where it got a little scrappy, it never felt at any point that FaZe were in any control of this particular map. We saw the frozen hero moments here and there, but that's not the way FaZe wins this map. So I want to give first the credit to Kixon. I think it was a great CD-sided setup. He knew they had a weakness. They had a weakness in the mid position. What did they do? Screw it, we go for the lane control. And you could see FaZe where they didn't really have the ideas. And again, this is a team who are very tenured on this map. We're very comfortable on. So I think this map loss, Dust 2 is fine. You know, it happens. But this map loss is going to stink at FaZe a little bit. But again, FaZe are a team which are built to win championships. So if they fall anywhere short of that, it's going to be disappointing.
I'm going to toss this one out there, Maui. You decide what to do with it. You can bunt if you want. Zonic was being called, you know, like a lot of people were speculating maybe he just hasn't adapted to the CS2 meta. And they did look like a team that really didn't know how to play at times. It was they were really struggling tactically. Kixen was bearing a lot of the heat for that. Meanwhile, at this tournament, we have seen really well-constructed T-sides, like actual modern CS2 being played the right way. Do you think something has maybe changed in how they're approaching this, or is this just everything clicking?
I mean, this is what happens when you have a team that already was in the quarterfinals of the major and you pretty much give soul upgrades. I mean, you get Nico instead of Nerds and Magisk instead of Shush. Fantastic stuff by Kixan. This is Zonic riding the ship in terms of being the head of this project, but at the same time, he inherited a very strong roster already, and one that I wasn't quite ready to really throw that much praise for, because I really wanted to see it in motion. I wanted to see them actually get some victories. Well, they took down Eternal Fire, a top 5 team. They took down FaZe Clan, a team that I would predict is going to be top 5 by the end of the season. So this is a huge feather in the cap of the Falcons organization. This is the best result that they've had for me at anything. Sure, they did decently at Katowice last year, but that was just beating ENCE on stage. This is beating FaZe Clan. This is the core that was in the grand finals of the previous major. So huge credit to them, huge credit to Nico. Really, the guy that's growing on me the most, though, is Kixan. Yes. As an individual fragger, he never embarrasses himself. I never see it anymore, because he focuses on his aim, realizes how to put the pressure on opponents, realizes how to not give up an advantage for free. At other times, you know, Kerrigan, he kind of overheats, but Kixan keeps his cool, and I love that about him.
Final thought from you, Blair?
No, I agree 100% with whatever Maui said right there. And Kixan also must be nice to have someone like Nico who can take the reins on the CT side. We saw the B-bomb side. We said it could be a problem, but he was the MVP of that map on Ancient, where we said he could potentially be someone that could be exploited by FaZe. He stood and delivered. He called an incredible game, and despite the heroics of Dexter, kind of upending expectations that I at least had for him, and then Nico having again an imperious performance. Kixan for me was the MVP for this win, and I believe he can take them all the way tomorrow.
All right, well, let's take a look at what that means. This is the bracket, obviously, on your screens. We had some absolute banger quarterfinals today in the books. Maybe a day of surprises. We got close with Astralis. It was a 2-1, but in the end, MOUZ too good. But Falcons 2-0 against FaZe. That isn't an error. That is going to set up a MOUZ Falcons final, and of course that Astralis FaZe third place.
None of the favorites we had, Rich. We are talking about Eternal Fire, we're talking about the MongolZ, and even FaZe. They made it, so it absolutely has been a bit of a surprise.
I'm gonna just say it right at the end of the day. All of those teams that didn't come, all the teams below you were winning. Wouldn't that be awful?
I don't even know what you're trying to get at right now, Rich. What do you want to say? What do you want to say? Just say it. Just say it.
What do you want
to say? What are you gloating about?
I think I've alluded to it there. But I'm actually psyched for this final now, because I think we're seeing a project that's coming together nicely with Falcons, and we are seeing a cohesive unit over at MOUZ. You said it best, Blair. They've got something to prove too. We've talked about redemption, because like we force narratives, that's what we do on a desk. But it is absolutely true. They have to justify. We cut Shuhei. Everyone said we were crazy. They have to go all the way. And then, by the way, Shuhei, he's watching at home, crying into his cornflakes, right? And you look like geniuses, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, for Broland, today was a litmus test, an absolute litmus test. Going up against, sure, a struggling Astralis, but they have the experience. We saw the way to done MongolZ yesterday. Today was absolutely a rite of passage, so to speak, for the side of Broland. Tomorrow's going to be yet another test, because yes, this is not Astralis, this is not FaZe, but the way Falcons are playing right now, they're going to make MOUZ sweat.
Final thought, Maui?
No doubt about it. Falcons, though, probably feel pretty comfortable in this matchup. Pretty sure they won it in the group stage earlier on. Overall, would say that the composure that they showed today was fantastic. I thought it was going to be FaZe in those tough moments that are going to eke out those small edges. Well, really, shoes on the other foot. And for Nico, this is also just such a magnificent performance. I mean, I think that the campaign to retake the world #1 rifler is actually firmly in his grasp at this point. Donk's got a couple, he's got the blast bounty right now, but if Nico's able to pick up an MVP-type performance here, that's going to really vault him too.
Awesome, guys. Great working with you as always. Today, it is time to close out the show. Remember, by the way, tomorrow, the final is a best of 5, so that's going to be spectacular. Almost as spectacular as today's crowd, and I'm told we're at capacity tomorrow, so it's going to be an absolute banger. Thanks to them, thanks to the teams, thanks to everyone, and thanks to you for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for another great day of Counter-Strike at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. Until then, Take care.